Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, John. We're going to have a great time tonight because we are going to be talking The Hobbit, a very elongated version of The Hobbit. So I've got some wonderful guests today. Joining me is Erin, or Erin Bohr M. Carole and Dan are also joining. We have Cecilia on the way. She's just trying to figure out some computer stuff. Unfortunately, we won't be joined by Helen and Kelly. They weren't able to make it tonight. Unfortunately, it happens whenever you invite a boatload of people, and inevitably somebody won't be able to make it. So, but I think we'll have some good fun on our own. How are you guys doing tonight?
I'm wicked awesome. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. And of course, we're also being joined by Carole's dog.
Yes, who is singing the song of her people. I'm trying to figure out how to mute this with this. There. Really, Pepper? Stop. That is the demon dog, for those who don't know.
I want to say welcome to everybody in the chat, including Lauren M, who is not a regular. So thank you for joining in on the fun. So the Hobbit, this is following up on our Lord of the Rings streams from last year, which I think all of us were pretty effusive in our praise for it. It's going to get a little more complicated tonight, wouldn't you say? I'm going to start off just giving my own reaction to these films. I told Erin last night, we were doing a watch party of Battle of the Five Armies. These movies do feel like family to me, just because I've fallen so in love with not just the world of Middle Earth and and the movies overall, but the people who make them, Peter Jackson, Philip Boyens, Fran Walsh, and their amazing team of people. I mean, I remember when Return of the King won all those Oscars, I was cheering for each and every one of those people because it felt like we had grown to know them by watching all the behind the scenes stuff and all that. So I feel like I have a personal interest in the creation of these movies, that goes beyond most normal films. So even when there's stuff that I'm I don't know how I feel about that, I still have fondness nonetheless for them. Full disclosure, I think I came out of each of these movies disappointed. I was but I've grown to really appreciate the stuff that was done very well. And I just kind of live with the stuff that I'm not completely sure about, but I'll just sort of go around, clockwise around here. Erin, you've been dying to hear me talk about the Hobbit films because you know that I'm not reluctant to hold back on them, but I'm dying to know what your reaction to these. Well, because we're all in love with Middle Earth and Lord of the Rings and Tolkien's books. So, what was your reaction when you saw these?
Yeah, so when I first saw them, I was so excited to be in Middle Earth again that it kind of could have just been an hour of someone playing a tuba in Middle Earth, and I would have still been yeah, this was great. I was so excited to be back in Middle Earth again. But and I actually, unlike the Lord of the Rings, I had read The Hobbit. So I sort of at least knew that. I know Dan's going to be very excited about me actually having read some of the material here, but yeah, so I had actually read them, but I hadn't read them in a really long time. So I was I kind of feel like a lot of that wasn't in the book, so so it was a very odd experience. So I have always said that I don't dislike these movies as much as a lot of people do. There's still a lot that is good in them and a lot that's really fun in them. And I definitely liked them more than most people after the first viewing, for sure. So my opinion changed a little bit on the second viewing about sort of which I liked the most and which I sort of remembered liking the most. I don't know. So when I was going through them on the second time, I was like, yeah, I kind of feel differently about them than I did the first time I saw them. But still, I had a great time. I had a great time rewatching them, aside from a few added extended scenes, which were absolutely unnecessary and upped the gross quotient even more. So my biggest complaint about these movies is that they're fucking gross. They're just so many gross things in here that I'll get onto later. But yeah, so that was my initial experience, and I'm very excited to. I had the best time doing this last year, so super excited to be here talking to everybody again. And yeah, I would love to hear what Dan and Carole thought too. So
Dan, you know a little bit about Tolkien's books, so
a little bit.
So what were your feelings on these movies?
Okay, so you said that these movies are like family. I think when it comes to the Hobbit trilogy, the phrase "red-headed stepchild" comes to mind. These films are problematic in a lot of ways. There is a bunch of extra stuff in there that's not in the books. Some of it does come from Appendix A, and it does come from stuff in Unfinished Tales and stuff like that. So I do give them props for reading their Tolkien and for bringing some of that stuff in, and then remixing it and condensing it and crushing it to get it into the movie. So yeah, it's a mixed bag. But like you, Adron, I think I do enjoy these movies, and I do sort of cherish the good stuff and live with the bad stuff as well. So I think that's a good way of putting it. So yeah, that's all I have to say at the moment. Looking forward to getting into the conversation and talking about some of the specifics.
All right, now the moment we've all been waiting for. Because honestly, like these streams happen just so I can hear you talk.
Right.
Right. Like, no, they do. So what was your reaction to these films?
Love Peter, love Fran and Philippa, love them, mad props, all that. I would say that of course I was living to see Smaug, who is my bud, my ace, my boon. They did an amazing job with that. It was everything, so much better than the feral cat from the animated series, because I was like, that's not a dragon. Then saw this, and it was like from the first and the second one, when you see the eyeball, I'm like, that's a dragon. Really,
my memory of that stream is that we all went on about how phenomenal
horrible
that
cat thing was.
I mean, okay, Smaug wasn't able to measure up. Wasn't able to measure up.
Cat?
He wasn't able to measure up to the wood elves. I mean, no, the wood elves were top tier.
No,
but I thought you really loved the headlights as eyes thing that they did. I seem to remember you enthusing
about the headlights as eyes things, because that is actually in the book. I just had issue with everything else of the furry cat thing.
Oh,
Cecilia.
How are you doing, Cecilia?
I am so pissed right now. My computer, for some reason, decided not to work today. So I have to grab my old computer in order to do this. So it's crazy. Okay.
That's fine. Trust me, this is gonna go on for a while.
Forever on and on.
So you're fine.
I know.
All right. Sorry, Carole. Go ahead.
No, not at all. I like the imagery. I loved, pretty much the beginning of it. I love how they connected the dots between the Fellowship of the Ring and the end and the Two Tower of the Return of the King, because it starts and ends with Frodo with handing the book over, but the beginning of it is with Bilbo sitting there and writing and kind of understanding what's happening, but you're not sure what's going on, and the craziness and whatever and the aftermath of all of his journeys. So I like the fact that they started this movie with that tag, because they nicely flow if you watch them that way, and me being a nerd, I did. Other than that, I don't think it needed to be 3 movies. If they were going to go there so they could really give more time to the devastation of the desolation of Smaug, I wanted him to have more time. I mean, he had a lot of time on screen. I just thought they could have gotten a little bit deeper into that. I thought, no, Lauren, there was no cattail written by Tolkien, and if there was, it was burned, it was banished, it's gone.
Well, no, there is a version of Beren and Luthien
with a cat. That's a dog. It's one. No, it was a dog.
No. Where Sauron was actually a
cat,
a giant cat. That was a version of the story.
Okay, whatever you were drinking at the Green Dragon, share, so we all can have some.
No, I'm right, Dan. Like, it was an early version.
Dan's like, leave me out of this.
Yeah, no, John's correct. It wasn't exactly Sauron, but yeah, the first version of the Beren and Luthien story had a giant cat in the role of Sauron, called Tevildo.
See, I'm safe as long as I got Dan on here to back me up.
No, you're not safe, because we will sit here and land on you with whatever, with anti-cat sentiment. Again, don't come for me, cat people. Just Smaug should never be a cat. Sorry.
Don't come for me, cat people.
Well, I mean, that's why
the cat delegation is going to come for me unless you're a dragon. No, and no cat ears on Komodo dragons. No, it doesn't count. So other than that, I wanted them to have a little bit more time in Dale. I wanted them to have a little bit more time talking about that dynamic that was going on between Dale and Thranduil, and just all of that aspect there. I wanted them to take a little bit more time with the slow slide of Thorin, because it seemed like everything was just kind of got sped up and stretched out and sped up. I thought the end of it, with regards to the battle between him, between Thorin's battle on the icy plain, that was stunningly done. I mean, Martin Freeman just nailed it with his pain and his anguish at the end of that. And when he went and he said, tea is at 4, come anytime. It was just letting his emotion in there out. I wanted them to have more information about what happens after he got home, dealing with the Sackville Bagginses and the fact that all his stuff was all over the place. I wanted them to, if they were going to do this, I wanted them to deal with the aftermath, because then that would have been a little bit more of a connection of what happened to Bilbo, that he kind of released his hobbity ways, because he was so hobbity in the beginning and he became so not so at the end. I wanted them to have a little bit more discussion on that. Did it need to be 3 movies? No. I think that there were aspects of it that I enjoyed. But no, it wasn't true to the books. I think some of it was not enough depth of it was paid, and some of it was beautifully done. So I just think there was some inconsistencies. Whereas with Lord of the Rings, you could see the path and how they chose and the decisions that they made. 100% agree with them realigning the 2 towers, the second book, because if you had filmed it the way it was written, there's no way. I love the way they did that, because it made narratively more sense. Tolkien was not known for following literary tropes to get things written, which works for him. But I just think that The Hobbit I'll give you that one, Guilty Undertaker. The sled was the bomb diggity. That was awesome, because Radagast was just hilarious. But even then,
we'll get into Radagast later, Carole, because I got a lot of thoughts on Radagast.
How about more conversation about what was the different layers of the wizards and what was the differences between it, the blues, the whites, the grays. I just think like they kind of cherry picked some things, and it was just too dense material to get into it, and it just, for it being 3 movies, it just wasn't rich enough. They needed to let that sauce cook a little longer and reduce to really get that nice, flavor.
Yes.
I mean, I've said like many times, I think the problems with these movies actually stems from the late decision to expand them into 3 movies, because I think that they had made, obviously there were changes that they had made with, the 2 film version, but then it just sort of exasperated the problem when they were expanding a 2-film narrative into 3 films, and they just started adding things to pad everything out, and I just think that was a really big mistake.
It wasn't shot to be 3 films like they did with the first 3, where they were all shot over, I think it was like a year and a half, 15 months, and it was meant to be that way, and there was a plan. I think you're absolutely right. With this one, I think it was more marketing and, you know, folks trying to make money. And Peter Jackson is famously known for saying, I am never doing this again. This was insane. It was beautifully done with the first one, but he was like, oh no, other people can take that on. I am never doing that again. That was insane. And then he backed into it. And I think, yeah, you have a dinner plan for 4 people and 8 people show up. Okay, let's start stretching this out so everybody can have a little bit. And that's kind of what it felt like. It just, what is the line that Bilbo says? I feel thin, like I'm too little butter scraped over bread.
Too much bread,
That's what it felt like to me. It was just a little.
It always struck me as funny that a franchise with that line in it, you know, could not like, you know, are you not like thinking of that? Like, does that not ring a bell? Like maybe you should stretch out a small tail into something bigger. Sorry, Cecilia.
You know, there was a line in the first movie when Gandalf, and I don't know, it wasn't Gandalf, it was Bilbo talking to Frodo that said that great stories deserve a little embellishment. And
that is Gandalf. Yeah.
Yes, and I believe that was a line that was meant to be for us as viewers.
Mm-hmm.
But this was way too much embellishment. I mean, I agree with Carole that I would have loved to see if they were going to already do that. I mean, it would have been wonderful to see what was going to happen with the dwarves, with their dead king. You know, that's huge. That's huge, and you know of course, the Bilbo getting into his home completely empty, and you know that would have been fun to watch as well. But I mean, I feel that the dwarves' aftermath of the battle would have been awesome to watch, and I don't know. I feel like cinematically speaking, I understand why they did that. But I didn't feel that it was fair to fans. I mean, these are entertaining movies, yes, and for the average watcher, which is the majority, it was fun to watch as well. But many of them also thought that it was way too much, and they didn't even know the story, the origin of the story.
Yeah, I mean, it really sort of broke my heart when they made that announcement that they were, because it was supposed to be 2 films. Like everybody was prepared for 2 films right up until like halfway through 2012, the year that the first movie was supposed to come out, and then suddenly, and to the point that they had even released like a promotional banner that showed the events of the first film leading all the way up to when they escape from the elves in the barrels and run into Bard. Like that was supposed to be the scope of the first movie. And when they announced that they were changing it to 3 films, and all of a sudden the first film was going to end, you know, with the rescue of the Eagles after, you know, Goblin Town, I was like, no, that's way too little. There's not enough meat for a complete film there. And immediately I was like, this is not going to turn out good. But I was still like, because the whole thing during Lord of the Rings had been, you know, the mantra was trust PJ, because all of those films had turned out so well. So I was still like really hopeful leading up to seeing the film. And then it just, you know, all that stuff that they added to that first film, especially with Azog and sort of, you know, padding out the runtime. Because originally, I mean, I've read that Azog was not even supposed to be revealed as like, you know, he was a conceit for these films because obviously in the books, Azog is long since dead. But within the film, he was supposed to be, his first appearance was supposed to be pretty much after they escaped from Goblin Town. But the film ended up layering in all this added stuff throughout where he's like this presence throughout the film. And I remember feeling about those scenes like, this just feels like the most generic villain stuff. That doesn't belong in these Middle-earth films. And it really broke my heart, you know, watching that and feeling that way, because I love, you know, these stories so much, and I love the Lord of the Rings films so much. So,
you know what it would have been better is if they had connected more of the dots of the fall of Saruman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They hinted at, if they were going to have more padding, let's leave Azog out. Let's have more of the conversation between, you know, Gandalf and Saruman when he went to speak to, because that is discussed about what is going on, what's happening. It would have been nice to see. They kind of hinted at, I'll deal with him. Of course, if you've seen The Lord of the Rings, you know what happens. If you've read the book, you know what happens. But if you haven't, to Cecilia's point, and you don't know that, then build a little, you know, I'm all about connecting dots and having it pay, in this case, paying it forward, because if you plant those seeds, then it's going to make this public who's never been exposed to any of this, because there's such a distance between when the original Lord of the Rings trilogy came out and The Hobbit, it would have created all this energy to want to go back and watch it all together. Just connect those dots. But very much to your point, it just felt like, well, there was a plan and then someone else changed the plan. So why?
Yeah, I think the most egregious example of like the padding for the first one, because I do think it's the one that, like, well, I'm not going to say that because obviously like Battle of the Five Armies is just like, that is padding personified. It's a whole movie of padding pretty much. But in comparison to, say, The Desolation of Smaug, which I think feels a bit more natural, and because they had time to sort of form that movie, whereas with An Unexpected Journey, like, they pad out the events of the film, like, then just pick a stopping point, you know, and then add in a, you know, a very unnatural ending, which does not, like, it, when you're watching that, you can feel like, okay, this was a manufactured ending that was not originally planned. It just doesn't feel right. And, you know, obviously you can tell like the green screen work, and it's just, I just remember watching it, I was like, oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of really weird pacing issues that sort of seem to just creep in when you change things like that editorially. I think one of the biggest problems with these movies is the fact that Smaug dies right at the beginning of the third movie, which just feels like, why didn't he just die at the end of the second? I mean,
well, I don't
understand why they made that decision.
The easiest explanation for that is that if you have him die at the end of the second movie, then why on earth are people going to come back for the third movie? Because for most people in the audience, like the whole, you know, the driving force of these movies is, you know, Smaug, and that's sort of the climax of the story. So you're not gonna, like,
but then why have him die at the beginning of the movie? That just kind of like makes the whole movie feel flat, like he's gone. And then
I tend to agree with you. I think if you're going to do this, then the way the second movie should have ended is either complete that arc and end with the battle for Dale and have him, okay, I am fire, I am death, and yeah, I'm dagnabbit, you done came in here and touched my stuff, now I'm gonna go eat me some villagers, see what happens, you know, because I've said he was in there minding his little dragony business. Yes, he was a thief, but he said what he was right up front. You came in there and, you know, touched a cup, and he was like, roll up my little dragony sleeves if I had them, and I'm gonna wreck shop, you know, over there on those river people, on Lake Town. I think if you weren't going to kill him at the end of that movie, then start that story with the third movie, and then you've got continuity. But if you're going to kill him at the end of the second movie, then there should have been more development on what was happening with everybody now wants a piece of what's in that mountain. You know, have more politics come in of what's going on, because you almost lose the thread as to why the Battle of the Five Armies was so important. Why it was so important that they had to put down their differences and fight this battle. What was going on with Thranduil and these gems, and it was very throwaway. So I don't think that Smaug was the main reason, you know, for all the films. I believe they were there for the Battle of the Five Armies. I think there could have been a lot more build out of that. So it just seemed like it just kind of went by real fast. And you're like, but wait, Smaug, big.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, but there are a lot of things that feel wrong. I mean, if you don't, like I said before, if you haven't read the books and you just are guiding yourself by the last movies, by the Lord of the Ring movies, and then you watch this, you will feel a lot of things like they're very different and very, I didn't feel right. For example, the photography, you feel a lot of all of the things that you see. It's way too much CGI for start. I mean, for the other movies, you had some practical effects that made the movie feel more real, because you're in a fantasy environment. You already know that this is fake, but you know there's a suspension of disbelief, and this is something that it was missed a lot. I mean, not only because of the CGI, because of the pacing of the movie itself, the story, and also some of the things that you see that they can do and then they can't in 2 movies later. For example, in the first movie, the dwarves fall from high places, and they hit rocks and all of that kind of stuff, and they don't die. For some reason, they don't die. And then in the first and then the last movie, I think it was Tariel that fell and almost crashed into a big rock, and she was very injured, but she didn't die. But then why was she injured when the others in the first movie didn't die or they weren't injured at all?
Cecilia, the better question is, why was Tariel?
No.
We will get into that. We will get into that. Yes, we will get into that. Now. But also,
I'm just gonna say, like, she is actually one of my favorite elements of these movies. Yeah, no, I think she's a great addition. I have some issues with what they do,
including the weird love triangle and the whole like.
The only issue I have with the sort of love story is some poorly written lines in the third film, but especially in Desolation of Smaug, I think she's great. I think she adds a lot. I love her theme, that her musical theme, that whole it adds a very adventurous spirit to the movie.
I like the music too, actually. I agree with you there. Yeah.
Yeah, and no, I think she's great. I can see Carole shaking her head at me, but she is honestly one of the positives of these movies, in my opinion.
I understand why they chose to add some female characters into The Hobbit, because in the novel you don't have any female character whatsoever, and for nowadays standards in filmmaking, that's not having any single female character in a movie feels, for the big audiences, will feel incorrect, will feel not okay. I don't know the word exactly, but people would be angry in general. Not the purist, of course, not the purists of Tolkien's novels, of course, but people in general. I mean, there's still a lot of people that criticize The Lord of the Rings for how they portray the female characters. So I understand this move from the point of making people happy, but I mean, yes, she was. She was a good addition, but she shouldn't be. She shouldn't have been there. It felt forced.
I didn't think so, and I actually don't think it was a love triangle. I think Legolas loved her, and she was like, nah, whatever. I don't think that makes it a love triangle. She wasn't torn in between Keeley and Legolas. She didn't feel that way about Legolas. And so I don't think that makes it a love triangle. Now, again, I have some other issues that with later sort of things. I do think, and I also disagree with Micah, I don't think she's brought in and used almost entirely for a relationship with the dude either. I think the stuff that she and Thranduil have at the end is very meaningful, and I think goes to in the commentaries of the first movies, they talk a lot about Legolas and sort of how elves like don't see death, and they don't sort of, there's a lot of like of human emotion basically that they don't sort of understand because their experience like as elves lacks a lot of what gives us human emotion. And I think that is the thrust of Tauriel's story, not loving, she's torn between two dudes. I think the thrust of her story largely is like an elf learning to not really, to learning those things that Legolas learns in the next movie, where it's like, you care about people and then people die. And she, stands up to Thranduil and she fights with Thranduil. She's not scared of him and stuff. So I think that there's so much more to her story than, she's got it. Dudes love her, like that's not really, again, maybe it doesn't add anything to the story either, but I don't think that that's the whole of her character either. So.
Yes.
Yeah, and to be fair, also, like, again, I'm going to rag on the decisions that were made post, 3-film expansion, like any element of there being like a love triangle with Legolas added in, like that was not part of the original conception either. I think you can even tell when Legolas kind of glowers at Keeley, in Desolation of Smaug. There was originally more of a sort of brother-sister dynamic there, with him being the disapproving, older brother. Mm-hmm. So the triangle thing was something that they added later on when they were expanding the movies. But like beyond that, like forget about like the love story or whatever. I just like what she adds to it. And yeah, I mean, back in Tolkien's day, it's like priorities were different, but I do think it's valuable to add, feminine perspective to these films. I mean, I think it's, it's good and worthy. And, and like I said, she just adds a very adventurous spirit with, her bow and arrow and the way she fights with her knives, and like I said, the music, which I love. I'm not going to mention Tauriel without her theme, because it's so great. And yeah, I just love the part where like when the elves first show up and she comes in and like she's taking care of those spiders, and she's I really liked her character. Somebody in the chat mentioned like some of that dialogue in Battle of the Five Armies especially seemed to come from George Lucas, and I would agree with that. I was not pleased with that, but still, on the whole, I approve of the addition. And in a trilogy where I really did not like a good number of things, I will say she was an addition, which I was perfectly fine with. I just wish they had made some different choices with the resolution of her character. I think you and I do kind of agree on that point, Erin, with the one of the decisions very late in the third movie.
So here's my thing. I didn't have a problem with Tauriel being part of the elf squad, cleaning, wrecking shop in the Mirkwood. No problem with that. My issue with it is that it was too forced with other aspects. It would have been stronger had she been that elf who's like maybe had been having some issues with, why are we doing what we're doing? Questioning authority. Why are we locked up in here when there's all this other stuff going on out in the big world? You know what I mean? So she made a decision that was there's a bigger aspect out there. Maybe having her worldview open by seeing the dwarves. I'm there for that. The whole romance stuff just didn't make sense.
But it's a bit abrupt. I'll definitely give you that.
Thank you. So, but if they were going to pull her in that way, then her arguing with Thranduil and saying, no, leave the Legolas part out of that. And I disagree. There was some hope on her part that maybe she was catching the eye of Legolas, and Thranduil was just basically blocking, going, no, I have better plans for him. Don't even, you're down here, we're up here kind of thing. I was like, yeah, don't go there. Yeah. It would have been better if it's, we might want to talk to these to these dwarves. There seems to be something going on. And the fact that these spiders keep showing up and there's all these other things that I'm seeing out in the world and we're in here all locked away. I think if they had kept it with regards to the world building and that aspect, her character would have been stronger because she would have then been leading the charge on, you know what, Legolas, and again, if we're buds, if we're, patrol buddies, I can't stay here. There's something going on. And I'm seeing it day to day. You're not. You're up here, drinking honey and mead, whatever y'all do up here, in his little plant throne. But those of us down here on the floor, on the ground, are seeing some stuff. And that would have tied in with what Radagast was seeing. I'm starting to see some very strange things. The spiders that went over his house and went off to do nefarious things. And then you have Tauriel saying, what the heck is up with these spiders? Every single time I get out a can of rage, you back. What's up? Go in that direction where she's seeing that there's a thread there that needs to be pulled, because from the books, they were trying to quietly get everybody flanked so that they could keep different factions from being pulled in when they were going to make their move and try to take over this time around. On everything that was happening. And there were signs that were happening, but, there was a lot of disconnect and people were not communicating. I'm fine for Tauriel for that. Other than that, when they took that away from her and then artificially gave that back to Legolas, she started to diminish in her, her driving that narrative forward. Though I will say, loved Galadriel, beaten behind up there, in the haunted city and sitting here, beating people down and all this other stuff to save Gandalf. But I just feel that Tauriel could have been used differently, and they took the easy out. That's what was irking me.
Yeah, I will agree that Tauriel's best stuff was when she was, concerned about the goings on of Mirkwood and the orcs and standing up to Thranduil and stuff like that. So I do feel like that stuff was more effective than anything having to do with a love story. So, and that's probably why I like her in Desolation of Smaug so much, because that's where most of that stuff is.
I would have been very happy to see her as Legolas' sister, and instead of having the love story, the whole love story, if for example they would have used her in order to, like Carole said, question the authority of her father Thranduil in this case. It would have been nice to see. It would have been more believable than having her being like the romance character and be diminished into the romance character.
She became a damsel, which she wasn't. That's what was irking me. She was not a damsel. She was a badass. She was kicking butt, taking names, and running things. How do we go from that to, I'm having a moment? It's like, okay, whatever.
Well, the big problem was what really happened, unfortunately, and I do hear you, Erin, that if it comes down between Legolas or Tauriel taking out Bolg, it should have absolutely been Tauriel. But that wasn't even a thing originally. Bolg's adversary in the movies, was supposed to be Beorn. And Beorn actually had a whole subplot where he ended up in Dol Guldur, And, you know, and this was back when like Bold was actually a, you know, a real live, you know, human in, you know, prosthetics. They just like, once the change to 3 movies happened, like they went in a bunch of crazy different directions, and then they developed this whole animosity between Legolas and Bold, and then that just, they kept going with that until the ridiculousness of Battle of the Five Armies, where where all of a sudden, I think it was Kate who said like Legolas all of a sudden was in Super Mario Brothers or something.
Yeah.
So like, if they were going to like, if things kind of were going the way they inevitably went, I really wish to God they had just let Tauriel have the kill, because that was, I remember when I saw that, I was like, really, we're having, you know, she's this badass, she's been amazing, and now, you know, not, you know, she just had, okay, if you accept the love story, it's like she's just seen, you know, her love get murdered, and she's going to get, you know, knocked out now while Legolas comes in to save the day. That just doesn't, it's not good.
That is where her story is diminished. She's not diminished. Her story is not diminished because she's a love interest. Her story is not diminished because she's in love with somebody. Like, that's not like, I have to, like, I feel like that's kind of being said here, like, oh, well, you know, she should have just not been in love with anyone. And I think that's, I don't think that's what diminishes her story or diminishes her as a character. I think she ends up being diminished at the end when it's like Tyrion at the Green Fork. Oh, she got knocked out and she's done. Sorry, we don't, you know, that's it. She doesn't get to do anything else. You know, like Legolas, like you said, Legolas gets her kill. The one that's like emotionally important to her, like that's when her story becomes diminished for me. I like everything leading up to literally the very end, and then again, I love the conclusion with her and Thranduil. I love that. I love the part before that. I love the part after it. Like, it's just that one specific thing, and it was kind of shocking to me because I think that I've talked before how I think they do a good, like Fran and Philippa kind of did a good job with the woman characters in Lord of the Rings, with sort of keeping them from becoming damsels, or, you know, and a bunch of other things. And I was just a little bit shocked that from everything else that I thought was quite well done to that, I was just kind of like, oh, well, that sucks, you know. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
I have to say, Erin, you're convincing me.
Yeah, I didn't say it I didn't say it in a way that says that female characters should never be in love, because it's you know, what's expected to a certain point, and for female characters in this storytelling up to now, that, well, I don't know how to explain it, but I didn't say it in that way. I say it because what I actually meant is that this romance was completely unnecessary in the first place. I mean, the fact that we had it didn't add anything up to the story from my point of view. Tauriel was nice to have. I mean, for all the things that they added, she is probably one of the best things that they added to the story. But I think that it wasn't, I don't know. I didn't like the fact that they added her for that reason specifically.
I'm 100% there. I think that everything was fine with, and I could live with the romance, but as long as you don't diminish the fact that she's a badass. If they had kept her kill with Bulk, that fight was hers.
Sure.
That was her battle. She earned that, and that was the payoff, because when they were going through the woods and they were going through that whole thing with the barrels and whatever, and Bulk was like talking smack and whatever, and she was there handling it, and he was like, bring me that female and all this other mess, and she's like, you know, I don't know if any of you all saw What If. It was like Captain Carter, fragile, you know, it was like, let me sit here and punch your kneecaps backwards, you know, kind of a thing. I mean, she can have her her relationship. It's just that they almost traded it off. She was all the way up to this point, and then it's like, here's your perfect opportunity for her to just unleash and be the most unelven, if you will. Because if they were going to have her have this relationship with Killy, and then he gets killed, and then have her just go, you know what, I'm going to go wreck shop. And if here comes Legolas and says, okay, let me pull you back, let me pull you back, let me pull you back. It would have been stronger if she's like, why does it hurt so much? And him saying, because what you felt was real, is a different line delivery than Thranduil. Thranduil, separate issues. You know, Thranduil was Bay, but there was just, they just didn't go there enough for me with him. We can get there in a second. But with the whole aspect of Tauriel, I think if they had allowed her that moment, I mean, everything she was handling, everything, to then knock her out and make her a damsel, I'm like, no, then why is she here? That's why for me, it was like, why is Tauriel? Because it didn't advance or close that. It didn't just close that loop for me.
I will say
out in the chat too. Sorry, it's not just that she got knocked out. It's that the emotional resolution of her killing Bolg would have been satisfying. It's not just that she got knocked out. It's not like, I know Aragorn got knocked out and stuff, but yeah, and also Bilbo's not a fighter, so that I don't think that's quite the same thing. But I think it's the emotional resolution of that arc is Tauriel killing him, not Legolas. But as John said, it was originally supposed to be something different entirely, and the emotional resolution would have been Legolas's and not Tauriel's. So, you know, it's just different, but that's why it doesn't, I don't know. Never mind. I was going to bring something else up, but to spare John, I won't. But yeah, so.
Oh, don't you dare. No, but I will say, like, I have heard Philippa Boyens talk about, you know, the decision-making process for this, and I think that they just weren't focused on the thing that a lot of people were focused on watching this, which was that sort of like the unfortunate bad, you know, dynamics of having, like, you know, your main female character, you know, basically, you know, get defeated and then not, you know, have her main kill. I know what they were going for was this idea of having an elf lose a fight, which, you know, because the elves so often seem invincible, and with everything that, like, you know, Legolas was doing in the Lord of the Rings, and then with, you know, Thranduil's like a badass in this with taking out, you know, a whole bunch of people with his swords and everything. And so the idea that they were going for was to surprise the audience with an elf losing a fight, but it's just, it's not good when that particular elf is, you know, like the only, you know, woman in the cast. It's like, so you're saying the woman is losing. So exactly. I think they missed the boat on that, and like weren't focused on the right things. And yeah, I think they just robbed her.
We appreciate the intention, but not the execution.
Yeah, exactly. Indeed. Now, speaking to that, pulling that thread and maybe changing the narrative a little bit here for a moment, if I may, is I 100% appreciated the two interactions with Bilbo. One was with Riddles in the Dark, with Smaug, Gollum. Thank you. And the other one was with Smaug under the mountain, when there was the toying back and forth. It was just beautifully done. And how they did that. And I was, you know, and just how Martin Freeman was going between the two, between how these are two very dangerous beings. And he appreciated that. And him trying to figure out how to talk himself out of being, you know, lunch in both cases, because he was about to be barbecued and eaten by Smaug, and he was about to just be, you know, drowned and eaten by Gollum. And the fact that, you know, those two scenes just made me happy because they were so beautifully done. I also appreciate the arrival of the dwarves at Bilbo's home, because he was so quintessentially Bilbo in the books. And he was like, hey, now, hang on 1 second. And, just what Gandalf just got him in the middle of. And then he's like reading the whole thing. And I was like, yes, just remember been eating and ash stuff and whatever, yada, yada. And if you survive all that, 1/13 is yours. And he's like, yeah, clunk, and I appreciated how annoying Thorin was when he arrived, not appreciating the power of that. And then the bookend at the end, go home, little hobbit, read your books, sit in your chair, all this other stuff. It's like, it took you all of that to realize you doubted this, this little hobbit, and Gandalf was right. As much as you doubted, Gandalf was right. I just appreciated those interactions because it was just two people talking or just a group in dialogue. It wasn't action. It was just tension building and good writing and good acting and good, content. Those made me happy because those scenes are iconic in the books and they nailed those in this movie. So Tariel notwithstanding, I really enjoyed these aspects because they really did a good job with those. That's just me.
There was one little thing that they added in the Smaug scene, which I really, really liked, was the mention of the ring being in there, where Smaug says, I can sense that you have some, like, I can't remember how the line goes, but
made of gold.
Something gold. Something.
Yes, right. Yeah. I really, really like that because that's not in the book, but you can imagine Tolkien retconning that. He released the second edition of the Hobbit, which added some different elements, particularly with the Smeagol chapter, the Riddles in the Dark chapter. But you can imagine Tolkien going back and adding exactly a line like that in that conversation.
Which, by the way,
quite thoughtful of the writers to put that in there.
I just want to geek out for a moment and say that a few months back, I obtained this version of The Hobbit, which is actually, let me pull it out here. At first glance, it looks very similar, but this is actually a facsimile version of the original edition of The Hobbit. So this has a very different version of Riddles in the Dark and a couple different... Oh, do you have it too, Cecilia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't feel as special now, but but yeah, and
Cecilia's more specialer.
And some different things in there, like calling certain of the elves gnomes, which was a thing in the original version. And I was very happy to get a copy of this because I'm such a. It's funny as someone who approves of changes to certain things for adaptations and stuff, it was really important to me to have the really old school version of the Hobbit. But anyway, so sorry, that was a digression. But I will say I agree with you, Carole, because as much as I'm always in support of changing things up for adaptations, I really loved those moments in these movies where it was straight from the book. And it's funny because when the reviews for the first film came out, a lot of the critics were complaining about, the first, 30-40 minutes of the movie and saying, oh, it's so slow and it gets better after that. I'm like, no.
The first movie? That's the best part of the whole trilogy.
Exactly.
Really?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Movie critics
Man, critics really don't know what they're talking about.
No.
I never agree with them. Well, almost never agree with them. But there were good things about the movies, indeed. One of them was what Carole mentioned. Another thing that I particularly liked, is that the fact that in the trilogy of Lord of the Rings, you see the elves have these mystic, unreachable beings that are always right and are always beautiful and wise, and the fact that they portrayed Thranduil in a very obnoxious way, I liked it, because that puts elves down from their pedestal. They are not these wise, perfect beings. They are available, and
he was very Fëanor-ish.
Yes.
Can we just say how tragic it is that Helen is not here tonight?
I know. Well, I'll have to thirst for her. So yeah. Which I don't
get it.
To be
he
honest,
is Bay. He is Bay.
Yeah.
No, like I didn't completely get it until like I've been watching the show Foundation, and he's also in that, and like, okay, I don't go that way, but I get it. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't go that way either, but I usually, you know, I can tell when a man's handsome, but I don't really get the Thranduil thing. I really don't. But
I don't know. I think it's strange because I don't actually like how I feel like the very first scene he's in with Thorin is very different than the way that he plays the rest of the time, which is sort of because I don't like the very first scene because it's almost like he's crazy. He's doing these neck twists and all this kind of stuff, and like
I actually like that.
Oh my god, see, and I don't. I'm like,
I like that.
What's going on here?
It
like
was him.
He seems like he's like, ooh.
But that's kind of to the point
that have been forever in the Middle Earth. They have the freedom to do whatever they like.
Well, right.
And he's locked in this damn tree because he's tired of this like tree life. He wants to be out doing some stuff. He wants to go, but he's like, man, I'm up in this tree life. Me in this tree life with this tree food. I'm over it. Get me out of here. Give me my jewelry, man.
Like after that, all he is like quiet menace, and like he's petty as fuck. But like he goes into like very like quiet menace versus, like I said, the weird. Like he looks like Kelly says he moves like a cat, but there's like this weird bird thing that he keeps doing in the tree with Thorin, and it just has like. I didn't really remember him being like this. And that's because he's not for the rest of the time.
Well, you know what it is that he has, again, elves and dwarves have these issues. Being the first children and the second children. Well, she got mad at him. I ain't mad. My gut, you're right. Yeah. She was like, I got you, not let me go out here and have my way. I'm a roofie your drink. But it was he was on ecstasy. What can we say? But or the edibles in the tree got a little deep.
Yeah,
he was doing the elf edibles, but
edibles are dangerous.
I don't partake because I'm like, I don't know what's in that. But anyway, I liked him being a bit. I thought it was him trying to be intimidating. I thought it was him trying to throw Thorin off. I thought it was part of his affect, and. There was Thorin realizing, man, you do not want to cross this elf because this is somebody I don't want to get in a fight with. I'm just trying to get to the Lonely Mountain. I'm really not trying to deal with y'all, but I gotta be here. And he knows there's issues. That's, again, like I said, I wish they could have dealt with more of what was going on between the elves and the dwarves, because there was all this other backstory going on, which would have paid it forward to Legolas and Gimli. Never trust an elf. All of that would have at least paid it and connected those dots. And they didn't really do that. They made him a little bit, cartoonish.
Why did he have the scars on his face that he was hiding with
dragon
magic?
Fire? I think he got burned.
Dragon fire. Yeah.
He got burned.
I never really understood that. Okay.
He says it right as he reveals it. It says, "I."
Fireworm.
Don't go to that mountain and wake up that daggone dragon, because we're going to be the ones that pay for it.
Yeah, he says, "Do not talk to me of dragon fire. I know its wrath and ruin." And that's when he shows his face.
Okay. Yeah, that makes
No, I like him.
Sorry. Can we all agree that the phrase that got repeated the most in these movies was, "Don't talk to me about blank."
No. I think the most repeated line has to be Thorin going, "What of it?"
Yeah, that's another one. Yes.
I just wanted Bilbo to walk up to him once and just go upside the back of his head. It's like, stop questioning me. Stop questioning me.
I'm gonna say Erin, though. I really like the way
Erin.
I like the way Thranduil acts in that scene, because I think he's acting the way he is because like he and Thorin really don't like each other. So he's kind of, you know, and he's got him as his prisoner, so he's acting kind of on top of the world, and like, you know, he's being a dick purposely. so yeah.
So you can him.
He's less scary that way, though. Is what I'm saying. Like, he's way less scary. I don't know. It's funny that like Carole said, like he's trying to throw him off or something. It's like Shang-Chi when she just sings Hotel California when the guy's like running at her, you know, and it's like, I don't, you can't just throw, like, I don't know. The whole thing is just very bizarre. And like I said, it's the only time he acts like that. And it just, I liked the rest of it better is all I'm saying. Like, I just thought that was, because like I said, when I was watching it, I was like, man, I don't remember him being this crazy, you know, and then I was like, oh, never mind. That's because that's the only scene where he's really crazy. So the rest of it is fine, but yeah.
I will say I really like that scene in the book a lot more as well, because I like Thorin in the book, because small plug for
you
this,
do
for this actually.
Thorin's
on my channel, yeah, well, that's what I like about him. On my channel yesterday, I released a podcast about the dwarves, and I had a couple of people on, and one of my guests talked about why one of the reasons why Thorin is so likable is because he will piss you off, but he'll do it in the most polite and calm and measured way, where he'll just like not allow you to kind of get angry, or it doesn't matter if you get angry or not, and he'll just kind of like he'll calmly state his point of view and just be stubborn about it, but in a calm way. Whereas in the movie, they just kind of yell at each other.
He's just kind of a dick. Yeah.
I mean, I have to be really honest with you guys. I don't share the same love for Thorin that, for example, Aragorn, the other king character. That was
he's a character. He's a character you love to hate, though, because he's just because he's so like obnoxious.
And we come to my one of my chief issues with these movies from like conception. Like Thorin is not supposed to be an Aragorn type character anyway. They went through great pains to you know, to change up what the dwarves kind of are, that they're, you know, far more heroic and, you know, and,
it's understandable.
You know,
it's understandable.
Yeah.
But what my contradiction here is that, well, I do love great characters. I do love characters that have a bad side, a strong bad side, and a strong good side. But I feel that in this movie in particular, they didn't achieve the switch as well, you know. You just hate. I don't hate him, but I don't like him, you know. It's just I never grow fond of him.
I actually really like Richard Armitage's version of Thorin. An issue I have is that I do feel like the switch, like when he enters into you know, the Lonely Mountain is, it's very like sudden. It's talked about earlier, but I do wish they had eased into it a bit more, where he's not like throughout Battle of the Five Armies. I wish they had shown more of an evolution, whereas like the minute you first see him in Battle of the Five Armies, not quite, because we see him in the very beginning, but like as soon as like you go into the Lonely Mountain and he makes his first appearance with, you know, the robes on and everything, he comes off like he's drunk basically. And so I wish that had been done a little bit different, but for the most part, I really love his performance throughout the trilogy. And but it's also not like I'm very conflicted, because it's not really Thorin of the books. And I think honestly the best dwarf as far as like nailing the book character is probably Balin, who I feel is plucked from Tolkien. He is absolutely perfect.
Time to get sad about Balin.
Yeah. And I talked on the other Hobbit stream about like the dwarves' appearances, like how Like, Keely is not a dwarf. Sorry.
This was my favorite, one of my favorite rants from John's about Keely looks nothing like a dwarf.
He's just not. Like, he's a miniature
I was surprised
human.
to see. I was really surprised to see handsome dwarves. I mean, I never pictured a handsome dwarf ever in my life.
Keely and Feely can both get it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I understand why Toriel went. I totally get it, but
you really can't see her going for Bomber. But Keely, you know, yeah, definitely.
I mean, I'm tall, and my husband is shorter than me a little bit. So when that movie came out, we got a lot of comparisons to because I'm taller and slightly taller than my husband. But I mean, I do understand.
Not by like a foot and a half though, surely. Like
no, like an inch or two. but yeah, I understand why Toriel went for Keely instead of Legolas. But I don't know. It felt weird. It felt a little weird to have handsome dwarves. Again, I understand the decisions in the point of view of no filmmaking, but I don't know. They feel.
I have to say, I remember when the pictures were first coming out, like when they were announcing, like, and putting out, you know, the first promotional images of the dwarves. It just looked like the most ridiculous mix match of like different beings. It's like you had some that really looked like dwarves, and then you had, you know, like one with a freaking starfish haircut, and then you got a couple of humans, you know, which was like Keely and Doran, and not Doran. Who the hell is Doran? Thorin.
It's the romance between the romance between
Thorin ended up looking okay, but in that first image, I swear to God, he looked like a Klingon, and I was like, "What the hell?"
I know.
Oh, that's great.
I was just like, this doesn't feel right.
But, you know,
no,
this is
good.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say a joke, but
no. I was just going to sort of agree with you that, like, I think that Thorin is not easy to root for in this movie, which sort of it makes it a little hard to hold on to sometimes.
Yes.
Like when you're like, I don't feel as invested in the quest to win back Erebor, but I think part of that goes to Carole's earlier point that was like, I don't think they did enough to tell you why this needed to be done in the first place. You know, like why they needed a stronghold in the north. They needed Smaug to die before Sauron got a hold of him and all this kind of stuff. And like, once you learn that, you're like, oh, this makes so much more sense now. And like, you're invested in why they're doing it. Otherwise, it kind of just looks like Gandalf is a dick, you know, in the original version when you're like, what the was he doing? Why was he to this? You know, like to do this.
But I like that.
I was watching it before the streaming, and my husband was watching it with me, and he was like, well, he watched with me like a first part of the first movie, and then he asked me this question: why did Gandalf was so persistent and so persistent in getting them into the mountain if he knew he was going to be like this, he was going to get like this? And I was like, okay.
Good question.
You mean Thorin was going to flip the way that he did?
Yes. I mean, of course, it's because he wanted them to end the life of Smaug before Sauron got hold of him. But
yeah.
But at that moment, my brain went like blank, and I didn't know what to answer.
And like, I get that too, but I just I get what Taker is saying here, and it's like I get it, but it really, really does not ever come across really in the movies. There's one scene, and I think the extended edition, where they're in Dol Guldur, where Gandalf sort of finally says something about it, but like otherwise you have it just you're like, oh, and so you're sort of left with like, you like Bilbo, you know, and Bilbo is good, but I felt like I was kind of missing a lot of the connection to the quest, unlike the original trilogy when like you're really invested in everyone's quest in the original trilogy, and for me sometimes even more so than the actual ring quest, you know, but it makes so much more sense when you figure out why he was doing it. So I totally agree with Carole that it's like we needed to kind of, I don't know. I think Carole's general point that maybe we just should have used our time more wisely in these that maybe it wasn't too much time, but just not time spent on the right stuff.
I don't know that I necessarily agree that it's needed more sort of connective tissue to it, because it does get it explained. You know, Gandalf, you know, like, you know, they talk in the very first film about how the dragon is a problem and how if he should side with the enemy, he could be used to terrible effect. They lay those seeds in quite early.
Yeah, isn't that mentioned in the council scene?
Yeah, but it's easily forgettable. It's easily forgettable. It's what I mean. It's
but the story of the Hobbit itself is not even about, you know, preventing Sauron from gaining too much power. The story is about the dwarves, you know, setting off to reclaim their treasure and their kingdom. So like that is the thrust of the story. The other stuff, you know, builds into the later stories, but like there's a reason why it's not even part of the original version of the Hobbit, because like the purpose of the story is, you know, following Bilbo on this quest along with the dwarves, and that's the mission. The mission is not about, you know, the larger stakes in Middle Earth of what's going to come later. So,
but I think it makes a difference for Gandalf, don't you? Like it makes a difference for Gandalf's character. I think not so much Bilbo or Thorin, but for Gandalf, it feels like he's kind of a dick because you don't really get what he's doing here. So I don't know.
Yeah, but you don't have any clue what he's doing in the book.
Yeah,
and
Gandalf just shows
for a
up.
while.
Yeah, Gandalf just shows up. You know,
he's the whole thing with Gandalf in the book is I'm arranging an adventure, you know, and you know, and I'm looking for someone to add to the party. Like that's as much as you don't have any. And then he goes off every once in a while saying, I have more important business to attend to. And you never find out what that is. So like, so in my opinion, the movie like offers way more in, you know, as far as like explaining Gandalf's perspective and what his plans are.
But if we're going to do this in context of the movie, or are we doing this in context of the book? So if we're doing this in context of the movie, you needed to connect those dots.
Yes,
because
yes, that was my point exactly. Yes,
I think they did.
I get that it was not the main story, but if you present it, you have to explain it, and you have to make the audience keep that in mind, and that purpose is easily forgettable. That's
I don't know. I didn't find it forgettable. Like maybe it's because I watch all these movies a million times, but.
Probably, but you know, if you are watching it for the first time and you don't have the context of the books and you don't have the context of maybe the other movies, that is a problem.
I just think though the scenes are there. If you're not paying attention, like that's
10 hours worth of movie, John. It's easy to forget, or like I said, you know, just miss that maybe that's what's going on when you're trying to wrap your head around all the other stuff in the council scene. Like it's maybe kind of easy for you to focus on something else other than that, you know, maybe how the fact that Saruman is clearly evil in that council scene. There's absolutely no way that anyone could possibly have thought he was not evil in that council scene. But like, that's a complaint for a different time, but it's easy to forget. Like Ceci said, you kind of have to bring it a little bit more to bear. But again, the fact that I guess we have bad memories is perhaps not something we can fault Peter Jackson for. But I think it.
I'm just saying, you have the council scene in the first film where Gandalf point blank says that, you know, if Sauron, if Smaug should side with the enemy, you know, it would be incredibly dangerous. You have film in number 2 where he actually goes to Dol Door, encounters, you know, Thrain. Thrain says that, you know, that Smaug is, you know, that he's overheard, you know, throughout his time there, that Smaug's teaming with Sauron. You see Sauron himself, you know, Gandalf repeatedly says our enemy has returned, and you got Sauron, and he even cries out Sauron, and then you get to the 3rd film, and there's this whole scene where he's talking with Thranduil about the stakes of, you know, of what's going on with the 2 of them teaming up. I'm sorry, I don't see it. I think it's all there.
Actually, it isn't. Here's the gap. All that has to do with what Sauron is doing. All that has to do with what the Dark One's plans are. If you go back and look at how they originally introduced Smaug, Smaug was there for the gold. Smaug wasn't there for a team up.
No,
Smaug
that
was
came
there for.
It came later.
No. But you never heard Smaug say, "Hey, I'm gonna team up with all these other people." Smaug was like, "My gold, my stuff, my whatever. Why are you here? Now I got to eat some lake people." I mean, you didn't hear Smaug make any kind of a conversation about, "Okay, I've got all your gold, but now let me team up with your enemies to just really piss you off." No, I've got your mountain. I ate your people. They were lovely with a fine Chianti and some fava beans. He was not talking about the bigger aspect of Middle Earth. He was about dragon business. That was it. Even when they showed it with the kites, it was about the greed of the dwarves, which comes up in the Lord of the Rings. That they delve too deep and, you know, too greedily and all this other stuff. I can't remember the original quote, but it was more along the lines of the relationship of Smaug and the dwarves, dragons and dwarves going after gold. It wasn't about the bigger earth things. If anything, the dwarves had a habit of, I'm gonna just go into my little mountain, shut my little halls, y'all do your stuff. I'm not trying to be in the middle of this. I'm underneath here. And that goes back to, I think it was Ulmo who made them. And it's like, hey, man, you shouldn't have made them. This, that, and the other. Why did you do that? And, you know, they're more connected to the earth than not of worldly things.
It was Aule that made them.
Aule, thank you. So it was like, and Ulmo was looking at Aule like, dude, really? Why'd you do that? But anyway, so the thing of the matter is that I don't think there was the connectivity enough between why the dragon, if you could get the dragon to cooperate, because this dragon wasn't about cooperation. This dragon was about me, what you have is mine. Now that I have it, I'm not sharing. Why are you in here? I'm about eating some villages. I'm not about, oh, what do you got going on out here? Let me do dragon CNN and see what's, oh, let me participate, let me protest. It was not about that. It was about Smaug was on a Smaug mission. The dwarves were on a dwarf mission. It was not about the bigger thing. The council was, ooh, if Sauron decides to help and he can convince this dragon, let's intervene before Sauron can make that step. Smaug was not about that life at all. So that's where, for me, I agree that the connectivity was not there.
Okay, let's move on.
Let's not. I just want to make one point. So the dragon thing is a potential problem. It's not. The point isn't that Smaug is looking to team up. The thing with Gandalf is that he wants to take him off the board because he's a potential problem further down the line, which I did get that from the movies, to be honest. At least in the extended version, I think. Mm-hmm. But yeah, let's move on.
As well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah.
What you saying?
We start to go into the more like positive points before we divert, and I do want to spend some time there because it does feel like, you know, we're doing a lot of, you know, ragging on the movie, and I actually do really enjoy a great bit of these films. Let's go ahead and start off with, like, I think we were talking about, it's it's one of the best parts of the entire trilogy. Really is, the whole unexpected party sequence, which
the Misty Mountain song,
beautiful,
amazing, I love
it. Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so great because they used that in the first teaser that they released for the first movie. And it was the first glimpse that we had gotten of like any, new music for these films. And when they segued in from, the dwarves singing the song around, the fire to the beautiful orchestral version of that music, I was like, oh my God. Like, and Erin, you and I have talked, over and over about this. Like, if there is one thing that neither of us are upset about with getting 3 Hobbit films, it's getting 3 films worth of Howard Shore music, because it's just absolutely beautiful. But yeah, it's so funny that the critics laid into the opening of the first film so much, because it really is like the best part, because it's just I love just seeing all the dwarves come in,
It almost felt like
a couple at a time. Yeah, and which a lot of people were not, thrilled about, but us Tolkien fans loved it because that's
a song in the books, and it was so awesome seeing that song, played out and hearing it and just watching all the personalities of the dwarves. I was missing the hoods because that was just a me thing, because I love all the dwarves with all their different hoods, and and I enjoyed that. I love seeing the trolls. I mean, so you finally get, that story that was only mentioned, and you see them frozen in stone as they're on their way to Weathertop. But it was just so nice. But I think the criticism came from the fact that everybody wants everything to be immediately delivered, that instant gratification. Is like, no, slow build. You've got to build this world. You've only heard hints and pieces dropped. I mean, think about it. All of The Hobbit was a dusty map that Gandalf picks up in Fellowship with little tears and holes in it. And you see the Lonely Mountain and the image of a dragon on top. That's it. And Bilbo like, I want to go on an adventure. I want to go out in the world again. And that's all you get. So to be able to go in and now really, expand that out was absolutely beautiful, because it was just felt like the book, come to life. So I'm with Cecilia, poot the critics. It's like, you did, that was a love letter to the fans. I mean, it really was. I mean, especially to the book fans.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, in Fellowship of the Ring, like, those bits were so tantalizing, seeing the map, and also I always love the part where, Gandalf, says to Frodo, if you're referring to that incident with the dragon, I was barely involved.
He was so...
All I did was give your uncle a little nudge out of the door. That's right.
Mm-hmm. For me, one of the things that I liked about that scene was the contrast between Bilbo's culture and the dwarves' culture.
Yeah.
That was absolutely so funny to watch, how awkward he felt that they were so intrusive and so aggressive.
He's very, very British in that scene, isn't he?
Yes. yeah. And I don't know.
That is a doily, not a dishcloth.
And I don't know, regarding something that Carole mentioned about people and critics not being patient enough for the story to develop at its proper pace. I feel that this is a very common phenomenon that is little by little growing in the audience in general, that people don't have the patience to see a story develop in its own pace. And I feel that
you don't get the payoff of how much Bilbo changes from the beginning to the end. You need that really establishing who he is, where he lives, what's going on, why these 13 dwarves showing up was so disruptive and how neat as a pin his Hobbit hole was, and he was so proud of it, and he painted his door, and it was, you know, and then if you rush through that, it makes no sense.
Which, by the way, like, this is the perfect opportunity to praise Martin Freeman to high heaven, because like, one of my favorite moments of his is when he's sitting there about to eat, you know, dinner, and the doorbell rings, and the look on his face, just the way his eyes dart up, it's like, I feel that with every fiber of my being. You know, bless him. He's just so utterly fantastic, and the way he gets more and more distressed the more people that, you know, come in. It's just, God, that's the thing. Like, you know, we've spent like well over an hour talking about a lot of stuff that, you know, really irked me and pissed me off, but then there's, you know, there's moments like this, you know, that I just genuinely love with all my heart, and it's a brilliant sequence through and through.
That whole scene too with the I think what the song does as well is it brings a lot of, I don't know, like, people said musical, but I think it brings a lot of gravitas to the dwarves that they actually need at that point, because you're kind of familiar with like Gimli, who was, I know, John, I know you and I kind of disagree with this a little bit. He was sort of used for comic relief a lot in the Lord of the Rings, and you sort of don't get a lot about the dwarves from Gimli, and then they come in and they're all throwing plates around, and they're doing, they look like a comedy troupe, like a bunch of jugglers or something, you know, and then all of a sudden the tone completely shifts with this song, and you just like, you start to take them seriously. All of a sudden you realize, like, the way that it's shot, the way that the song is, the way that, like, it just brings a lot of much needed, like, seriousness to them, I think. And I love the way that whole thing is done to, like, establish sort of this is who they are, but also that they're not a joke, you know, like, they're not a punchline here. And I think that that's really cool. So the only other thing I would say about this scene too is that through quarantine, the line "you've been sitting quietly for far too long" like really felt like a personal attack on me at this point. After quarantine, I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, okay. Where's my company of dwarves gonna come in here pretty soon somewhere and take me on an adventure? Because that line hit a little differently this year than it did the first time I watched it. So,
and also those dwarves were homeless, if you think about it. You know, they were pretty much having to make their way in the world, having lost everything.
Yeah,
and
that's why
they had this opportunity. Now they have a chance to get their home back. So it's like trying to bring all of that in. You kind of got a little bit of, maybe they weren't quite as dwarvish, you know, as they may have been. But when Thorin showed up, all of a sudden he was like about the business, and they were like, snap back. So it was like, well, Daddy's gone, let's all have a good time and irk the Hobbit. But, you know, so much so that they had to bring all of that in, because there was so much stuff that introducing the dwarves, I agree with you, introducing the dwarves and getting to know the dwarvishness of it that you don't get with Gimli. And I really wish they had, I think someone made a comment earlier about at the end, I wish they had done what happened with the dwarves afterwards. While is it Balin was the head of the dwarves, so that would connect up with why it was so painful, you know, that when Gimli finds them in Moria, you see his tomb. It's like they're all gone now. You know, it's like, wow, we go from these 13 to none.
I can't help but think that Peter Jackson was perhaps a little nervous about the ending of his trilogy this time around, given, you know, what everybody was saying about the Lord of the Rings with multiple endings and stuff, because he does wrap up, you know, these
3 books, 1,200 lines.
Quickly. Yeah, it's like, I've always said that for me, the ending of the Lord of the Rings is, you know, perfect. I adore it.
Yeah, talking about critics not knowing what the hell they're talking about. There's
Thank
another
you.
example.
Thank
I still thought it was a lot of endings, but I had to pee, so that's probably why that seemed very long for me. So yeah,
I wanted the scouring of the Shire. I don't know why. I wish they had figured out a way. I know they did a little bit in The Mirror. I know we're jumping movies here, but just for those that don't understand the nature of the works that are being portrayed, I kind of look at, unless the critic is a fan, I'm not going to hear it. I'm going to experience it myself, which I did. But I agree, the very first part of that movie was absolutely gorgeous. And I mean, when I heard Martin Freeman was going to be Bilbo, I was like, okay.
Well, so many people wanted him for Bilbo even before it was announced.
I wanted him. He was the actor that I would have casted. I actually remember thinking that when I saw the original trilogy, because I knew who he was back then. He was the exact actor I would have picked.
Guilty Undertaker says to do Scouring of the Shire would have been 4 movies. Bring it on!
And I will say, as much as like, being as much as I obviously adore those original films, I'm always the person who's like, no, I don't want to see any new version of the Lord of the Rings or any. But I will say that, like, if they did it as like a mini series or a series, like, that would be the way to include Scouring of the Shire. If you were doing an episodic series, I think that they could work that in that way. I just think when you're talking about tackling the Return of the King as a theatrical experience, I kind of agree that it just wouldn't have worked. But there is absolutely a version of Lord of the Rings that you can make where you can fit that in.
Yeah, John and I had a whole conversation about this on my channel, and I think we kind of agreed that you could do it, and that there's things that you could do in that format that you can't do in a theatrical version. I think another one is the War in the North. You could do the whole Thranduil, descendant of, I think his name's Brand, descendant of Bard in the North. That whole kind of theatre of the War of the Ring. You could have a side plot up there as well in a show. A TV show. Sorry, weird tangent.
Right, no, it's so funny because I like these movies very much, but I wonder if I would like them at all if I had not seen Lord of the Rings, because they are best when they remind you of the Lord of the Rings. And even in something about the Hobbit, we're like, but what about the Lord of the Rings though? About we could do all this stuff. So yeah.
I'm going to even admit that, like, when you're watching an Unexpected Journey, once you do, like, well, first of all, the reason why sort of the opening works really well is because they bring in Frodo and and you've got Ian Holm, and so there's a whole bunch that just tickles that nostalgia part of you. And then I do feel like the whole opening with, in Bag End and the Unexpected Party is great. And then it goes along, and I feel like one of the best parts of the movie is when Gollum comes crawling, through the cave, because you're like, oh, thank God it's Gollum. You're kind of like, it's like bringing you back to that Lord of the Rings feeling.
Yeah, that was one of the few things, like, it was funny, Carole, you were talking about Smaug and Gollum earlier, and I was not generally a fan of the clear technological advancements since the sort of first trilogy. Like, there was a lot of stuff that I was like, maybe more technology wasn't necessarily better for a lot of this, but those two scenes,
George Lucas.
Those two scenes I actually thought were where, like, the technology really came through. Gollum is so expressive in this one. He was expressive but these, like Danny mentioned earlier, there's like that when he says, and if we loses, he goes, we eat it whole, and he sort of has this like shrug and this facial expression, and it looks like a real person. I think that the way that they made him so much more expressive is absolutely incredible. I really, really, I really, really liked that. And then Smaug was the same. Like, what an incredible piece of technology Smaug was, just in general, from start to finish. So I think those were like two areas where I was like, okay, nope, the technology is good. Other areas I was like, we should have gone back to no technology.
really want to say, like, because it occurred to me that I probably haven't watched these movies in a couple of years. And I've obviously been watching Lord of the Rings far more. But when we got to this scene, the riddles in the dark, I was struck by how great Gollum looked. I was like, holy crap. It just absolutely stunning CGI. But the thing that, just God love Peter Jackson. I really do love him, but he has a line in one of the behind the scenes specials for the Lord of the Rings. I don't remember which one, where he's, back in the days of Lord of the Rings, where he's saying, I don't really think these films should have been made by somebody who didn't understand visual effects. And it's like the whole thing with understanding visual effects is to know when to use them. And he kind of lost sight of that with these films. Just because, if CGI had just been used in sort of the same way they had done on Lord of the Rings, like, it would have been spectacular. But you get to the Battle of the Five Armies, and if you look closely, like, all those elves look exactly the same because they're just digital doubles. And it's like, really, you couldn't just get some extras?
Yes. I mean, that was what I was saying at the first my very first interaction here in this panel, and it's Steven here in the comments is mentioning that some of the changes were good and some certainly are not, and it's just because, well, CGI feels weird in certain parts, especially if you are talking about environment. And not necessarily the whole environment at a bigger picture, but the immediate environment that is interacting with the actor. It doesn't feel okay to overuse it, and also that glare on on all the exterior scenes. It wasn't. I mean, it was still 2000s, so late 2000s.
Yeah, I do want to I want to cut Peter Jackson a little bit of slack when it comes to the third film, because first of all, like, he did not have time to prepare for these movies, because he jumped in as director at pretty much the last minute, because Guillermo del Toro was originally supposed to do these. The pre-production was really rushed, and that was at the point when these were only supposed to be 2 films, and the Battle of the Five Armies should only have been, like, at most the last third of the second film. So the fact that he had to cobble together a massive, movie length battle, it couldn't have been easy. And that right there is probably the reason why it isn't like a battle sequence, shot on location somewhere with a bunch of extras, because he was just, doing what he could to cobble, something together, which it never should have come to that. But the fact that anything exists at all, is kind of a miracle. So in credit where credit is due, but yeah, I just wish things had happened differently.
Well, I think that notwithstanding, the fact that, the story that he was telling, I mean, of course, great source material, so you have a lot to draw from. There were elements of it that were just, the humor was there, the angst was there. I agree with what everyone said before about Azog, the Defiler. It's like, okay, it would have been better to me if it had been more Sauron focused, and driving that, from that perspective. You can almost have too many villains. It's like one of the Batman movies is like, you have too many villains. Okay, is it Two-Face? Is it the Riddler? Is it Mr. Freeze? Is it, Poison Ivy? Pick one. No more than 2. But you've got your focus.
Okay, I thought you were about to call out Batman Returns, and we were going to have a scuffle if you were going there. Because I love.
Oh, we didn't have any debate you want on Batman, because I'll be here all day for it. But what I'm saying is that if you're going to do this, then don't throw the kitchen sink. Sometimes, less is more. And I agree that when they were doing the crowd shots, if Peter had more time and Weta had more time to do that the way they did Helm's Deep, it would have looked better. Again, I don't know why, him being him probably added the third movie, just to give him more time to get through all of the content to then try to figure out how to pull it together. All that having been said, someone had mentioned that they didn't like Smaug, that he didn't look right. He looked amazing to me. It was what I wanted from a dragon.
I think maybe Smaug was a little bit too big. That would be my only thing.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, just a little bit. But
he was right where he needed to be. I mean, he's in this mountain on top of this horde. You're going to need a big honking lizard sitting on top of that, a wyvern sitting on top of that.
Well, there was a lot of gold, wasn't there? I mean, it was a very big hoard of gold.
which, by the way, like Erin and I are just trying to take a moment to go on about this. Like I own the 4K versions of these. She has the box set, which includes the remastered Blu-rays. Like what they did with the color on the remastering of these films was gorgeous, because now the gold is like really bright. It's gold. It's
get it for that reason alone. Like literally, the entire price of the DVD of the whole set was worth it for how beautiful the gold is now, and in every form of it. When it's the statue, and then when it melts, the scene when he flies out of Erebor and it spirals and all of that I was like verklempt. Like I was just overcome by how gorgeous it looks now. And like I had an old TV and an old Blu-ray player and all this stuff, and now I have all this stuff new, and I'm like, oh, it's so beautiful. So yeah, that I could not stop marveling at how gorgeous the gold was in this. It was incredible. So
yeah. You said that you were Smaug.
Yeah, that's why I was like, these have turned me into Smaug. I can't stop staring at how pretty the gold is. So yeah,
Smaug's the best. He's my favorite character in that book. I'm like, all Smaug all day long. I'm like, ride or die with him, because he is upfront about what he was about. You got it. I want to get out.
Yep.
Oh, you touched my stuff. Now I got to come and freaking see some villages. I mean, he was to the point. He was not mixing metaphors. It's like, my mind, now I kill you. I loved the interactions at Lake Town. I would have liked more interaction there before they got there. I would have liked a lot more. I loved how they were, even the barrel ride, that should be a ride at, some theme park, because the way that was done. I just wanted to spend more time in these environments. So I think they did a pretty good job with what they had and what they did. Overall, I enjoyed the movie. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Anything that has anything to do with Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, Silmarillion, don't let them make that, because I'll be there all day. It's like, please do and make in the beginning, and yes, I'll be there for that, so I can hate on Fëanor. Sorry, Tourette's. But Thranduil reminded me of Fëanor. How they were. You were making the comment earlier, Cecilia, about these elves were kind of not fun. They were not all benevolent. And I appreciate that. I like the world building that they tried to do with this movie to really show you at least something of everybody. My only knock is that they didn't connect threads enough so that you could get that full feeling. But again, if you're going to do 3 movies, pick those things and build those out. It was almost a little bit going to a buffet and you have too little bit of everything is too much on there for you to choose from. But no, Smaug's my boy, ride or die. I'm gonna fight for Smaug. That's my boy.
Is gorgeous too. This with him flying, his death scene is gorgeous. Flying up above Lake Town like that with the far shot where he's up there.
Where he's reaching and clawing is up.
Oh, it's so pretty. It's just really, I think it's really, really nice to look at. I mean, I'm sad he's dead, obviously, but I just think it's gorgeous how that shot.
He was evil because he was evil, and the funny thing is that Smaug didn't lie. I mean, Smaug was kind of fantasy. I mean, he was talking to Bilbo and saying, those dwarves sent you in here. They're not your friends. because they know what I'm about. And they sent you in here, dude, you might want to look at your relationships. I mean, Smaug wasn't wrong.
It's not. It's not.
In Spanish, we say... in Spanish, we say, amiga, date cuenta. My friend.
I mean, and that whole sequence.
The voice. I want to mention the voice of Smaug before we go to another topic.
Is that somebody we know?
I love Benedict Cumberbatch and the fact that he is Smaug. I mean, you of course can tell that his voice got lower down in pitch, but I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. I love it.
It's so funny as well because he plays Sherlock alongside
Martin Freeman.
Alongside Martin Freeman.
I love that show.
The BBC Sherlock.
I was just about to say, all Sherlock fans rejoice.
Yeah. So it's really funny seeing the back and forth between the two of them inside Erebor when you think about that show and all the kind of banter that they have in that. In Sherlock.
Exactly. It was just like, but I mean, I love the way that Benedict threw himself in the physicality of that, and that he really embraced the dragon to get into Smaug's head, because Smaug again is a G. And he was just like, what? But I love the fact that he kept that. And even listening to Martin Freeman as Bilbo, oh, Smaug, oh, desolate one, oh, this and the flattery and the flattery and the flattery. I mean, it was just it was watching a fencing match. I mean, between two very skilled fencers. And I go back to the fact that here's Bilbo, who lived this extremely hobbity life, is now under the mountain battling with Gollum for his life and trying to sit here and come up with all these riddles. And he was kind of not, oh my goodness and whatever. Let me get the heck up out of here because you're nuts. And then watching that energy, because when he was running down that slope of gold, trying to get away from Smaug, and Smaug was surfing the gold like the great serpent that he was, and Bilbo was like, what? Oh crap. And the comment that he made that Dan, that you made about, I smell something on you, something gold, something dark. And it was just like, and he's just sitting there like, this ring is not saving you. This ring wants to get back to the one. This ring wants to be found, but he doesn't know all of that yet.
Oh wait,
but Smaug knows, and it's just like, oh my god, this was like a beautiful meal with steak and sides and all this. More.
Smaug doesn't really know. He just sort of senses it. He sort of sniffs it, but he doesn't really kind of know.
But he knows something's wrong with that gold.
It's the right way. It's the right way to play it.
I haven't even mentioned, like, again, like Martin Freeman, what a genius. His body language throughout this whole sequence is hilarious. When Smaug first starts to wake up, the way he just sort of turns around, kneels down, and he's like this. Like, if he just doesn't look at him, he'll be fine.
I've not smelled your kind before.
It's like when a kid covers its eyes to play hide and seek,
But that was, oh my god, that was iconic, because he was just like, let me just I'm back here, go by me.
But as much as all the Smaug stuff at the end of Desolation of Smaug goes sort of off the rails into decidedly non-Tolkien territory, like the actual scene between Bilbo and Smaug is like so wonderfully taken from the book. And Carole, you were just reciting those lines, like those are, so many are pulled straight from Tolkien, and it's just, and I think that's why, like, the encounters between him and Gollum and him and Smaug are so fantastic in these films, because they are some of the purest examples of the book. And And
I love the unaccessibly wealthy. That makes me laugh every time. Although Stephen says apparently that's not true. Economists were able to assess the volume of his wealth.
Yeah, someone actually did do that based on his size and the volume of the space. And oh my goodness, it's called
Stephen. Stephen, you're such a nerd,
right?
So someone keeps mentioning mid-roll. I thought I'd bring it up.
Oh yeah, like I was just like, this is gonna go on forever. So why am I even thinking about that? It wouldn't have been right to do it an hour in, because that would have just been, it just would have been disingenuous.
Where is the middle of infinity?
Right.
Well,
great question, Dan.
There's that.
So let's just, I'll go ahead and do the mid-roll. I'm going on vacation next weekend, so I'm not going to be here.
Where are you going?
I am going to Orlando, and I'm going to be hanging with Lady Triple and her husband, and we're going to be going to Galaxy's Edge. So I'm very excited about that. And then the next weekend, I will be back, and it's so funny that I brought it up in the stream just because you were mentioning Batman, Carole, but I'm going to be talking about Batman Returns. And I'll be discussing that with Sydney, who was on the channel for when I was talking about the Dark Crystal. She was on for that, and so she's a huge Tim Burton fan, and she really loves Batman Returns, so we're gonna talk about that. I already talked about it with Steven over on Here Be Dragons, but I don't care. I love the movie, so I'm always up for another discussion. As for after that, originally I was gonna record an episode for Christmas, but that's kind of fallen through, and I'm definitely not going to go live on Christmas because, like, it's Christmas.
Yeah.
Nobody's
no one's going to watch that. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So I'll probably take that time off. Erin and I have been discussing in January doing a stream on Stardust, which I'm also going to have AK on for. So looking forward to that. I don't know exactly when that'll be, but it's coming up. Tomorrow on Here Be Dragons, it is Steven's birthday, so we're going to be talking about The Empire Strikes Back. And as far as I know, he was like, anybody who wants to come on to talk about it is welcome. So, like, if any of you are at all interested in that, I'm sure he'd be happy to have you on. And anybody else who's watching this, just let us know.
The dog is excited for Empire Strikes Back, I think.
Yeah, we'll have him on too. I'll just go around. I know, despite the fact that I'm tried to get her to start something up, I don't think Erin has her own channel to plug yet. So I'll just go to you, Dan. What are you working on?
So I'll go to like recent things first. 2 days ago, I released a video on comment responses from previous chapters of the Silmarillion breakdowns. So there's that. Yesterday, I had a podcast come out on the dwarves, which I mentioned earlier. It was quite an honor. I had the biggest Lord of the Rings YouTuber on my channel. I had Matt from Nerd of the Rings, and I had a guy called the Dwarro Scholar on. So we had a three-way discussion about dwarves in Tolkien, which is actually quite a good accompaniment for today's topic. Mm-hmm. So it was quite good timing, really. I had this guy, the Dwarro Scholar. He's like a linguist, and he's developed and extended Tolkien's dwarvish language, and so he blogs about that and publishes material on that, which is kind of cool. So we just had a discussion about dwarves. Next week, I've got the Silmarillion Explained, the second part of chapter 16, which is the introduction of Maeglin in the Silmarillion. I've got a bunch of people doing voice acting for that as well, so that'd be cool. I'm not sure which day that will come out because I'm not very good at keeping schedules, as everyone knows, but But yeah, that's what's going on with Voice of Geekdom.
Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that, Dan. I'm always perfectly on schedule. Yeah, so where can everybody find you? On
Voice of Geekdom on YouTube, and I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook. But yeah, mostly Voice of Geekdom on YouTube.
Cool. Carole, do you have anything coming up? And where can people find you?
I don't really have anything coming up except for certain people who are determined to get in this live stream because she keeps standing on my. It's like, okay, so here, they see you. Are you good? Are you happy? Are you loving life? Now go away. Poof, be done. Poof, go away. Okay, no, all right. So I'll play with you while I do this. I'm always on Twitter. You can always find me there. I'm on a couple of Discord channels. We're doing a lot of commentary on some fantasy that is out, Wheel of Time, and we've got Hawkeye going on, a lot of MCU stuff, and then of course the Book of Boba Fett's coming out soon. Yes. So
I think I've heard of that.
A little bit. So we're having lots of conversations about that, but more so, just trying to do some other stuff. I'm trying to, over the Christmas break, sit down and set up finally my Instagram channel. We're trying to come up with a name for it because the name that I had picked, there's someone who has one that's too similar. So we're trying to now find another name that's unique, that won't confuse people.
You need to tell them to change theirs. That's the way it works.
Somehow I don't think so. If I had a cool name and somebody came up and said, change your name, it would be like, Battles at the Dawn, and all of a sudden a dragon would show up. But so once all that stuff gets set up and I'm able to get a name that I know is, not shared with anyone else, and I'll announce all that stuff. But for the most part, a really good friend of mine, Smokescreen Vids, released his first dark fantasy book called Crimson Gods. So we are promoting that. I was about to go get up and go get my copy because it's over there. Yes, that's it. It is an excellent read. So if you get some, hey, stop. I know. Thank you for promoting for him. He appreciates that. But Chris Christian wrote his first dark fantasy. It's really, really good. I'm enjoying it. He was teasing me when he sent me a copy, and he said, you're in this book. You'll know it when you find you. I'm still looking for who that is. I'm like, great, a loudmouth, snarky person. Yep, that'll probably be me. But yeah, so we're helping to promote his book. We're hoping, that he gets going, and then helping to get that started up again with Game of Thrones, the next prequel or whatever it is coming out. So we're excited by a lot of the content that's coming out. More dragons.
Not even going to dignify that.
So, but other than that, I'm on Twitter. You can always find me, Carole BDC Diva.
All right, Cecilia, tell the folks about your absolutely wonderful channel and where they can find you.
Oh, thanks. Well, I will first start with the most recent episode, which is another beautiful trilogy from Mr. Peterson, but it's not Lord of the Rings. We discussed the Get Back documentary yesterday with my husband, who is the greatest Beatle nerd I know. So it was a wonderful discussion. Unfortunately, it's in Spanish. But I'm looking forward to be able to translate my Spanish episodes and my English episodes to my non-English speaking fans. And I will also have next week we will have a discussion about the animated movie Fantastic Planet. So it's going to be pretty cool. And after that, I'm going to stop recording for the holidays, and I will be back in January to discuss Cobra Kai, to discuss The Witcher, and of course The Wheel of Time. And I'm looking forward to many other episodes, and of course it would be wonderful to have you on my channel. And I already have something scheduled with Dan. So
yes,
so it's pretty cool.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I will say I have the Criterion Blu-ray of Fantastic Planet, and now I'm thinking this would be a great time to watch it so I can listen in because I've been wanting to get to it. But like everything else, I keep pushing it.
The episode is going to. Sorry, the episode is going to be in Spanish, and I usually do 2 episodes in Spanish and then 1 in English. Maybe that's going to change. I don't know yet, but it all depends on whether I'll be able to. I'm able to translate the episodes, and
I'll still use it as an excuse.
Yeah, you should all definitely try to learn some Spanish. I know it's hard. It's a hard language to learn. But it's cool. It's cool to know 2 or more languages. And
that must be quite a lot of work doing translations.
It is. So I need to actually pay someone to do that, and that's the whole reason why I released my Patreon. But we will get into that. And well, you can of course find me in Twitter, on Instagram as @Geeksterilia, talking about unique names. That's the whole reason why I picked a slightly unpronounceable name. It's @Geeksterilia, and you will find me in YouTube and all your favorite podcast platforms, or as El Podcast de Geeksterilia or Geeksterilia's podcast. So, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, Kelly just said, "What es muy fácil?" Kelly speaks some Welsh, and I speak a little bit of Czech, so I'm gonna go ahead and say Spanish. Not so hard then. So,
okay,
not so difficult in comparison to some of these other languages. So, yeah,
I speak Dutch and Spanish, so I'm all for it.
Yeah. Plus, I already have French, so Spanish is just a little sidestep there.
If you do.
I took two years of Spanish in high school. One of those years I actually learned something, and the next year they stuck us with a teacher who didn't actually speak Spanish, and that pretty much wiped everything out.
So, that's a bummer. But if you actually want to learn, and even though if you don't really have a level of understanding, just listening to it will get you accustomed, and you will get used to the sound of it, and you will start recognizing the patterns of language. And if you already speak another Romance language, it will be more easy to understand. So the problem though is Mexican Spanish is particularly a thing. It's particularly hard because we in colloquial speeches you tend to use a lot of slang, but this slang tends to distort. You get the slang of the slang of the slang of the slang, and you get lost in translation. So that's the hard part of learning Mexican Spanish. But if you learn just standard Spanish, it will be okay.
I know somebody who's eager to learn.
Yeah. Happy to teach.
It just reminded me that The Witcher is out in 2 weeks, Cecilia, and I'm really excited about that. So I was like 2 weeks. So yeah.
Never mind that. The Expanse is back in like 1 week.
Yes,
Sorry,
Expanse.
Watch The Expanse. Yeah. I'm the only person in this whole freaking Slack that does not watch The Expanse, I think. So sorry, you guys.
I'll tell you what's really good that season 3 is about to come out, and it has nothing to do with any of the fantasy stuff, is Lost in Space on Netflix. If you haven't gotten on it, go to season 1. There's first two seasons. Lost in Space, the way they're doing it is super dope. Oh my goodness, I love what they're doing with it. So that's my personal recommendation. So that besides all the other stuff that's out there, the MCU TV shows, I mean, just blew my mind. What if you haven't seen it, jump on that as well.
We're just going to move past that.
Don't let me come over there and hurt you. I'll send Demon Dog.
Kelly hasn't watched The Expanse. That's right. That's right. Our channel, The Expected Guest, is going to be Expanse free. It's fine. So yeah.
You know, I
was going to say, Dan, you had to mention it. Like, you're going to give Steven a stroke just thinking about The Expanse.
Yeah, I will have Steven as my guest to talk about The Expanse. But the weird thing here is that in Latin America, that show is not so popular. I do feel like I'm pretty much the only. Yeah, well, I do feel like I'm the only Mexican watching the show. I know that I'm not, but it feels like that. So yeah, it's weird. I always say pretty much every episode I mention The Expanse, and I don't know. I
don't know. We just have to mention the really important thing, which is that yesterday a new Keira Knightley movie came out called Silent Night. So so everybody has to make sure they're watching that. Don't do that, Carole.
Carole and me.
No, Silent Night. You can watch it on AMC Plus. No. Okay, let's move back towards The Hobbit.
Can I actually just plug one more thing before we move on, just quickly?
Yep,
I think I'm also doing presumably with yourself as well, John. I'm doing the Lord of the Rings with Stephen on Here Be Dragons in the next couple of weeks at some point. I can't remember what date, but we're going back to that again because of the 20-year anniversary.
Go back to that, Will.
Yeah, December 19th, the 20th anniversary of the release of Fellowship of the Ring, which will be a day for me being both like super excited because I'm celebrating Fellowship of the Ring, but also
feeling really old. Yeah. Yeah.
God. Man. Yeah, and I'm gonna.
When I first got this hat, I got this hat when we went to go see that movie.
That's right. You said that last year. I remember. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I am so you're gonna be so nerdy about it that when I watch the movie before the stream, I'm watching the theatrical version because that's the one that's 20 years old, and that's what was in theaters. It's not like I haven't seen the extended cut enough times. I can remember all that stuff, but I'm going to geek out because I'm going to be talking about all of the stuff that happened in never mind the movie. I'll be talking about the stuff that led up to the release of it with all the, behind the scenes specials and, TV spots I remember seeing because, and I should save this for the stream, but I was working at Fox at the time and at the news station. And I was actually recording long blocks of just air time at the station, just on the off chance that they were running Fellowship of the Ring TV commercials, just so I can have my own copies of them. So yeah, I'm going to be really excited to nerd out about all that stuff. But that is for December 19th, and for right now we're still talking The Hobbit, so it's move back towards that. I
think Ceci has to go.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I do. I'm sorry. I was hoping to be here for the whole length of this episode, but unfortunately I really need to go back to be a mom.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much for joining us, and it was just such a joy to have you, and hopefully we'll get to do something again real soon.
Yes, always a pleasure. I look forward to have you all in my channels at some point, and so thank you so much, and bye all.
Bye.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So I know, Dan, we probably won't have you for that much longer because it's getting late for you. So I wondered if there was some specific elements of the films that you were interested in talking about.
I'm glad you asked. I wanted to talk about Dain Ironfoot. Billy Connolly as Dain Ironfoot. I absolutely love his cameo in the in the third movie. Is the one saving grace of the third movie is him showing up
with the mohawk.
Yeah. If you don't know, he's a comedian in the UK, quite a well-known one, stand-up. And yeah, I just absolutely love that casting. I'm slightly disappointed we didn't see him in the Battle of Azanul Bazaar or whatever it is, in the flashback sequence, because he was present in that battle in the books as well. So it would have been nice to get even more of him. But yeah, I love him showing up in the battle.
Yeah, I think they were saving him for that reveal on the battlefield, and that was a complicated thing behind the scenes, because I know that Billy Connolly was not doing well at the time, and so he was having a lot of difficulty under all the prosthetic makeup they were trying to put on him. So eventually they ended up using some CGI, but his personality still shines through.
And the war pig.
Yeah.
The war pig. Yeah.
The war pig.
I love that for a steed. It's brilliant.
Good morning. How are y'all? It's just, he's so great.
It's the perfect counterpoint to Thranduil with his like elk that he rides around with as well.
Elk want an elk. Elk want an elk. And he just walked up and looked at him and was just like, I don't care who you are up on that elk. I will roast you and the elk you sit upon.
Like a sparkly princess or something. Like I was like, yeah. He's
I'm here for him.
Yeah.
And Thranduil was just like, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
I really like the extended cutscene where he gets like kind of crowned king as well, which I think should have probably stayed in the theatrical version, because I think
that whole sequence is so beautiful, because not just so you can see Dane being crowned, but just especially the moment where you see Bilbo standing next to Thorin, the way he is like falling apart in tears, and I really feel like that you really get Bilbo's grief, in that scene, and it builds up to where then when he's saying goodbye to the dwarves and he's trying to say to Balin, he's like, to me he was, and he can't quite get it out, and then we get the final scene in the Shire where he finally says he was my friend. I feel like the building up to that moment is much more effective when you get that funeral sequence and you see what he's sort of going through. But that's a beautiful scene. And again, I think Peter Jackson was just feeling like, let me just get through this really quick and get to the ending, because of the fear of
dragging out the endings too much.
Yeah, but I do feel like that was an unfortunate cut, because that scene should never have come out.
Well, and plus, like Carole was saying earlier, it sort of gives you at least some idea of what the hell happens to the dwarves, other than Balin and Ori, die in Moria, and you only even know that if you're really fucking paying attention to Lord of the Rings, so that it gives you some idea of sort of what happens to them afterwards, especially because it's a bit confusing if you're not paying attention, because they talk a lot about Moria, but then when they get to Moria in the Lord of the Rings, nobody knows that it's been taken over, so you sort of have to now intuit that they go back and take it again, retake Moria, and it gets taken back. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that are sort of going on there that, again, you kind of wish you had just a little bit more of. But I even knowing that Dane ended up as king of the dwarves was really cool for me. That was a neat piece of trivia that I didn't see in the theatrical version, and then I had clearly forgotten from anything I'd ever read. Again, I read it a long time ago, but so it was neat. I wish they would have left it in for sure. So
I will say, like, as far as like the whole everything going on with Moria, like, in fairness, they even shortchanged that a little bit in Lord of the Rings and in the film, because like in the film, Gimli is all like, we should go through Moria. My cousin Balin will give us a royal welcome. And Gandalf's like, I would not go through Moria unless I had no other choice. They don't really explain within the movie like why Gimli is so crazy about the idea of going through Moria, and why Gandalf is like, no. Like, you get more of that background in the book, where it's explained that, you know, that Moria has probably fallen.
Although in the book it's the other way around. Gandalf actually does want to go there in the book, and I think it's Aragorn that counsels him against it.
Okay, all right.
In the Lord of the Rings books.
I'm definitely overdue for a reread, because I have gotten to the point where I don't always know the exact, you know, what was book, what was movie. But speaking of which, I am getting ready soon to do a reread along with Andy Serkis's, you know, audiobook narration. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah. So sorry, I was
talking about Dane.
I brought us. Yeah, it's so easy to go over and talk about Lord of the Rings.
That's what I'm saying. Just kind of these movies are great because they remind you of the Lord of the Rings movies in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But
well, one thing that they kind of cover as a flyover is what happened in Dale, and you know, all of that. It would have been nice to have a little bit more of that, and why they're in Lake Town.
Oh, they should have kept the prologue in, because that was so good when it came to talking about like what exactly happened before. I was really disappointed when I saw the prologue in the extended cut that they hadn't chosen to like keep it in the theatrical version, because I just thought it was like, it really helped. It isn't. I thought they started with Baggins.
No. The only part of the prologue that's extended is when they show, what's his name? Bard's ancestor. I can't remember his name for the life of me. When they show him firing the arrow at Smaug, that's the.
I did not remember that at all. So that's my bad. Sorry, but the prologue is great. So yeah.
And plus, like, I do want to talk about this. Like, when I first saw that movie, for me, I really loved that prologue because we had Ian Holm narrating the whole thing. And aside from the fact that, you know, he's Bilbo, and obviously Ian Holm has a great voice and all that stuff, but it also tapped into just hearing his voice, tapped into the Lord of the Rings BBC radio play as well, because he played Frodo in that. So just hearing Ian Holm's voice sort of detached from the person, it sort of brought my mind back to hearing his voice in that radio play, which I love. So yeah, if anybody hasn't checked that out, it's absolutely worth it. But yeah, no, I think that whole opening is great. And I'm actually, like, again, talking about things that the critics had issues with, I actually really liked the whole opening with, you know, the prologue and the stuff with Frodo and old Bilbo. Like, I like it. I know it's kind of, if you're just looking at the book itself, it may seem excessive, but for me, again, like, especially considering, like, all right, we can have the arguments about whether there should have been 3 films, you know, it shouldn't have been. But like, taking it as 3 films, like, you know, if you're telling a story that's long, I don't have an issue with, you know, taking a little time at the beginning to sort of set up events and to set the stage. So for me, all that stuff was great, and I loved seeing both Ian Holm and Elijah Wood.
That's what I wrote. Bilbo Frodo, not necessary, but so great. So that was my note on that one. So,
but you kind of needed it just to, you know, reset and to anchor it, you know, because if you just start from Martin Freeman going on, you may not understand, you know, what is the significance. And that's why I was saying before, it connected dots, because it's, as this ends, you can literally take this movie and then go directly into Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship, because it now, you know, does that connective tissue. But it also is beautiful in the sense that it is showing you what was happening behind the door. You know, Frodo, as he's out, you know, doing whatever. And then he was like, the sex-filled Bagginses, you know, and, you know, not trying to answer his door, not trying to answer his mail, and he goes out there and he puts the thing on there like, you know, don't bother me, I'm good. It was nice because you're getting to see a slightly different POV on what was happening, and it just connected everything together. So for me, I loved it. For those that didn't get it, it's like, dude, this is what happens because, you know, you all got you don't appreciate when someone is really understanding the source material, and that you have to pay homage to where you're going to as you get into where you've come from. If you don't do that, then they're going to be complaining, I don't understand why they did that in the beginning. I didn't see how it connected. There's no pleasing a critic, so let's ignore them.
Plus, I mean, yeah, it's the thing for me is like, obviously people who love The Hobbit and people who are invested in you know, Tolkien overall and stuff, we're going to all go see, you know, these movies. But I think it's actually really smart for people who are primarily invested in the Lord of the Rings films themselves to, you know, have them sit down in a theater and start off with the Bilbo that they know saying my dear Frodo, and kind of bringing them back into emotionally that place that they were before. And the music starts off even with when Bilbo is going through his stuff, it's the Grey Havens music. Yep. So it's like putting you right back in those emotions. And so I actually think it's quite a brilliant device because it anchors the films emotionally in sort of where you were in Lord of the Rings.
Sorry, can I just say it's funny that Cassie thought that 2 hours and 19 minutes was long?
Oh,
nothing yet. So
my sweet winter child.
Sorry, I wanted to circle back to Dane really quick. John, did you say those bow catchers were not in the original film? Like like when in the battle when Dane has the bow catchers that come and like shred all the arrows. You were saying they didn't have time to finish some of the stuff. So that in the original film.
In the original film, you know, Dane's army comes up and everybody's getting ready to fight, and then the worms come through and disrupt the whole thing. Okay. The actual engagement of the elves and the dwarves is only in the extended cut. There was actually a lot of like, and this is what I'm talking about, when the fact that, you know, the Battle of the Five Armies was so much of it was constructed as like computer effects, because there was like, because the most they were able to film was a lot of green screen stuff. And because it was so effects heavy, there was a lot of stuff that they just didn't have time to finish. And so there's actually a shot of that bit with like the goats and everything in the teaser trailer for Battle of the Five Armies, but I guess they weren't able to finish everything, so I think they decided to just pull some things out. And so like, but that just like, that just goes to show you like you know, something's wrong when, you know, so much of your movie is CGI that you don't even have time to finish the whole.
Well, you certainly see in the finished product they've cut some corners there. I mean, we've covered that already with the copy and pasted characters.
Oh yeah, like, and there's like when Gandalf is in Dol Guldur, there's a shot that cuts to Radagast that's from An Unexpected Journey, when he's like, when the spiders are coming in on his little hut and stuff. It's like they didn't even have time to shoot a new insert of Radagast.
That's another character that we haven't actually covered enough, actually, is Radagast. We've barely spoken about him.
Erin, you want to talk about how much you love Radagast?
Actually, no, I actually don't hate Radagast. And the first thing I'll say is something that's really nice. I think they did such a good job. This actor has such kind eyes. Like, so I really like the sort of casting of this as Radagast, but I just don't understand why he has to be fucking covered in bird shit. Like, again, most of my complaints with these movies are like that they are just so there's so much unnecessarily gross sorry, I'm gonna stereotype here, but like guy humor in this shit. Like, why does he have a bunch of bird shit on him? And why? Yes, thank you, Tony. You know, like, why is that a thing? And why does he like have to be cross-eyed when he's? I get that he's not Gandalf, and I get that he's not Saruman, but I don't understand why he's so disgusting. You know, like it upsets me that I can't like him more, because every time I watch it, I'm like.
He's unnecessary comic relief taken a little bit. So
here's the thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, here's the thing that I brought up last night in our in our group watch. Like, we cannot forget that Peter Jackson is the guy who made Bad Taste.
Yes,
like,
I know.
Like, and
Meet the Feebles, and
yeah, and he had to, you know, he dialed it down for Lord of the Rings. But like, the thing is, there's so much in these Hobbit movies that is, you know, invention that doesn't come from Tolkien, so it just gives him more room to like unleash his, as I call them, PJ-isms. Like, there's even like, it's not necessarily one of the gross bits, but like, originally, you know, in Desolation of Smaug, when you're seeing like all the Lake Town spies, hello Stephen Colbert, he's in there. Yeah. One of the Lake Town spies was going to be, I think PJ called him Birdman, which was going to be Peter Jackson, like popping his head out of a basket with a bird on top of it, making some kind of like signal noises, like, yeah. And right after they filmed it, Fran Walsh was like, that is never going in. Ever.
That's so Fran. Like, no.
But like, where was she on the testicle eating, or the freaking troll using Bilbo as a Kleenex and blowing his nose, and then he's dripping in snot, and like,
but that would have happened. The trolls,
like, they're just,
but they are. But that's what they are. They're going to be eating dwarves, and they're going to be.
So they want to cover them in snot first by blowing their nose on them. Like, I don't. None of it.
He didn't realize he was blowing. He thought he was getting his little, you know. Okay, if we're going to go there as far as gross, I don't understand the whole thing of handkerchiefs, because yuck. But he didn't know that. He was just thinking he was reaching for a handkerchief, and.
Yeah, it's just, but then Bilbo's dripping. It's not, again, I get it. I get that this is like actual like Peter Jackson, you know, and that maybe he was reined in on some other stuff. But those are times when it genuinely feels to me like this is not the same person who made The Lord of the Rings. Like, when those moments are just, the testicle scene especially is just absolutely fucking horrifying. I couldn't even look at it. It was so gross. It's like the stringy and the, oh my God, it's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. And and people are bringing up the toilet, how they have to climb in through the toilet. All right, whatever. Maybe that's the only way they could get in, or whatever. That one, yeah, but it's just.
See, that doesn't even like show up on my radar, because like, in comparison to testicle eating, it's like
right. And it's like, the testicle scene feels like he was like, you thought John Noble eating a tomato was gross?
That was disgusting.
Gross, you know,
that was disgusting.
Right.
With
like,
just, and John Noble
exactly.
but John Noble made that. It was like Jack Nicholson with the cherries in, you know, The Witches of Eastwick. I couldn't look at a cherry for like a minute after that. I mean, the John Noble one made sense because he was just so venal, and, you know, it's so fit because he was so broken and just
because
wrong.
there's nothing like, well, the thing is, there's nothing inherently disgusting about somebody eating tomatoes. It's just the way
he was
shot
eating
and executed. I actually think that sequence is utterly brilliant.
Sure.
Agreed. Yeah.
But like, no matter how it was shot, somebody eating testicles was going to be gross no matter what. But I also like, I don't know, you're gonna hate me for this, Erin, but I'm actually divided, because on the one hand, it is gross to watch. On the other hand, I get some kind of like twisted pleasure out of just seeing what Peter Jackson can get away with.
But he doesn't get away with it. It knows, you know what I mean? Like, it's like actively taking. Again, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is the guy who like, you know, who did the Lord of the Rings. Like, it doesn't even seem like the same guy, is what I'm saying. So yeah.
Have you seen his horror movies? Have you seen any of his horror movies?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel
sorry,
like you if you don't think it's the same guy, you need to go back and watch some of Peter Jackson's.
No, I don't. I actually do not.
I've not seen very many of his other movies, and like some things in the Hobbit trilogy make me glad that I haven't done. You know, I've seen King Kong. I don't know.
No, you got to go back to Meet the Feebles, and you got to go back to. You got to go back to, because I mean, the thing of the matter is, if we're going to talk about PJ for a moment, I was a fan of his because I love horror and I love campy horror. I mean, I love Shaun of the Dead and all of those. I mean, love it.
Well, Shaun of the Dead is more of a comedy, if anything.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, but Peter has this really cool way of taking, you know, horror, but he has his unique, you know, way that he was telling it. Even when you look at it, like, you know, the what is it? And the third movie, when they're going through, the way is shut. This is that and the other. No, like, no, you've got to go the way, you've got to go there, because where you have to go to beat this, you don't have enough men. You've got to do this. There was aspects of that were shot in same places where he did some of his campy, you know, handheld horror movies. But yeah, that's Peter all day. I mean, that's textbook Peter, gross, whatever. That's him. I mean, it just is. You have to go back and look at some of his original stuff before he got Lord of the Rings.
No, I don't. No, thank you. I'm good on that.
I mean, and that's the thing. That's why, like, none of this stuff ever really, like, whether I am like find it enjoyable to watch or not, like, none of the stuff that ended up popping up in the Hobbit movies by way of PJ really surprised me, because I always felt like with Lord of the Rings, you know, granted, back in those days, I hadn't actually seen any of his older films, but I was aware of them. But also there was this thing where he was being, you know, he was making these films and he needed to prove himself and he needed to kind of keep his eye on the ball. But since then, he's become Peter Jackson, acclaimed filmmaker, and so he probably feels like he has more leeway to dive into the things that he actually gets like perverse enjoyment from.
But but you know what? But he did it in Lord of the Rings. He did it in Kong. He did it, or Skull Island, whichever the one was. He did.
Not to such a degree, though.
No, there is nothing in the Lord of the Rings that is even remotely close.
No, absolutely not. Oh, absolutely not. But the fact that Peter Jackson put it in there is so him. Yes, it is. Yes, it is hilarious. Oh my God, I love it so much.
During the battle, like they're driving the chariot, the battle of they're driving the chariot that has like the things on the side, and they jump and they cut off all these heads, and Kate was like, gross. And I was like, that's not even in like the top 25 grossest things in this film. Like 1 through 15 is the testicle eating. So yeah, but yeah. But anyway, sorry.
Gotta have those Rocky Mountain monsters.
Was great. So yeah, back to Radagast, who we'll move past the fact that he's covered in bird shit and talk more about Radagast. So
I really don't like the like pipe weed smoking scene with Radagast. I really have an issue with that, because it's given this impression of people that pipe weed is weed, and it's not. It's tobacco.
It is.
It's not supposed to be. You're not supposed to get high from pipe weed.
Well, they already kind of went down that road in some of the extended scenes in Two Towers, when Merry and Pippin are like, and the smoke's coming out the side of the building.
Yeah.
And
your love of the halflings leaf has clearly slowed your mind. So yeah.
I don't mind that so much.
But Saruman was hoarding it, so.
Yeah, but they went into Cheech and Chong territory in the Hobbit with Radagast. So,
and you know, I've got no problem with like you know, pop jokes in certain genres, but I just don't think it fits in Middle Earth.
Radagast isn't here, man.
I mean, I would not have been surprised if that came out of his mouth after that scene. Just, that seemed to be what they were going for.
Oh my god. I was in the dark forest, then I got high. Da-da-da-da-da.
Oh. Anyway.
But no, that's totally Peter Jackson is basically a 13-year-old kid at heart, and he just likes toilet humor. He really does. He really does. So,
I mean, that's the thing.
Is it in the books? No. Is it Peter Jackson all day long? Yes. He's still a 13-year-old boy.
It says in the prologue to the Lord of the Rings that pipeweed is nicotine, and it says it like it's. And it's given this whole like generation of Tolkien fans this impression that the hobbits are all just getting high all day long, and then it's not what it is. Like, and I've got no problem with like cannabis. I possibly shouldn't say this live, but but I've got no problem with that. But it's just as a Tolkien fan, it just doesn't fit.
Wait, a Shire edible shop.
That's actually what was in the cupcake in the prologue that the guy takes off the plate. It's a wheat.
We were talking about elf space cakes earlier, weren't we? Space cakes.
Why do you think those elves are so zen, man? They were just like living in that tree. I'm sorry. I'll behave.
Well, that's going to be the tagline for me of this stream. Why do you think elves are so zen, man?
But no, I will say, Dan, like I do get the frustration because I've seen it. The assumption has been ever since like 2001 when the first film came out that wait, is that just weed? And like it's not supposed to be. But
and it's a silly scene. Like it doesn't make me laugh. I just find it stupid.
Well, the main gripe I have too is none of it makes me laugh. You know, so like it just makes him ridiculous, and I don't think he's ridiculous in the books. He's not. Again, he's not Gandalf and he's not Saruman, but he doesn't feel like a comic character either.
No, well, we never really meet Radagast in the books.
No,
we meet him. He's not in the Hobbit at all.
Nope.
I mean, you could certainly, you know, justify him being in the mission to Dol Guldur because that's it describes it as the Council of the White Wizards go to Dol Guldur, and it all happens off screen, and everything that you see in the movie is invented. But
okay, but the rabbits were cool.
Yeah, the rabbits were okay.
I want a rabbit sled.
And like, and the thing about
the rabbits were okay.
Funny powers.
The thing about the rabbits, like, if you watch the behind the scenes appendices, like, Peter Jackson actually pulls out like photos of rabbits that are actually that big as a means to justify. He's like, see, they exist. We're doing this.
So basically, he went to the Princess Bride, got the ROUSs, and made them bunnies, and hooked them up, and said whoosh, and there you go.
Yeah, I really like a lot of this. I love. For all that's I'm talking about it without being ridiculous, I love the jump scare in the tomb when the bird flies out and Gandalf turns around and Radagast is right behind him. Like I love right that. I love that he's just standing there like a weirdo, you know, like that I really like that. And I sort of, I don't know, I don't mind him on the whole as like the guy who's supposed to be connected into the forest and his cute little hedgehog and all this kind of stuff, you know, like I think that's fine. I just, like I said, I don't know why he has to be covered in bird shit. So,
I mean, honestly, the biggest failing of these films is that we didn't get more of Sebastian, the hedgehog or whatever.
I was like, no, Sebastian, no. Oh, never mind. He's alive again. So,
and also, like, if you eliminate the bird poop, like I actually really like that first scene of Radagast. I think it's pretty good. It's all the ridiculously silly stuff. Again, what Dan was talking about when, you know, he meets up with, you know, he rides up to Gandalf, you know, Bilbo and the dwarves, which by the way should have been impossible because like how on God's earth did he get there?
How did he find him?
Yeah.
Middle Earth GPS.
You'd consider how far he would have had to ride on that damn sled.
How did he get across the mountains on that thing?
Yeah, exactly. But no, like that the whole
funny power
shit with it's right there on the tip of my tongue. Oh, wait a second. It's not a thought. It's a silly little stick insect. It's like, what? what the hell is that supposed to be?
He was smoking that bird poop. I'm just saying, yo.
I'm like, I honestly love Sylvester McCoy and as Radagast.
Yeah,
like the actor is great and he has some fantastic moments, but yeah, it's the problem. It's the problem that I have with with the aspects of the film that I don't really care for, which is too much. Just dial it back.
It was almost as if they just overdid the caricature that they were trying to make, and they shouldn't have made a caricature. If you're dealing with the wizards, you've got the blues, the grays, the browns, the whites, then deal with that. You know, if Radagast is coming to tell you that the nature is out of balance and there's something wrong and there's spiders all of a sudden everywhere, that would have been enough. You know, well, what are you talking about? Listen, everything is dying. The forest is sick. They were kind of trying to do that, but then there was all this other, you know, slapstick humor that was going on, and they didn't have to do that. It's not needed in this type of a film.
In the context, the thing is, what I have the problem with the weed smoking, the Cheech and Chong scene, as John called it, is because that's right after they've just discovered that Sauron is back in Middle Earth and he's back in power. That's like a really important moment in Middle Earth history, and then Gandalf's like, "Dude, have a toast, dude." What the hell?
It's like, dude, you know, it's like, wow, he didn't do that edible right now. It's like, don't do it now. Just can you do it after? It's like, can we get to the point and understand how serious it is? I'm with you there. I'm with you on that. But it's so weird.
Of the Lord of the Rings stream, this is the Ents thing that I'm going to remember forever and like reference many times after this. Like, you even get like Saruman taking a dig at him too, and he's like, his love of the mushrooms have addled his mind and yellowed his teeth. You know,
it's like yellowed his teeth. Look who's talking, Saruman. Jeez,
you're starting exactly pretty fresh there, buddy. So yeah,
because like, what was the whole point of that? It was like it's yellowed his teeth and it's done whatever. And it was like, dude, really? Let's talk about your beauty regimen right about it now. Like,
you know, could you not? He's just real evil. Like, there's no, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. You know, they're like, no, this guy's evil. You already know he's evil. He's super
I do want to say something a bit more positive. I'm really so happy that
let's not judge wizard coping.
I really am so happy though that Christopher Lee was in these films, and that he got to do what he did and play you know, not a nice, super nice guy, but a better version of the Saruman who hadn't yet been, you know, corrupted. But I do love that moment when, you know, Gandalf, like, you know, hears him from the back and he's like, oh shit. Like, he's here.
He's like, I don't really want to deal with him today, but hi, how are you? You know,
damn it, yeah.
We've all been there. We've all had that moment, like, dang it.
Yeah.
You know, I need to just get past this moment. But, you know, I also think that, you know, as we go through the whole aspect of this movie, there were, again, some really cool moments. I know we were having the comments about the trolls, but I loved it because it connected back to, when they went to Weathertop, and it was like, oh, hey, look, Bilbo has been talking about these trolls, and here are these trolls, and now you're understanding all this other stuff. And it was funny because the dwarves were doubting Bilbo, and Bilbo figured it out. And it was funny because Gandalf looked at them and said, apparently the burglar worked this out, so trust the burglar. But the funny thing,
Thorin has the audacity to says, no thanks to your burglar. And Gandalf's like, bitch, really?
Exactly. You mean you'd be lunch if it hadn't been for it about my burglar. So, well, once you get off my burglar's, back, stop it. Just stop. Sir, have several seats.
And okay, Erin, I definitely hear you about the gross humor with the trolls, but there is also a lot of that scene that is right out of the book. So
sure.
that's also quite a, I think it's a fun sequence, and so, but the thing is, my issue again, it's funny, I keep trying to talk about things I'm positive about, and then I start picking at things.
Tries to get out, he drags him back.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a problem when you get to the roast mutton chapter, as it's called in the book, which is chapter 2, and it's an hour into the movie. It's really.
Well, and that's after and sorry, again, I have a few good things to say, but that's kind of where the movie starts to die a bit for me, or pacing wise too, because I don't like a lot of that. I remembered liking more of the movie than I did. That was a thing that I sort of revised. And part of it is that I straight up fucking hate the goblins. I hate that whole thing. I hate everything about it. John, you were like,
the video game
song. You were like, I can't wait for you to hear this song that's in the extended version. I completely blocked it out of my mind. I was like, did I even hear that? And so I looked it up on YouTube, and I was like, I don't even remember watching this. I was apparently so traumatized by this shitty song that I didn't remember.
Well, that was in the extended cut.
Yes, and I'm telling you.
It's like Rankin Bass, but worse, isn't it?
Wow.
That's what I said, Dan. I was like, one of my main questions is,
well,
all right.
There's a whip, there's a way, or down to Goblin Town.
I'm going to lose a lot of people here. I actually, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, I actually enjoy the Goblin song because I think that in the theatrical version of An Unexpected Journey, I think that the whole Goblin Town sequence comes off as a really cheap imitation of Moria.
Yeah.
And with the song in there, the whole thing has a crazy, zany quality to it that is just oh, fucking hell, we're just diving in with ridiculousness. And
that's
and
true.
So,
Guilty Undertaker is correct. It is from the book. The Goblin Town thing is from the book. But the other part of it is it was a means to separate Bilbo.
Yeah, actually, the part that I have the biggest grievance with in the with the addition of the song and all that, it comes after the song when the goblins are going through the dwarves' bags and stuff, and one of them pulls out a goblet or something. He looks on the bottom of the thing and says, "Made in Rivendell." It's stamped with the fucking "Made in Rivendell." That is
oh my god!
That
welcome
is
to the Rivendell gift shop. Please order yours online.
What the hell? And
it's actually made of weed. Sorry.
I know everybody's probably really, John, that's where you drew the line, but for me that was so utterly ridiculous that it was beyond the pale, and I was like, what?
Even before they get down there, there's the giant rock monsters that are just sort of never explained or heard from again. It's woo, we got a bunch of rock monsters punching up, and now we're in a hole, and Bilbo's leaving, now we're in goblins. That's the whole thing. Just none of it sort of ties. Like I said, this is where the momentum kind of sank a little bit for me for this movie, even though then it's full of, right? So terrific.
Elrond's got to fund all this stuff, man. You know, feeding all these elves and all these visitors, all these councils, and people just showing up with extra. Hey, I ain't mad at them. Rivendell Airbnb.
The dwarves registered for the Elrond collection for their wedding. So yeah. Yeah, but it's just everything kind of goes
Funko Pops.
And then it's the goblins, and I'm just like, I hate this part of the movie, like everything up there. So then, but then, like I said, it's followed up by Gollum, which is great, and then it goes to the end scene, which we can talk about a little bit later.
Well, I want to go back a little bit because actually, I don't mind the rock giants, even though that is
me too.
But that's actually a gross misunderstanding of what Tolkien writes. Like, the whole point is that they're supposed to be giants throwing rocks,
not rock giants.
But no, there's actually a moment that I really love in sort of that sequence, which is when Bilbo's about to leave, and this is why, like, for me, the extended cuts, regardless of how you feel about some of the more silly additions, for me is a much better version of that first film, because you've got that exchange between Elrond and Bilbo earlier where he says, "You are very welcome to stay here if that is your wish," which I think is a really important beat for Bilbo's character in this movie, because that has like a ripple effect, so that when they're walking away from Rivendell and he looks back, like, he has the okay to stay there rather than continue on the journey. And so when you get to that moment where he's about to leave and go back, it's now set up properly. And I love the moment between him and Beaufort.
Yes.
When Beaufort catches him about to sneak off, in that whole exchange where, you're dwarves, you're used to being on the road, not belonging anywhere,
and it hurt his feelings.
Yeah, like, for me, that is like one of the great moments of the film. I really love that bit, and I like that now with the extended cut of Battle of the Five Armies, we actually have a bookend of that scene as well.
But I also think at the very, very end, when he tells them, come for tea. Tea's at 4:00. Come anytime, because even if you don't have anywhere to be, you have a place here. At my table. Yeah. I loved that. I mean, I loved all of that, because it was so to go back and to come forward. To me, it was Bilbo's world building, because Bilbo was coming from one perspective, and then he was slowly being built up, scared to death all the time. I mean, he went to the point where, I don't have a handkerchief, we have to stop and go back. And they're like, no, let's go. Keep going. And, to having to figure this out and work it through, and finding out he was stronger than he thought, which Gandalf already knew. And, and he was telling this to both Bilbo and to the dwarves, and even to Thranduil. It's like, don't underestimate hobbits. And it comes up again. It's like, the wonderful thing about hobbits is, just when you think you learn everything there is to learn, they surprise you yet again. And it was just, I love that energy, you know what I mean? And here was Bilbo discovering that, that even he was stronger than he thought. That's why at the very end, that would have been nice, they kind of touch on it a little bit, which is, he gets home and they're trying to sell all his stuff. Bilbo, who came home, was like, no, give me my stuff back. And if I have to buy it back, okay. And then even so, with him walking through his hobbit hole and everything is disarray, it's just like, it's this important. Look at all that you've been doing your journey, is like really recalibrating what was important to him.
Part of that always kills me is when, the Hobbit who's auctioneering everything off says, "If you are in fact Bilbo Baggins," it's like, the hell?
Kelly Lowry says, "You don't have to knock." Yes, that destroys me every single time let that line read. It is just because Martin Freeman as Bilbo just breaks, he's you're welcome anytime. It's just like, because it's just the growth of all that he's been through and everything that he's experienced, and now he's going home. I just love that.
Yeah,
love.
Yeah, I have to say, we've we've talked about how great Martin Freeman is, and like you know, if there's then there's a couple things, but if there's one thing that I can't like fault it at all, it's like the actors in these films, like across the board, are just fantastic. Like whatever you think of the material handed their way, like they all went above and beyond. The dwarves are all fantastic, even if they don't all necessarily get the time to shine that you wish they might have. They're each great. I was just talking about Beaufort, the actor who plays him. I'm trying to remember. I had his name last night and now I can't remember, but he's fantastic, because I think he's one of the ones that kind of stands out across the movies. They had like to select a certain number of dwarves that they gave more material to, and he was definitely one of them. So
what was his character's name?
Beaufort.
It's James Nesbitt.
James Nesbitt.
He's quite a well-known actor here in the UK. Actually, he's been in quite a lot of dramas and stuff on different channels in the UK on British television.
Yeah, he's got a moment when after Achilles been shot by the arrow, and like he's gonna run off and look for some king's foil, and he just turns to Achilles and goes, "Don't move." That I just found hilarious. It's like, where's he gonna go? But
Dan, any final thoughts since you have to go soon?
Yeah, I wanted to maybe ask you guys if you think the extended cuts of the stuff with like the old Took and Bilbo's mom and stuff like that, whether that stuff adds much to Bilbo's kind of arc.
It's a nice little moment, but I don't think it's super like crucial or anything.
Because I think that's really important in the books, is that you understand that he has a Took side and he has a Baggins side, and that's always referred to in the narrative, but you don't really get that sense in the movies.
Well, they do mention it's like, and in another really great scene is when Gandalf says, when he's just talking to Bilbo one-on-one, and that is in the theatrical cut, where he says, where Bilbo's like, "I am a Baggins of Bag End," and Gandalf says, "You are also a Took," and he says, "Your great grandfather or granduncle or something, a bull roarer Took." I can't remember the whole speech, but basically, it's a really great scene where he's trying.
He invented golf, didn't he? I mean,
yeah,
that's the gist of it.
The game of golf invented at the same time.
That's not true.
And that leads into the line of, well, all good stories deserve embellishment, which actually reminds me of another line that I actually it's probably the best line that the Goblin King has that is added in the extended cut, where he says, mutations, abominations, deviations. That's all you're going to find down here. It's like the writers saying, "Yep."
I had actually a note in my notes, Dan, about like one of the things that was interesting with that story was that it sort of was like referencing Tooks being brave. And we've sort of always heard about them being idiots, mostly from the Lord of the Rings. So I thought that
Pippin,
was that was kind of an interesting sort of, I mean, because it's, being brave and being stupid are often not very far apart, but I thought it was interesting to sort of see that side of the story presented as like their foolhardiness actually being bravery and things. And so I don't know if it so much informed Bilbo for me as it informed Pippin a little bit more for me for the Lord of the Rings movies. So that was what I thought was interesting about the edition. So,
but it's also about the perception, because Hobbits thinking that's crazy and foolhardy and all of this, but for that Took side, it's like, we're here for the adventure. We're here for the, because people are thinking that, that hobbits don't fight and they can't defend themselves and that they're helpless. And it's like, nah, there's some of us who are here. We're ride or die. We're here for it, And Gandalf kept making the comments. It's like, you don't underestimate hobbits. You know, don't judge the book by the cover. Don't judge the gardener by the garden. Just don't look at this, you know, situation and just think that they won't if they have to. And every last hobbit who had to step up, with the exception of Frodo, all of the hobbits who had to step up stepped up in one way, shape, or form or other. And the fact that Bilbo was able to avoid being corrupted to the point that Sméagol was, is testament to Bilbo. But even so, he was susceptible to it. You know, so I took it that way, as it's all about the point of view. So if you're a hobbit and you're looking at rowdy tooks and, you know, whatever, then yeah, you rowdy, you kids, you know. But when it comes out in the world, when it came to world events, that side actually was to their benefit, because Bilbo, if he had been a regular, you know, the gaffer or whatever, they'd have stayed home and none of that would have happened. And Bilbo finding himself, Bilbo embracing all sides of himself, was great. And I love the fact that if you then, again, the Lord of the Rings reference to the Green Dragon, when, you know, they're all sitting there at the table having a drink and they were like, yeah, so-and-so was cracked. And Frodo was cracking, you know, with them. And he was like, yeah, all day long. And like, Frodo's like, yeah, whatever. Because he's raised by Bilbo, who is like, let me infuse in you all of this, you know, stuff. Because when Gandalf shows up and says, you need to go, it wasn't, well, maybe because when Bilbo was like, nah, yeah, I'm gonna go in my house, you crazy, I gotta go. When he's outside smoking and here comes this wizard, and it was like, yeah, I gotta go. Well, there was a sign on the door. I just painted that door, damn it, Gandalf, really? Whether you want to go or not, you're going on this adventure because you're needed. You add value. It may not make sense to anyone else. Even the dwarves didn't get it, but it made sense. He did it, and man, did he rise to the occasion. That gets me every single time. I mean, I just love the way Martin Freeman made his choices and how he was portraying and the sensitivity, and where he didn't say anything, just his facial expressions, just the keening when he was holding Thorin. Oh, I can't.
There's
the strength that was there in that vulnerability.
Sorry, before we start another thought, I'm gonna say my goodnights because it's gone 1 in the morning here, so I'm gonna call it a night.
Good night, Dan.
Have a good night, Dan, and thanks. I know you stuck with us a bit longer than you planned to, so thank you very much.
A little bit, but not too much. Yeah. Cheers. Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Yeah. Good night.
Bye. Happy holidays.
And then there were 3.
I was gonna say, all right, is this when Kelly comes and joins us? So
yeah, no, Kelly, if you want to, you're more than welcome. Yeah, I was gonna say about Martin Freeman, he was able to do so much with so little, because there's like 2 scenes.
Oh Lord.
No, I'm absolutely serious, Kelly. If you're all right with hopping on, and go ahead and join us, we'd love to have you. Bilbo, no, Padar, that's right. You don't invite Kelly, you inform her. No, the fact that you have Gandalf when he tells Bilbo, true courage is about knowing not when to take a life, but when to spare one. And that leads up to 2 moments, which is first when Bilbo decides to spare Gollum. And there's just so, like, it's just all on his face. There's just this moment where he goes from holding the sword out at Gollum to, you know, deciding, you know, to spare him. And again, like, we have not talked, like, even though I mentioned it a couple times, we have not talked nearly enough about Howard Shore. Like, you know, the music that he brings in that moment is so great. But then you also get the flip side of that, you know, soon after in The Desolation of Smaug, when he sorry, I lost my train of thought. When after he kills the young baby spider, you know, who at first glance, you can't really blame him for, you know.
Jesus, is that what that's supposed to be? A baby?
Yeah.
Oh, God. No.
Yeah. And the fact that he lashes out so instantly and brutally kills it, all because the spider just bumps up against the ring. And the look of horror on his face after he realizes, you know, that he didn't even blink at killing this thing, and that's why he doesn't put on the ring afterwards until he really needs
it.
He's starting to get an idea of, you know, of the danger of it, but just
Hobbits are so connected to nature, and the fact that he was so quick to, you know, to do that, it's like, wow, this is not good.
Yeah, and so, but just the look on his face alone just really sells his horror. And again, like, Martin Freeman is such a genius. I cannot imagine, like, I mean, okay, I could imagine a young Ian Holm, and, you know, if that that's something that would have been possible, that would have been great. But aside from that, like, there's nobody better that could have played young Bilbo. But yeah, which
fucking horrible.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Mirkwood, like, at all.
Oh my God, yes. Mirkwood was amazing.
It's you know what I do like? I really like the very first time he touches the web, when they show you, like, it going all through up the, you know, like, yep, and totally, and it goes all the way up through. It's such good, like, slow build horror. You know what I mean? Like, yes. you see that, and all of a sudden you're like, oh fuck,
this is not good. Because when he climbed all the way up and he got to the fresh air,
yeah,
you know, and then it was like,
that's a beautiful scene too.
It really is, with the butterflies, and he sits there and he sees the mountain, and then it's like, by the time he comes down, they're all gone. It's like, but how do you go in there and stay on the path? Because everything in there is geared to get you off the path.
That was weird, that whole scene. Because it's like, are they going to sleep? Are they going crazy? I don't really know what's going on here. So
to me, yeah. I think the web, the because they were dwarves and the Hobbit, it was almost like there was some sort of a psychotropic drug in those webs that was slowly, you know, getting them all, you know, prepared to be jumped on and wrapped up, which is a beautiful, you know, bookend to when Frodo gets taken. Mm-hmm. You know, because he gets led astray by Gollum, and he's trying to get out, you know, get away from Shelob, and then at the very, very end, he gets hit and then wrapped up. So, you know, these are all children of Ungoliant, so they all have that similar kind of thing. But I mean, if you look at hunting spiders and wolf spiders and whatever, they are really efficient hunters. And the tripwires and letting know when there's prey around, the ones that are ground dwelling, the ones that have the big, you know, oval webs and everything else. More drugs. But you know, there were so many things that were going on in Mirkwood because Mirkwood was sick. Radagast said it. The woods are sick. Because of the evil that is infesting it and it's taking over. It was, I love that part of the story because it was very reminiscent of the books. Because there's Frodo coming with Sting to Bilbo coming with Sting to try to come to save the day and all this other stuff. But there was so much going on. But yeah, that was a little spider. That wasn't full size.
God, they're all too big. Every one of them is too big. I hate spiders, so these are terrible for me. And these were even worse. Like, they were, because my weird spider thing is that, like, I think the ones with the longer, thinner legs are scarier than, like, the fat body ones. So, like, Shelob is scary, but these ones have thinner legs, and they're, like, the way that they move is different, and it's even worse somehow. I was like, how is this worse than Shelob? I couldn't even watch that part of the movie, except, like, just peeking over my, like, hands to make sure that she was gone. But these were so, oh, God, they were even worse somehow. So, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sad about the baby because that was just as creepy. So, yeah.
Oh, but he was a small thing.
So gross. So yeah.
But I will say again, talking like about the differences between the theatrical and the extended cut, I felt like these early parts of Desolation of Smaug moved. It's ironic because the movies are expanded out to 3 movies, you're like, how could anything be too short? But I do feel like the pacing of this early stuff in the second film was just a little too quick. Like it felt like they were rushing through like Beorn, Mirkwood to get to Lake Town. And then, of course, they added a bunch of like non-book stuff. It's like, no, you need to cut down on that stuff, not the stuff that's from the book.
More of the agreed.
So I really enjoyed getting more of the Mirkwood journey and letting things be really trippy for a little bit more time. And going like crossing the river and with the tree branches and having Bilbo kind of weird out like. I do like that. He's like, something's not right. Stay where you are. And they're all already crossing over. It's like, you dumb shits.
Nobody pays attention. But it's kind of like the Poppy scene in Wizard of Oz, right?
Yeah.
They're going and they're all falling asleep and stuff. But it's like, why did Bombur fall asleep so fast? Like, shouldn't his more body mass mean like a slower time for poison to get through there? I don't
know. Not necessarily. I mean, because again, was it aerosol? Was it spores? Were they inhaling it? So if that's the case, it just depends on, sensitivities. They didn't really delve
Maybe
into
he
that.
was allergic to it as well as it being psychotropic. So yeah.
Plus, I mean, poor Bombur always seems to be the butt of the joke.
Of every joke.
Like going all the way,
joke.
and that's back in the book as well. So that's just, which kind of reminds me the fact that my dad played Bombur in the high school in a play of the Hobbit.
Oh, nice! Oh, full circle! Yay! Cloaked one? What are you saying? You trying to say something, Cloaked one? What?
Carole the Black Widow. Ooh.
But and then I really do like the moment too, Erin. I'm going to talk again about all the beautiful colors on the 4K when Bilbo climbs up the tree.
Yeah,
and you did all the butterflies and everything.
The butterflies are gorgeous.
God, it's so beautiful. Especially once you've gotten you've been down in the dark and grays of Mirkwood, to have Bilbo emerge from there with that sudden burst of color. It's just great. And
it is. It's a wonderful, like, very slight respite that he's going to come down into something bad. So like that's
real bad. Real bad.
It's like proportionally beautiful to how bad it's going to be once he gets back down. So yeah. That wasn't one of my favorite sequences, but again, I don't like spiders, but I do like that. You get Legolas in there, and then you get Taddyael's sort of introduction as well. So that's. And
he also ends up naming his sword as a result of this.
Yes.
So that's really nice as well. But when he puts the ring on and he can hear them, and it's like it's like, okay, they are not kidding. What is the phrase that, and again, I'm not trying to get you demonetized, so I won't say it all the way.
Oh, I'm not making money off of any of this.
But when Peter Jackson would always say, we're not effing with spiders here, and it was like the spiders were just, and he hates spiders.
Yeah.
Which to me, mad props to him, because here it is, he's going all in. He didn't shortchange, but again, that's to his horror roots. If I'm going to be afraid of something, dang nabbit, I'm going all the way in to make this bad for everybody. So that's like awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, like bad enough that he had to deal with Shelob in Return of the King. And I know we've got and there's a couple people in our group who aren't like see spiders and they're like, ugh, no. Yeah,
Didn't like him in Harry Potter either. So, watched a lot of that through my fingers too. So, yeah.
But no, I love it, and I really did like, and it's, even the encounter with the elves is, different from what it is in the books. Because in the books, they're just kind of like, they spot the elves like having campfires in the woods, and the dwarves keep trying to, spring upon them, and then the lights go out each time. But in this, rather, it's that the elves are saving them, and you get, Legolas with his grand entrance coming down the spider web, and then Tauriel coming in, and again, like I gotta, like, it's probably one of my favorite themes in these films, which is her music, because it's almost very swashbuckling in a way, and so I like that. And while I'm talking about music, like another theme in this film that's great is Smaug's theme, which we get hints of it in the first one, but in this, like, especially once Bilbo goes into the Lonely Mountain, and it's just so like creepy, and it just kind of puts you on the edge of your seat, and that's why, like, if I had to pick a score from these films, it's definitely Desolation of Smaug. And
Kelly! Woo!
Thank you so much. Thanks, Kelly.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yep, you're good.
Right.
How are you doing, Kelly?
Good.
I'm glad you saw the beacons we lit.
And Rohan will answer.
And Kelly will answer. That's what I think it was, like Jess and Taker both said John Doerr calls for aid.
Yeah.
So really, I mean, we've been like all over the place for over 3 hours and now, but I guess we'll just start sort of at ground level for you, Kelly. I'm like, what was your impression when you originally saw the Hobbit movies?
Well, I did go to the movies to see the first two, and I did not realize, or I figured I'm not going to go to see the third one in the movie theater because I'm not trying to have all those people see me like crying and snotty and gross, because I would, just the death of Thorin. I cried many times in the movie, but for other reasons. Mostly it was just like, what is happening? Like, touching back on what Erin said earlier about the rock giants fighting, and then they're in the goblin cave, and there was, even now, if I rewatch it, when we get to that point, and I'm like, how the F did we get here again? Like, it just kind of happens, and it doesn't flow, and it's just like, what is happening? Like, how did I get here again? Yeah, where am I again? Like, yeah, I know this is, I know this happens, but how the F did this happen? Really?
Gross. Gross again. They had to make him as gross as possible.
And not just the Goblin King, but Stephen Fry's character.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait,
yeah, the master.
Is Stephen Fry the Goblin King though?
No.
He wasn't.
No. Carole, is that I swore that was also true, but I don't know why. But no.
I thought he was.
Nope.
Who was he then?
Let me.
Stephen Fry's the master.
Yeah, the master.
Yes. No, it was some. Oh, yep. As soon as you said that, yep. But then who was the Goblin King?
I'm looking it up right now. Barry Humphries.
That's
okay.
So funny, I swear, when I first started watching it, I was like, "Isn't that Stephen Fry?" It's so funny that we both
not
had
that the master wasn't as gross as the Goblin King.
Yeah.
No,
he was pretty gross too.
Y'all didn't like the goiter flopping around.
No, I did not.
Like, it was even better in 48 frames per second.
No.
Which by the way, I do want to take a moment to address that, because like back when the movies were out, this was a huge, point of contention for a lot of people in the film industry and stuff. The fact that the films were put out in what's called high frame rate, which was basically a way so that when you're watching the 3D version, you're not getting like the motion blur and stuff. A lot of people didn't like it because, to a lot of people, it made the movies look more like it was like video rather than a film. But for me, like the whole thing behind that format was that with the 3D and everything, it was meant to look like you had cut like a hole out of the theater screen and you were watching something happen in front of you in real life, basically. And so for me, I found it really cool, but it was undoubtedly a really different way of watching something. Like if you just want a movie to look like a movie, then I get why people didn't like it. But I remember watching, especially Desolation of Smaug in that format, and yeah, I thought it was really cool because it just kind of looked like things were happening right then. And I think that actually helped with the CGI stuff, where it added like another level of like, I don't know if realism is the right word, but as if it were happening right in front of you. But that's as much as I'll say about that, because I don't think most people ever saw those versions. So nobody's gonna know quite what I'm talking about anyway. But yeah, that said, like if I have a preferred version, it's probably now the 4K versions because they look so freaking fantastic.
Things that still like kind of bug me about the 4K versions, like one of them I kind of talked myself out of, like in one of them is the way that Legolas looks. He's very smooth. The contacts are kind of weird, and I mean, and then there's the fact that Orlando Bloom is 10 years older or whatever, so his body has grown into more of his man's body, and so he's just a different shape. But like as I was thinking about it, I was like, you know what though, like this was kind of when he was living the soft life in Mirkwood, and like he was like the prince that lived there and stuff, and so maybe see, I just look how smooth he looked. Like it kind of bothers me, so
well, and they made his eyes were a really weird color too.
That's what I'm saying. The contacts were weird or whatever they did. I don't know if they CGI'd instead of had, because I know the contacts bothered him sometimes in the first one, but then he just wasn't wearing them in some scenes. But then I was, like I said, I was kind of like, well, now after he's been with Aragorn and he's been out in the world, he's thinner and a little more
it with the Rangers,
looking, right? So he's more worn looking, and he's just kind of lived more life, and so I kind of talked myself out of being mad about that. But like he did the whole time. I was like, ooh, it's just he's real smooth. So yeah.
Well, it's one of those things that it was kind of the same way to a lesser degree with Elijah Wood. Like there's no getting around the fact that he's older,
Yeah.
It's like he's a grown-up now versus he looks like a little kid in Lord of the Rings.
Was he 18 or 20 when they did this movie?
He was 19, 20.
Yeah.
When it came out anyway. He started filming it when he was like 17 or 18. Because he's slightly younger than me. And I was 20 when this came out. Or I'm sorry, when Fellowship came out.
Yeah. Not when this
came out. I wish I was 20 when this came out.
Kelly and I are the same age.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, so there were just a couple other ways, like
oh God.
Thank you, Danny, for sharing that.
Yeah.
The master was as gross as the goblin. Thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, and this seems an appropriate time. We've avoided it, but you all knew it was coming. We need to talk about somebody.
Oh. Really?
Yeah, I know. Alfred.
Yeah.
Alfred is just with the unibrow, and oh my god. You just want to smack Alfred, just smack him up and down.
That ever came out of Alfred was Kate's reaction when he gets catapulted into that troll's mouth. Kate was like, that is the best thing that has ever happened. Like, oh my god.
And here's the thing, like, even though like I was really happy to see him finally die, I'm kind of mixed feelings.
Mean. Wow.
Well, no, I'll get to what good there is in due course. But I will say, like, but it was just another fucking Alfred scene. And it's like, why are we spending so much time on this guy when there is way more important stuff going on?
Yeah, recalling back to him over and over and over, especially in Battle of Five Armies, I was just like, why? Like, there's so much other cool happening. Like, why?
Yeah, like, I actually don't have an issue with the character in Desolation of Smaug. I think he fits really well with, you know, as being like the Master's sidekick, and
yeah, sniveling little. I would have thought that he would have had a change of heart after being thrown into the water off that boat.
Yeah. I actually think he works really well in that movie, but it's like he outstays his welcome way too much in Battle of the Five Armies. It's like, just like, it would have been fine if he gets tossed off the boat and we're just meant to think that, I don't know, he just swam off somewhere or he died or whatever. But it's
do I need another scene where the village people are running for their lives and he's shoving old ladies out of the way, screaming
and going, abandon the cripples?
Yeah, why do we need another scene like that? Why? Yeah. And why does Bard put him in charge? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Bard, like, horrible judge of character, bro.
I mean, it's like, you know, he puts him in charge of watching, and he's surprised when, like, the elves show up on front door with no warning. It's like, really? You trusted Alfred to stand guard? And it's a shame because I really actually like what the actor Ryan Gage was sort of doing was doing with the role, because I think he's actually quite funny throughout most of Desolation of Smaug, and in the extended cut he's actually got some, you know, some pretty good stuff. You know, there's moments where he's like literally just calling out the Master on how stupid he is without the Master even realizing it.
He's like the anti-Wormtongue.
Yeah,
you know, because Wormtongue is one way, and then you've got Alfred, and it's like they're kind of, whereas Wormtongue was a man of, you know, of Rohan, he was a man of honor, and he lost his way. You got Alfred, who never even tried to perpetrate the fraud of even remotely trying to be at all. He is slime. He is worthless. He is ridiculous. I mean, Bard's kids call him out. You are a worthless waste of people.
Yeah.
Just go away.
Kelly, I was pouring a drink, just dying laughing at you, being like, do we need another scene where he's shutting up?
For real.
No, we do not. Oh.
I mean, so yeah, it's funny because I went from, when I saw Desolation of Smaug in the movie theater, I was like, okay, this guy's annoying. And then I saw the extended cut. I actually really enjoyed his character because I thought he had some good moments of just playing off the Master. And so I thought, actually, you know, this guy's kind of a, you know, a good invention just to kind of, you know, explore that sort of corrupt nature of politicians and all that stuff. But then when I went to just see the third movie, like as soon as he came crawling out of the river and started like crying about himself or whatever, like I just kept being like, no, less of this, stop.
I'm just thinking, hey O'Connell,
I'm on the wrong side of the ring.
I've got all the horses.
No, God.
Except that guy was so much better.
Yep. Oh my God.
Oh, Benny was so much better than Alfred.
Benny was hilarious.
Yeah.
As he whips out every icon from every known religion, trying to sit here and save his own ass.
Yeah.
I was like, how do you even have all that shit?
But it's like,
really?
The utility of the sniveling servant has completely worn out by Battle of Five Armies. Like, what use is this guy? Really? He's not pretty. He's not, it's not funny anymore. Come on.
No.
It's played out.
If it ever was. Yeah. There ain't anymore. So, yeah.
And again, like he actually has a purpose in Desolation of Smaug, which is to be primarily a foil, both playing off of the master, but also off of Bard. But it's like, as we've said, like any purpose he served, like narratively, is gone at the start of Battle of the Five Armies. And he's just annoying, really, really annoying. I
get that he's supposed to like establish that Bard's a good guy, but I'm like, Bard, just let the townspeople drag him off, man. At that point, like, why are you?
Why did you save him? I was like,
just let them do.
They're gonna deal with that for you. It's like low effort on your part.
Gotta just call out
let it happen.
Yeah, High Septon, do it.
Yeah, yep, 100%.
And every time like he's on camera, I'm just like,
he's that guy, baby.
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing was like, I remember seeing the movie in theaters, and like, even though I was like annoyed at him all the way throughout the movie, it wasn't until like his last scene, which in that version of the film is where he runs off, in a dress filled with gold coins. And like, that was the time when I was like, I cannot believe I am watching this scene at this point in the story.
Yes. Yep. Very good point. Yep.
All of this kind of like Dan's point about the weed thing. It's like all of this other shit's going on, and then it's like, and coin boobs.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
So.
Bard's like, your slip is showing. It's like, of all the things you could tell him, like, really,
why would he care at this point?
Exactly. To me, but it goes back to Peter Jackson being effectively a 12-year-old, 13-year-old boy, and like crazy, just because for me it was, there's so many other things that you could have taken this energy and this space towards, not this. He could have been killed off camera, and everybody would have understood, and we would have gotten it.
Yeah. I'm not.
And that's
right.
Yes. That visually, him trying to sneak out a bunch of coins in his bosom, like that, that is funny. But we could have done without the screaming and wailing and again shoving over cripples and old ladies. Like, why? We didn't need all that. We could have, him show up at that point. It's like, oh, that guy's still alive. Yep, not surprised.
By the way, and that scene that that we're talking about, like, it starts off with like a bad green screen shot of Alfred screaming, and this giant like baby whatever it is, like reaching out with its tiny arm, and it's like, I'm just looking at this, I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Take my good hand.
I'm gonna hit you with my pimp hand.
That's what I told John last night. John, I was like, "Hey, there's these giant babies." I was like, "What the fuck?"
It's like there's like a baby face, but also a man's face on this like grossly distorted body. It's man.
Oh, they're so terrible. But like the other thing too is like they're okay. So I'm going to take a very small digression that links back in, but like there are so many, like there are a lot of moments in this movie that are truly awesome, like truly like really get you in the heart, like not just this, but like the whole trilogy, you know, like that really get you. There are other moments that are like sort of, I think, meant to be like really heartfelt, but end up kind of cheesy. And then there's this where it's like, finally, we're going to maybe get another moment where she's like, we fight and die alongside our men and we're all going to go out there. And then it goes back to fucking Alfred. And you're like, no, why? Why did we just undercut yet another one of these with fucking Alfred? You know?
It's like the anti-Crystal Caves scene, where you have everybody who you know is going to die picking up arms and going out to fight. And then you see this and you're like,
which by the way,
you know, like, your feminine strength momentum just hits a brick wall.
And also, like, and the thing that's so annoying about that moment is like, it kind of feels like a moment where we could leave his character, like the gold spills over and it's like, yeah, he's a greedy bastard, you know, and that's it. And maybe we'll just follow the, you know, heroic, you know, Lake Town characters into, you know, into battle. But no, then we get another scene of we stay with him while he's, you know, stuffing his dress full of gold, and like this moment between him and Bard that feels so inconsequential. And then it's worse in the extended cut, because right after that moment, we don't even get like some time to collect ourselves. Right after that moment, he's inserted into a Gandalf scene where apparently Gandalf runs out of batteries for his staff. And like,
lithium.
and his coin-filled bosom is like spilling out over the side of this thing that he's clawed into, until a coin, you know, falls over and triggers this thing and shoots him into, you know, the troll's mouth. And I'm just like, I can't even be happy about this, because it's like,
well, it went too long.
Why did I have to witness this?
It took too long. It just took too long. They could have killed him on the water side.
It was dragged out way too long.
Way too long.
Yep.
And like again, like I'm sure by this point, if anybody like is watching this and doesn't actually know me, they're probably like, you know, man, he hates every bit of these movies. So the thing is, actually, there's a lot that I really honestly do love, but like this is my outlet. so I'm just like, let's go all in.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, no, and I do agree. Like, I get what they were going for. It's just too much.
That ain't it. That ain't what they did. Ain't it? So,
no.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, that's
great. Full disclosure. I think Kate did say the thing about the Gandalf and his charger. You know. Because and that was
set up even with Radagast being like, you have to fiddle with it. So it's like, what? But why? Why was this in here again?
No, he doesn't just say that. He says you have to fiddle with the top. It can be kind of dicky. I'm like, what? I mean, is that a thing?
That a British thing? Hell, I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say anything was dicky, but you know.
Well,
well, yeah, not like that anyway. So, so yeah, but
there was actually a really weird thing throughout these movies with things like the staff and Bilbo's sword. It's like things all of a sudden became electronic. Like if you watch Sting in An Unexpected Journey, when Gollum kills the goblin, like the glow of Bilbo's sword like shorts out. It like it's like what?
Well, and it made, but that one made sense because it wasn't recognizing Gollum as a threat because they were kind of related.
No, I know that.
I get that one. But all the other stuff was, wait, I'm Apple and that's Android. It was like, really?
It just seems like you'd expect something like magical like that to like, let's like have it fade out or something. But it just sort of blinked off.
And it's so sad.
Kind of seizure, and then and
it's so sad because it diminishes Gandalf when he was riding out from Minas Tirith. You know, the Pelennor Fields, and it's like, whoosh, and he drives away the darkness and whatever. So it's like, oh, so you figured out how to do your recharge thing. It's like, because that's where my mind went. It's like, you know, no, I love that moment. That moment was gorgeous. It was beautiful, so evocative. And then we're back to Peter Jackson's a 13-year-old kid who just decided to have every stupid thing that you could toss in. It's interesting that it's very rare that I see an extended sub anything that just is like, you could have left that as a theatrical. We would have been fine without that. But yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so somebody we haven't talked about yet is Beorn. What did you guys think of him?
Yes, airdrop me a bear in the middle of battle. Yes.
I liked his energy. I liked the scale of his home. I liked, you know, I felt you felt his angst that he had been tortured and he was the last of his kind. But I love that. Oh yeah, bear drop, air bear.
Yep,
dude, that fit in with everything else. So you could like, and I actually don't hate Battle of. I really quite liked Battle of Five Armies again when I watched it. But like, you could tell that somebody sat around and was like, "What is every fucking bonkers battle tactic we can think of? Going in, you over there. You got an idea for a weird ass thing that could happen in battle? You
Lord
over there.
Lord of the Rings. Wait, Lord of the Rings. What if? It's like just throw everything in.
Cut off an orc's legs and replace them with mace balls. What if we airdropped a bear into the middle of a battle? What if we had a complicated signaling thing from Azog? You know, just everything like, what if one of the trolls had a rock helmet and that was how they broke down the gate? You know, like
Azogs with the things up on the whatever is like.
Yeah.
And see, this is the thing.
I'm sorry, could you picture the orcs down on the ground going?
I'm with Guilty here. You know, you guys were talking earlier about stuff not being set up properly. It's like, if you don't recall the beginning of Desolation of Smaug, you get to this point in Battle of the Five Armies, you're like, what the hell just happened?
What the edible pipeweed smoking shenanigans is this?
What are the Five Armies? I got out of that thing the first time and I was like, I was with my brother and one of our other friends and we were like, wait, what were the Five Armies again? Like they were.
Yeah, that didn't get addressed at all. That did not get addressed.
Did Thorin and company count as an army?
Just by themselves? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh my God. So yeah, sorry. I know we're supposed to be talking about Beorn, but Danny says I think he had exactly enough horses. Beorn had the exact right amount of horses. So yeah,
I love Beorn in the books. But that whole thing with Kate. In the books where you're like being slowly introduced, like Gandalf has to pretend, oh yeah, we only have like 2 dwarves with us. Oh yeah, and we have this extra one. Oh yeah, and this other one. Oh yeah, and this other one. And oh my God, that chapter is painful to read.
Really?
Yes, it's just like, oh my God, because I can't. My brain doesn't work like that. So I like at that point, I would have just been like, you need to leave. Like after. Like after the 5th dwarf, I don't know.
But Gandalf's entertaining him with their story this whole time, so he's distracting him.
Yeah. You could distract me with Beorn or those really cool giant bees. I want some giant bees.
Ooh, yeah.
They look so fuzzy and soft.
No, I liked having that scene here because, like, again, like I was saying earlier about the theatrical version of Desolation of Smaug. It's like they were like, let's just rush through all the book stuff so we can get to the stuff we made up. And so I like that the extended cut, you know, we take time and we have those introductions with Beorn, and he's like an actual character instead of like a cameo appearance. So like that at least adds a little bit more so that when he appears at the end of the third movie, at least there's something there, but still like, oh yeah, it's.
You don't like Air Bear? We like Air Bear. We like Air Bear.
I can't believe, like, because I did not go to the movies to see Battle of Five Armies. When I did see it, I saw it, you know, I of course bought the movie, watched it once, and I was like, I'm good. And I think I went, you know, a few years without watching it again. And then when I watched it again, and I, like, when the bear, like, was being flung in by the eagles, I was like, I forgot this rock and roll part right here. Okay. I can't believe I forgot this, you know, because the way the movie is, that was kind of overshadowed. I was like, that's the one good thing I need to remember.
I mean, I think there were actually a lot of good things in the whole battle. Like, because I love the scene when you don't know if the elves are gonna come fight, and the dwarves all have their shields out, and then the elves come over. And again, there's Howard Shore there with this music, and it's just that gave me goosebumps. I was like, "This is awesome!" And again, Dane. I mean, you can't say enough good things about how great Dane is and stuff. And I love when Thorin finally decides to, you know, they're rallying to the king and stuff. That's really like inspirational. And there's like a lot of cool stuff that happens in these battles. But then there's also, like I said, bear drop and God, the bear being controlled by hooks and eyes, and I'm like, oh God. Yeah.
That's another element of grossness, but it also like makes me kind of pity the creature as well.
100%.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, Legolas, get off him. Oh.
Yes. No, don't take it over. No, just kill it, for God's sake.
Yes, like, yeah, exactly. I don't.
All right, Legolas. Like, we already talked about the offenses, you know, with regards to Tariel and all that, but just because God knows why. No, I know why, because I like, regardless of everything we're saying, I really enjoy these movies. And so I was saying I had gone to see Battle of the Five Armies a couple times and in theaters, and one of the last times I went to go see it, I remember I was watching the part where Legolas starts hopping on the little icebergs, whatever, and somebody who was in the theater like a row or so ahead of me was like,
they got up and left.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Because at that point, I did get up and leave the room. I was just like, F this BS. Like, are you kidding me? It's like Mama Kill, but turned up to 10.
Hey, man, it's like, you know, Elf de Soleil.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was very terrible. And again, you could tell that they were trying to like play off of the everyone loving Legolas in Lord of the Rings with his like cool stunts, and they were trying to give him more. And actually, Cloakman is saying that the barrels was like really offensive. I actually didn't hate that. It was fine. Whatever. I appreciate like the creativity that went into some of that stuff, like to pin him to the log or whatever, you know. But the falling bricks, I was like. Once again, this looks like you took it out of a
gravity.
Well,
the
thing is that they were playing off of something that's established in Fellowship of the Ring, actually, where Legolas is walking on top of the snow when they're crossing Caradhras. But it's just like it's taken to such a ludicrous degree with this.
It wasn't organic to what elves do. It was just, hey, wouldn't this be cool? And it's like, The mama kill was perfect.
This is what we spent time finishing instead of the other stuff. Was this bullshit? Like, no.
Because the mama kill was great because Gimli was there to go, it still only counts as one, and he stomps off. It was just. I don't know.
The best quote from the watch party last night was after Legolas is like hanging upside down from the bat and is killing all the orcs. Danny said it still only counts as one.
It only counts as one.
Danny can be our designated Gimli, making those obvious statements. Yeah, you tell him, Danny.
I'm gonna say yes, guilty. In the book, they're supposed to be hidden. Like I actually like the barrel sequences, like, and especially like I get why it was an action sequence because originally this was like the ending of the first film, so you were gonna want to end on on a big fun thrill ride. Like I actually didn't have an issue with like Legolas's acrobatics in this sequence. My issue is with Bomber and whatever the hell he was doing.
Oh my god, every time he was popping out of whatever, he should have blown through the bottom of whatever barrel and just sunk. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Just over it. I mean, if they'd have gone a couple of them, like, then that's fine. But it goes on for like 30 seconds.
Too long.
Okay. And then he pushes his hands out and his eyes like, oh god.
Excuse me, structural integrity of that barrel, it should sink.
The as it's like bouncing like down and there's a continuous camera shot of it, just it keeps going and going, and you're just like,
really defies the laws of momentum there.
It defies the laws of physics, gravity. Someone made the comment about gravity. That's why I was saying gravity.
And as someone who has has to deal with barrels a lot, that's all not possible.
Nathan Schnell is asking, when do they eat testicles in The Hobbit? It's in the extended version in Desolation.
It is.
Spare yourself. Just spare yourself.
You missed Erin going on about how much he loves that part.
I actually think that might be why he's asking. So I don't know, but it's gross. It's real gross. So.
Hi, AK.
Hi, AK.
Yes, Kate, you're correct. Physics, we don't need no stinking physics.
So Carole's suggestion about how the barrel riding should be a ride at Universal or something. Like I don't want the testicle eating ride.
Oh, no, come on. It's like, it was so Amazing Race. You know what I mean? It was so Amazing Race.
Sorry, can anyone kick John out of his own screen?
I'm trying to take a sip of this water, but now I don't want to.
No, I don't want it anymore.
I missed it.
I was doing a reenactment, Carol. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm glad I missed that.
No, there's a wonderful behind the scenes bit where Stephen Fry is like, they're preparing for that, and he's like, I love this. On the one side, you've got a very proper English tale from Tolkien, and then you have director Peter Jackson's gross sensibilities. It's marvelous.
Oh god. Yeah, it's really terrible. So but anyway, sorry, I wanted to go back to some of the things that I actually no Cloak One, no. Say no to testicle pie, indeed. Okay.
Sorry, Erin, you're trying to steer us.
Oh my God, please! This is the most fun I've ever had in my life.
Please.
So,
gotta love those Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah. As much as I love talking about testicles, so
deep space testicles, battle of 5 testicles,
battle of 5 testicles. The battle for Erin to keep down her dinner while watching that scene. So,
Leaf, we are done talking about the spider.
What?
That makes
what, Leaf?
Better?
What? But Leaf, you love us. You love us, Leaf.
Yeah. Leaf, we have concluded the spider discussion.
Yes, we have.
Yeah,
we have indeed. So, but yeah, so I like I like Battle of Five Armies because a couple of times, like, I about started crying. I couldn't say anything because this was Kate's first watch through. But when they do finally get on that weird sled, and then they like going up to Ravenhill, it's like Thorin and Dwalin and Keely and Feely, and Balin is like, oh, may Durin keep you all. And I was like, oh god, they're all gonna die except Dwalin. Like, it just breaks your heart on the second read through that, like, yeah, they ain't, most of them ain't coming down, so like, oh, Keely and Feely, my loves.
Someone made art of, I think, Dwalin like coming to see their mother, and she was like, which one died? And then he's like, just full of tears, and it's just like, oh my god, that's right, both of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's like, both of them are so unfortunately brutal too.
Jeez, close one.
Yes.
This is something that I did want to talk about as well. Yeah, sorry to get like
no.
Deep and serious.
I know. I was
on the tail of testicle
territory, and then John had to highlight another testicle comment. So
yeah. So keep the highlighter off the testicles, please.
Yeah. No more.
Yeah. So the death of Healy, that was intense for so far, for like, film adaptation of Tolkien so far. It was an unflinching, brutal murder. I was shocked at how direct this was. It wasn't like how the camera cuts away before, Thorin slams the blade through, was it Azog? Wait.
Azog.
Yeah. There's like, you get the underside shot of it going through the ice. With Keely, no, he took the staff of that axe or that warhammer and just slammed it into him. And again, you don't turn away. It's right there. And it's just like, whoa. Why was this necessary? Again, of all the unnecessary things, like this is definitely on the list for me. I did not think that was necessary. It was brutal, but the tone, it didn't match for me.
I actually completely agree, Kelly. I think it was, especially like, and sorry, I'm going to get even a little more serious about the whole thing, but especially because it's difficult when watching someone who's vulnerable like that, whose chest is completely open, like he can't do anything to stop, like that. There's something that's particularly like extremely difficult to watch about that. And I think you're absolutely right that for whatever reason, that one was just absolutely horrible in comparison to anything else they've ever done.
Oh yeah.
In Middle Earth, there are other things, there are other deaths that have been difficult. Haldir is hard to watch, in Lord of the Rings, and Theoden and things like that, but Theoden kind
Boromir,
of Boromir,
exactly,
Yep.
It's not, you only see like the reaction on their body, or you see it's not full on. And again, like you said, him holding him back and bending him over backwards. Oh my god, that was
to me, and I'll be the opposite view here. I think that one was necessary like that because he wanted to eradicate that line, and it was, I am not going to stop, and I'm going to do this to show you how serious I am about eradicating your line. So I know these two are so precious to you, and I'm going to just rip them away. And there's nothing you can do.
It's bold, not Azog, right?
No. Azog, even when he killed Philly, it was,
but
it's bold who kills Keely.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I'm speaking of Feely, the first one, because that's what kicked off Keely to run up the thing. And they were like, no, don't go. Well, number one, when they got split and he said, go under, go inside, and I was like, okay, he's dead. You know, so when that whole thing went down, it was like, you know, the way they portrayed it in the movie is Bolg was trying to get to Thorin. He had a chance to get to Thorin, and Bilbo intervened and kept him from that kill. And they got off the mountain and they flew and do whatever. But now it's okay. Now I'm calling you out, and I'm going to take away all your errors and this, that, and the other. It's going to be me and you. And to that degree, to me it was necessary, and it was in its brutality, because Azog had to die. There was no way to avoid that confrontation, because Azog effectively did not give a F about anything. There was no negotiation. There was no quarter to be granted or asked. It was, we are going to go to war. And so in that particular regard, Fili's death just kicked all of that off, because they're looking at Thorin, because at that point, Thorin going to avenge his kin, Thorin was going to die. But Thorin went into that knowing it, but as long as he could take Azog with him, he had already made his peace. You know, he knew that he had lost his way in the mountain when he became, he fell into dragon sickness and all of the things that he did, and he kept everything. This whole thing was out of order because Thorin wasn't strong enough. And by seeing this, he knew he had to, to overcome all of that. And now he had to fight this battle. If nothing else, I appreciated the brutality of it, because it meant, wow, we're about to have this final confrontation. It's been leading to this. Now it is this. There's no getting out of this. You need to do this. So to that one, yeah, that one needed to be. All the other shenanigans, this one had to be.
I don't really agree that it was out of step with other things. I actually think it was really beautifully done, actually, with the whole thing with as soon as the blade or axe or whatever it is that goes into Keely. I really like how it cuts straight to Tauriel, and it's almost like the breath is going out of her. I just think that's a really beautiful juxtaposition between the two characters. And and actually, while we're also talking about like Fili, I actually feel like they kind of pulled back on showing a bit with that, because we don't really, it's cut in such a way so that it doesn't really show the brutality of it. We just see that he's being stabbed and then he falls down. So I don't know. I felt it was appropriate what we saw with Keely, and I don't really think out of step with something that we saw like with Boromir, because like we see the arrows being fired, and then it's through the magic of movie making that it's obviously not a real life arrow coming at Boromir, but the way it's cut, it seems like we see the arrows actually hit him. And so, yeah, I don't know. My personal opinion is I don't think it's out of step with that.
What happens to Keely would be like if they let what's his fate? Who was the orc and who kills Boromir?
Lurtz.
The orc.
So for me, what happens with Keely is if they had allowed Lurtz to fire an arrow point blank into Boromir's face,
but
those are
into his face.
All 23
right
without
the
the camera cutting away, we see each arrow penetrate his body. That's how I feel. Like that's how I feel that Keely's character, that death again. When you say it looked away, it wasn't until that. Oh God.
Yeah.
It was just there was.
Yeah.
And well, Carole was saying as far as the brutality and the emotional impact it had to have. But also, I think that PJ's like horror sensibilities coming in as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, effectively, these roads are leading to the inevitable. You know, we are at that crossroads. We are.
Yeah.
You've been avoiding this.
Yeah.
You've been avoiding this. You've been saved from this. You've been you know.
The thing is,
here we are.
I hate horror because I've had violence in my life in real life. I've had like family members, murdered by being stabbed in said ways. So I'm not trying to see that really graphically portrayed, and that wasn't something I was expecting from the Tolkien universe.
Yeah,
at least being familiar and loving Lord of the Rings, and what you guys were talking about earlier with the extended cut of when they went through the paths of the dead, and them walking across like the skulls and everything. That's not like that. That's not the kind of graphic I'm talking about. Like, we're seeing, one creature absolutely brutally kill another creature. And it's two people in our, visually. So when it comes to a storytelling standpoint, I don't think that was necessary, because we feel pain when we see these characters we love get killed, but that I thought that was over my personal line.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But I wasn't that viscerally affected by it, so
to me, I think it in this particular case, all the other shenanigans notwithstanding, this one needed to be that brutal. If you go back and you read the Silmarillion and some of the ways that people were being killed, I mean, brutal.
And the thing is, I have read the Silmarillion and I know how brutal these freaking elves were. But for the Lord of the Rings that I was familiar with Peter Jackson, that was just, every other death does not happen like that. And I think
the closest that we get is in Osgiliath, when Thorin, Faramir's lieutenant, goes down and they him in Osgiliath. And so that's the closest thing. But even that is not.
It's a close up of his face and Gothmog, that's his name technically in the movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even though that's not Gothmog. That's not our Gothmog.
What I call him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Wart face.
Yeah.
It's again, you don't see him take the point of the spear and just wide shot driving it into his guts.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's the closest, but I don't think it's the same.
I don't know. I think there's probably a couple of factors as to why maybe I wasn't as affected by it. I'm thinking, one element might have been the fact that Bold was a completely CGI character, so I'm already kind of having a sort of
disconnect.
A disconnect there. Yeah. But also, I'm realizing that this was in December 2014, and this was in the year after the Red Wedding on Game of Thrones. So my sort of resistance to violence may have built up to a certain degree by this point. And I was there's nothing compared to the shit I've been watching on TV.
And see, for me, it was opposite, because it was not in comparison to anything else. It was just, we were on this road. I mean, when you go back to the recollection that Thorin had about what happened when he lost his father, he watched his dad get beheaded. And I mean, these orcs were wrecking shop. They were like, we are going to kill you all. And somehow, he picks up a branch and beats everybody. Okay, great. And they drag, Azog off. But from that point, Azog needs to get a, therapy or clue or, have some aromatherapy, whatever. But he's sitting there if somebody, typed in the chat, he's waiting 150 years to get even over the fact that you took my arm. Dude, you killed his dad. Can y'all call that even? But no. So ultimately, he made a deal with Sauron. And his own, if I remember this correctly, and I can't remember which version it was in, forgive me, but he was basically being told, look, as long as I can kill the dwarves, whatever you want, sure, you can have, but I want them, because he's got some personal vendetta with whatever. So to me, it was building there. It was going there, because when Bilbo prevented him and prevented his warg, his white warg, from eating him, because he was like, kill him, whatever, and he gets thwarted. He was so angry. I'm like, dude, chill, take a nap, whatever. But he was like, I am on this mission. And when he had the shot, he took it. There was no negotiation. Hey, you come up here, I'll let your kids go. Nah, I'm going to make sure you come up here. I'm going to kill your peeps. These are your heirs. I am going to end this line. So I'm going to kill them. You go come up here and I'm going to kill you.
That makes sense if Azog kills Keely. But he doesn't. Bolg kills Keely.
Well, so I understand what you're saying.
Right, again, so that's I think where the disconnect is for me. If Azog kills Keely, then I understand your point about Azog, but Bolg has none of this going on with the dwarves. His beef is with Legolas, not really with
but even so, Azog kills Feely. That's what kicked this off.
I don't think either of us are talking about Feely's death being too violent, though. It's just Feely's.
No. I understand that, but this goes back to what you and I were saying about Tariel from way before. They had beef, when they were leaving Mirkwood and going through whatever, what have you. Okay, great. Bye, guilty. But
fire.
I'm saying that, yeah, he is. But I'm just saying that the violence of it isn't disruptive to me, because pretty much they've put their heads together and they're like, the aggravation that we're feeling in our life, we're not inwardly, focusing. It's an external source, and it happens to be these damn dwarves. We would have been fine if it weren't for you damn dwarves. I forget who said it before. When you go to Moria was dwarf, then it was orc, then it was dwarf, then it was orc again, and goblins. And we don't see that whole cycle, but for whatever reason, Azog, in the first cycle of it, was like, you should let me come and steal your stuff. You're not a dragon. We can kill you. So we'll fight you. We understand we can't deal with Smaug, because Smaug is just Smaug. But the nature of the relationship between the orcs and the dwarves is just brutal. I mean, whenever they're together, they're wrecking shop. So to me, the brutality of that, I think, was inevitable. For me, it was inevitable that it was going to go there. Now, should have been Bolg with Keely.
No.
They had Tariel avenge that.
They don't cut away. It's visually that I had a problem with. It was just, the violence of it, yeah, but visually, it was unnecessary. I know him because he looks right at Tariel before he does it. It wasn't like, I'm going to take my shot. It was, no, I'm going to make sure you're watching while I kill the thing that you love. Mm-hmm. But the fact that we had to watch, and it's just like, it was, it triggered me. So it was like, it was particularly upsetting, even though I cried at, Thorin, but that was complete. Again, forget the story, forget the history. This was I thought this particular shot was unnecessary.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and steer us away.
We've probably talked this one as much as
yeah. And on that note,
Thorin dying is pretty sad, right? That's pretty sad.
That's another a reason I didn't want to go to the movies. Is just like, I don't want to leave the theater a bumbling mess, especially when you find out that Billy Boyd sings the last song called "Last Goodbye."
Yep.
Why must I go through this again?
that was the first thing I commented on last night when the credits rolled, and it's like, and that's why, like, any grievances I had with that last movie, it ends beautifully, and when Billy Boyd starts singing, and it's especially like, you know, it's emotional to me. Like, it would be emotional anyway, just because we know and love Billy Boyd as Pippin. But I remember when I went to New York in, I want to say 2009, for the Fellowship of the Ring live concert. The night before that concert, I went to, I think it's called Joe's Pub in New York City, and Billy's band, Beefcake, was performing there. So just having had that experience of actually watching him on stage and singing and stuff, it adds another, you know, the element to hearing him get a chance to sing not just the final song in the Hobbit trilogy, but the, you know, the final film in Peter Jackson's Middle Earth saga. So yeah, it was just really emotional, and it was funny because, you know, you've got like these, you know, much bigger, more popular musicians performing the songs for the first two films, and the fact that they gave Billy Boyd a chance to go ahead and close out the series, I was just like, you know, it made me really happy for him, and it felt like part of that Lord of the Rings family was, you know, getting a chance to say goodbye, and yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I cried through pretty much the last 15 minutes of the movie. So I was like, I had 2 Kleenexes. I had 2 Kleenexes worth of crying. So, but I especially, I love Thorin saying, like, I would part from you in friendship. Like, right, you know, it's so, you're just like, oh, that's
I
like
misjudged you.
Sorry,
I misjudged you. And it was like, yes, you finally get it.
It was a
at
big
the end. You know? It was awesome.
Yep. And that it's Bilbo there with him too when he dies is so, like, I don't know, you know, they could have had it be Dwalin or Balin or something like that, you know, but it's Bilbo, you know, it's the one who he sort of judged the most harshly, and I don't know, it makes me cry every time. Like, I just think it's such a, I think it's a very poignant death scene. So
yeah, and the fact that it's one of the really smart decisions, I think, even though, like, yeah, as we've covered, there's elements of the end of the first film that feel a bit cobbled together just because of the last minute changes to that movie and stuff. But a scene that they do have in that film is where, you know, Bilbo talks about missing his books and his armchair and all that stuff. And that beautifully sets up this goodbye scene with Thorin, where, you know, Thorin gets to say that back to him, you know, go back to, you know, your books and your armchair, you know, your trees, watch them grow. And
Martin Freeman acting the shit out of this again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, I think where this also, like, really, this whole thing really guts me in the end, because, like, if you've ever been, I promise I'm gonna make this make sense. It's gonna sound really weird when I start saying it at first, but, like, parting from, like, a group that you've, like, gone through something with, like, if you went on, like, the vacation of a lifetime with a friend, or if you did, like, a study abroad with, like, a group of people or something, like, I know how that parting is, like, and I know how that, like, how that feels, like, in your chest and in your heart, to be parting from people that you've, like, gone through something really special with. And obviously it's even, like, 500,000 times more when it's, like, this horrible trauma of everyone died and all this shit, you know, like, but I know, like, the littlest part of, like, what it's like to sort of part from companions. And the one sort of thing is, like, that you can go home and you can be in your home among your own things, and then he fucking gets there and all his shit is gone. And so, like, the whole thing just guts me. I feel like I would have just sat down on the front stoop of that place and cried until I couldn't cry anymore. Like all I wanted was just my own bed, you know, like my own things, my own stuff to make me feel a little better. Like the good part about like parting from people and doing that stuff. And then he doesn't even get that because freaking Lobelia stole all his shit.
He got his spoons. He got his spoons. He grabbed them from her.
Exactly. Yeah. He did. So yeah, it's just I think that like I said, I just cry through the whole end of this movie because I think that's so. It's like I don't know. It almost, I know it's from the books, but it just almost seems cruel to take his stuff from him in the end. You know. So I get the part of the point is that the stuff is not quite as important as you think it is. I get that, you know, but like I just wanted Bilbo to have like 5 seconds of comfort when he got home and sit in his freaking chair, you know. So
but it's the Saxville Bagginses and Lobelia and them and
yeah. So it's I don't know. I know that the, you know, he gets all his stuff back, and so I'm glad they add that part at the end that connects you back to Lord of the Rings, you know.
Well, I got tagged in. Yeah, to be fair, I haven't. Yes, y'all are the champions.
That's the goal. Like I'm getting so excited because another 5 minutes and we're gonna be past the Return of the King length. So I'm like, yeah.
I love the fact that in the book when he gets home and after he's been through all of that and he's still grieving, to see his stuff go by down the street. It was like, what the hell? He didn't even get all, he had to buy his stuff back because people were like, you know, really? Seriously? Give me my stuff back, yo. Come on, give me my stuff back. And it was some damn Sackville's Bagginses. And then when you go to the Fellowship and he's avoiding them because, and he, when does he make the comment, they've never forgiven me because I've lived this long? It's like,
yeah.
I know. It's really
part to connect it back to Lord of the Rings.
You know how, like at the beginning of Fellowship, they're, you know, everybody in the pub like is listening to the gaffer, and they're talking about like what's in the halls of Bag End or whatever. It's like, y'all were already in there, like rooting through his, like, you know, so many years ago. It was, oh God, yeah,
like it was a fire sale. Really?
Yeah,
none of y'all should have nothing to say.
You know, what's
all of y'all should just be quiet.
Yeah, like he had to buy most of it back from y'all.
Yeah, indeed. So it's like the fact that these folks are that petty. What he got? Not yours. What difference does it matter what he got? It's not yours. None of it is yours. None.
Yeah, you know, if you're wondering, you either you or your parents can tell exactly what's in Bag End.
Exactly what's in Bag End. So just like
little Hobbit's fingers were in everything.
Like, you know, really just no. Just all y'all are just all y'all are
trifling.
Grody.
Just
y'all are just
like, I don't,
shameless.
Yeah, I'm like, do I want to live in the Shire again? Like,
And then Bilbo was like, I ain't moving. I'm gonna outlive all you little scandalous people.
Yeah, like you could just like out of spite, I'm just gonna outlive everybody.
I will say there's a bit in the book Fellowship of the Ring that I absolutely love, when Bilbo is like, you know, willing his stuff away to certain people, and he gives Lobelia the spoons
that she actually tried to steal.
Yeah.
Bitch.
No, it's and it stings so much when like Frodo goes away in Fellowship of the Ring and he you know has to give, you know, Bag End to the Sackville Baggins, but he does get it back, you know, later on.
Yeah, but when for the Scouring of the Shire, like Lobelia, like she's pretty cool. She it's the Sackville that it's her husband that died, right? In the battle.
Yeah. Otho.
Yeah.
Which I just think of Yeah, I just think of Otho from Beetlejuice.
Oh my God! Yeah. Wow! Yeah.
Now there's another like really super sad element of that final scene when he comes back. Like I think like. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's, part of him is upset that his stuff is gone, but I think there's a recognition that like, that's not, ultimately what's sort of important about being home. But the thing that really breaks my heart in that scene is when he reaches into his pocket and kind of the look on his face, because that ring is going to have a hold on him for a very long time. And so he brings that demon back with him to the Shire. And
60 years.
Yeah, I just think that's so sad.
Well, what's really interesting when you look at this is that I go back to how innocent he was when Gandalf rolled up. It's like part of me wants to just like, like backhand slap Gandalf. It's like, look what you did to every hobbit you've come across. You've somehow not corrupted them, but you've taken away their peace of mind and their innocence and their, you know what I mean? It's like, because Bilbo was such a hobbit, and then he came back just so different, and having lost his friend. It took him forever to earn Thorin's trust, and then come to find out how much they loved each other, and that friendship was so amazing. And then Gandalf comes back to get Frodo. It's like, dude, could you just do this yourself? But because because you're afraid of being corrupted, you're getting other people sucked into this. It's like, dude.
But there is also that great moment in Fellowship of the Ring, in the movie at least, where Gandalf is kind of hoping that once Frodo has made it to Rivendell, that's the most that's going to be asked of him. And there's that heartbreaking moment when Frodo gets up and says, "I will take it," and Gandalf's eyes just shut. Like,
Gandalf knew. I'm sorry, I'm of the opposite opinion. I think Gandalf knew that he was going to have to take it the whole way, because who was going to take it?
I mean,
that wasn't going to get affected. He knew that the hobbits had some resistance.
I think that's true. Like, I think that's undeniably true in the books, probably, but I do feel like it's a conceit of the films that he had, even if he knew deep down, I think he very much hoped that other hands would pick up the burden. Mm-hmm. So yeah, as far as the films go, I don't think he wanted Frodo to bear that burden. But
before poor Frodo got tainted, I won't say corrupted, but tainted, so that he was never who he was and never could be again. And he kept every year on that anniversary, that Morgul blade wound would, pain him. And it was just so sad and so heartbreaking. But to kind of go back to the movie, the thing that was most hey man, he was well provisioned. He was a survivalist. That's it.
That's what Christina said. Christina said he's a prepper.
Like,
he's a prepper.
One of my favorite moments from
one of the richer persons in the or hobbits in the Shire.
One of my favorite moments from that the whole unexpected party sequences when all the dwarves are like pulling out the food and everything, and Bilbo's just standing there and he's like, put that back. It's just great.
And he's standing there eating all the stuff. I mean, and then Gandalf shows up and he's just looking at Gandalf like, you did this. This is because of you.
You did this to my
family. You vandalized my front door.
With graffiti.
Yeah, you put like
magical graffiti. Yeah.
I'm not even going to tell you what's become of the bathroom. They've all but destroyed the plumbing.
That was hilarious. That was favorite line read. Oh my God, that was great.
Why do we need more toilet humor?
Yes, thank you, Kelly. Thank you.
But see, I think that was an actual good one, though.
That was good.
It was less gross than some of the other ones.
Yeah,
that's what
dwarves. We know dwarves eat hard. We know that they poop hard. Thank you.
And they're still bigger, so it makes sense.
These confuscated dwarves. I mean, it was so. Yes, just you think of him sitting outside on his front lawn, minding his business, smoking his pipe, and here comes this damn wizard. Who had to have known that, shenanigans and hijinks were going to ensue.
Which, again, like another scene that's, so perfectly adapted from the books. Bilbo and Gandalf, on the porch of Bag End. I love that, right down to the, I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me, I just love having that line, versus like the animated one where he's like scaring the shit out of Bilbo.
And Bilbo's like, "Why are you here? Go away!" No,
the animated one. It's great.
No, the animated one, which was closest to the book, if you will. That's about all that's good with it.
Well, as far as events, but as we discovered ad nauseum in the last stream, like as far as like visual depictions,
no,
not so much.
No.
I don't know, man.
I want
grasshopper wood elves were pretty awesome.
I want to see pantsless Boromir and Aragorn
in their short ass tunics.
It's just a tunic.
Oh yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Oh,
true.
like people think like that I've been complaining about stuff on this stream. Let's do a stream on the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings, and I will have an absolute field day.
I'm glad Dan's not here now.
Yeah.
Although I'm here kind of in Dan's place.
I love Ralph Bakshi. Ralph Bakshi is one of my favorite animators. I love him to death. However, no. He never, no. Just, no. No.
Carole, I remember I tagged you in one of those photos of Aragorn, and you were like, how the f can he mount a horse with that tunic on? Like, how is he getting on a horse?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about swinging in a breeze. It's like, a testicle. Really?
Stop it. We have moved on. God damn it.
You brought up Bakshi. You brought up Bakshi.
We can't toss a dwarf without hitting a testicle joke.
Oh, that was
Thank you. And there it is.
Like, the other day at work, I was like, "You can't toss a dwarf around here without hitting a Tolkien fan. All testicles all the time." Yikes, Kate.
This has been the testicles and weeds stream.
Yeah. Cheech and Chong and testicles.
There you go.
Funny enough, even though
we
mentioned it in passing, we haven't really had a discussion of the riddles in the dark scene, which like is probably because it's so damn close to the book.
It's so good.
But it's
so
great.
Good. It's so good. It's so amazing. I mean, but I said it like earlier in the stream, my two favorite scenes with Martin Freeman were his with Schmeagol with Gollum and his with Smaug under the mountain, because it's just about dialogue and wit and just energy and just the way it was being done. And I mean, beautifully done. And Schmeagol, Gollum is sweet and menacing at the same time, because he's just, oh, you want to play games? Okay, cool. I like games. But if you lose, we get to eat them whole. I mean, he's just like, let's get to the point. I'm trying to have a snack,
Martin Freeman's like, fair enough. I love it.
Because he realizes, okay, I'm in a pickle, and I'm going to have to figure out how to get out of this. Otherwise, I'm about to be lunch. Okay, cool.
What's pickles is precious.
What's pickles is precious.
What I really appreciate about
Gollum was right. It wasn't a riddle. It was a question.
Yeah.
So he was right. He was cheated
in the riddles game.
He was cheated. He was cheated. He was right. What do I have in my pockets is not a riddle. It's a question.
Yeah. yeah, a couple of things that, I mean, I love the whole sequence. I love, first of all, that it, like, we don't cut away from it. It's really given, like, for all the complaints I may have about, you know, the padding out of the story and whatever, I'll say one of the saving graces is that we get like a riddles and a dart sequence that gets to take its time and, you know, and go through all the beats of the scene. And
anything else is unforgivable.
Yeah.
And plus, also, that way we don't have to watch any more goblins. So I was real happy about that. So, yeah.
And I love the fact that a lot of times during the scene, we get Gollum with his glowing eyes, which is something that's from the book.
And, very much from the book.
And we don't get so much of that in Lord of the Rings, but except in that one prologue scene, which is, where we get the glimpse of Gollum and, he looks up,
he's not quite finished yet.
That's not quite the finished Gollum. Yeah. But we get that a couple times in this sequence from The Hobbit, and it's great. And yeah, like pretty much I have no complaints whatsoever about the adaptation of the whole riddles and the dart sequence. I think it's fantastic. And like if if the movie was just that, it would be a 5-star adaptation of The Hobbit.
Kate.
True. Yeah. So if we have a conversation, since we're talking sort of around everybody, my thing is that I agree with, I wish that we had ended the first movie at the mountain, but then you have to go through all this other stuff. But, it would have been when the thrush knocks and that whole thing, and it was really good. And when they find the keyhole, it was wonderful. But it was so very funny with everyone, looking at Thorin saying, dude, we just sent that hobbit into this hole with this large fire-breathing nemesis that we all know, except for Feely and Keely, because I think they were too young. He's like, everybody else knows what's in there, and we sent him in there, and you're sitting here tripping. It was just, I love that whole, lead up to that. But even back in Lake Town with, the Master and Alfred, and when they looked at the dwarves, you could just tell the Master was like, dang it, I had this nice, cushy job. Here you come, kind of a thing. And that even the dwarves who, negotiate with everything were, let's appeal to your greed and let's get on with this. And then, I just wanted more time with Bard. I loved his kids. They were just adorable, but I wanted more time with that lead up, which takes me back to, I wish they had expanded out more on the setup. Dale.
I like more time with Lee Evans as well.
I was just going to say, we should talk a bit more about Bard as well. Because we've talked about him like sort of connected to other things, but
Luke Evans,
Luke Evans,
Luke Evans.
Can I just really quick build on Carole? Sorry, this is just one thing I want to say about Carole talking about them on the mountain after Thorin has sent Bilbo in there. I really like that. That's a mirror of the scene where they talk about Thorin, where Balin tells Thorin's story. And they tell the story of Thorin Oakenshield, and then it cuts, and they're all looking at Thorin. And Thorin is this big, proud king. And then the flip side is when they're all like, "You just sent him in there into his death." I really like the sort of juxtaposition there of that. That's like, you can tell how Thorin's already going down like a really bad path, because it's like they're looking at him with so much admiration, and then they're like, okay, this wasn't real cool though. So I think that's neat, the way that's done. So
the way that Balin really stands up to Thorin, and he's like when Thorin says, "You're afraid," and he's like, "Yes, I'm afraid for you. The Thorin I know would never have sent Bilbo in there on his own." And he's like, "I will not risk the quest for the life of one burglar. Bilbo, his name is Bilbo." And so again, I was saying last night, like, Ken Stott should be like you know, a far more acclaimed actor than I think he is, because I've seen him in the things over the years, but he should be like one of those revered character actors because he's just so stunning. And I've seen him in other things where, like, you know, maybe not the best example, but the 2004 film King Arthur, where he plays a complete dick in that, but then he can turn around and, you know, play Balin, who, like, you love and adore. Like, he's capable of doing very different things, and like I said before, I think he's the most true to Tolkien's dwarves. He's pretty much my favorite, you know, and yeah, I love him. And also the scene where he goes down with Bilbo into the cave, and, you know, and there's that beat where he, you know, he chuckles and he says, "It never ceases to amaze me, the courage of hobbits." And then again, Howard Shore's wonderful, you know, music. But then the beat where he's like, "Bilbo, if there is by chance a live dragon down there, don't waken it." And then the scared look on Bilbo's face. And then again, talking about Martin Freeman's humor, like, he goes in there and just knocks on the door lightly.
Hello?
Yeah. Is there a dragon in here? Is there a dragon about? and even before that, when Ken Stott was working with when they came out of the barrels and they were up on the shore, and he's trying to speak to Luke Evans' character about Bard, yes. And he was talking to him about, "Oh, do you have kids? And how many wee barons do you have?" And he's just trying to be as non-threatening as possible, because he basically told Thorin, "Dude, him got a boat, we screwed. Shut up." "Hi, I'm a benevolent, you know, white-haired. How are you?" It's like, can you just be kingly over there? Just be quiet and kingly over there. It's like, because you're not helping.
He's pretty much Davos to
Thorin's status. He really is. Because when they were in the, you know, the Thranduil's stronghold in Mirkwood under the tree, and he was like, you know, "Did you keep your temper?" "No, I told him he could do this, that, and the other," and he said whatever, and he's just like,
"Well, that's that."
God, here we go again.
Literally, Lord, our one
mercy. Yeah. Wow, when you're dealing with these young ones.
I guess I'll die in here. Cool.
Yeah.
And the way he's so happy and proud of Bilbo when Bilbo comes in with the keys, you know, and he's smiling and he's laughing. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's just so great. And, oh God, what was, I know that because we were talking about the dwarves at the entrance, like, that whole scene is really stirring. I like how, you know, we spent so much time bitching about stuff. Now we get to all the stuff that's really that we really love.
Do you know what was really funny when they were in the mountain, when Bard came to try to speak to Thorin? It was like a Frasier moment. "I'm listening." I'm like, really? And that was
kind of a weird one. Yeah, talking through the hole was kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't see how that is diplomatic or, you know, like any kind of like parlay. Like, what?
Talk to me through this tube.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he doesn't even face him. He's just like, "I'm listening."
I mean, Richard Armitage is pretty in profile, though, so I'm not that mad about it. So,
well, he looked better as a dwarf.
That's so funny that you say parlay, since I remember a lot of people saying, like, this was the Pirates of the Caribbean version of Bard. But yeah, no, but that whole scene on the side of the mountain, even though the dwarves do kind of give up rather quickly, I have to say, but but it all is in service of the moment where you have the reveal of the moonlight, and and Bilbo starts yelling for them to come back and with the key, and
runes, probably a big clue that the moon runes were that maybe it was moonlight and not sunlight.
But just, man, that moment when Thorin, puts the key in and pushes open the door. And again, God, Howard Shore, you mad genius. Just the music and the way that it's acted, where Thorin just lightly says, I know these halls, and he says, you remember Balin, don't you? And Balin's like, I remember, it's
tears.
It's so good.
Because when you go back to the very beginning of that, when, the prologue or the before, where, when his father is sick with the Arkenstone and he's obsessed, and then the dragon comes. And I mean, that was a beautiful scene, because all you see is a blast furnace going by and they're hiding behind. And it's like, we got to get out of here because this is ridiculous. And when they, beat back Azog after he loses his father, it's like, everyone is just, these are these dwarves who have been with you through all of this. And for them to lose him to the dragon sickness, and poor Balin was just like, this is not who you are. This is not who you are. And for Bilbo to have the presence of mind to go like, you know what? Let me take this and let me skip one out of here and go have a conversation, because this is bad. What we're in right now is super bad. And if he doesn't do that, how much worse it's going to be, for them all.
The talk that he has with Balin. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like,
absolutely.
Would it help if he did have it? And he's just like, essentially no.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Because Balin was there when his father lost his damn mind, and that had nothing to do with the dragon. So this goes back to when the dwarves delved too deep and too greedily, that just the presence of all this wealth, dwarves and dragons having. But it's funny, the dragon wasn't mad. The dragon was greedy. The dragon wasn't mad. Yeah. But his presence accelerated the bad in the dwarves. And it was just like, oh my goodness. It's like, can you not see this? And it was almost like he didn't want to see it. But when he found these jewels that Thranduil was like, kirking out over, it was like, okay, can you just give him? You don't even care about him. You don't care about these.
That when he's like, I know a elven king that'll pay a pretty penny, and I'm just like, you son of a.
You're such a.
It's just like, you're out to inflict more pain.
Because he was like pain. It was like he was like, okay, I'm being petty here. I'm being petty there. I'm being petty.
Petty. I think he knows what they are, though.
Petty.
Like, do you think Thorin knows what they are, or does he just know that Thranduil wants them?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows exactly.
Well, they even show in the prologue that when Thranduil rolls up and he's expecting to get the jewels and Thror, not actually, I think it's
is it Thrain?
It might be Thrain who's holding the jewels, and the lid gets shut, and that's kind of the real beginning of the beef. And so Thorin knows that, at least, because he was standing right there.
He was right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, yeah, okay, you mad because, Thranduil decided to do his, insect bird impression on you and pay you back because whatever he was mad about. But the bottom line is like, dude, you have so many issues going on. And why he was mad at the humans, because they killed the damn dragon. You didn't. But I love how they realized, because what is the line? Because it's in the song. If we are to die,
if this is to end in fire, we will all burn together.
We will all burn together. That was just intense.
That whole scene is intense with all the people that
so
burned and died, and yeah.
And he sat there and he irked them like, I ate your people, and what are you gonna do? It's like, okay, so there's no even trying to reason with a dragon who is just about he is just to the degree of petty that, pettyification. He's just so petty. So, you got to get rid of, he who flies in pettiness, because he's just not trying to give up what he took. If we are to end in fire, we shall all burn together. And I mean, they had to sit here and go through all this stuff. And it's like, okay, well, we're going to look at you. You're fat. You this, that, and the other. And just, okay, so now you're appealing to the vanity of the petty dragon who has your mountain. You were fine there. But after all of that, after everything that you did to get your mountain back, dude, you need allies. Just give them the bloody, you don't even want them. All you want is the Arkenstone. You have that. Well, you had that. Search, find, whatever. And they're all like, what's wrong with him, dude? So I look at how they portrayed that part of it. That was pretty true to the books. That was true to what happened in Moria. That was true to a lot of what was wrong with the dwarves, because they were just too connected to digging these holes. I mean, their realms under stone were gorgeous, but they couldn't be satisfied with what they had, which is, very much metaphor for anyone. With comes total power, comes this total corruption. But the fact that he was just that willing to be that petty with Thranduil, and then Thranduil comes down like, I've come for my jewels. Could you maybe have a cup of tea, bring a snack, try to work this out, and then ask for your stuff? Okay. Yeah,
Thranduil's like, petty. Yeah, Thranduil wants a war. He's like, nah, I'm not even gonna try. But no, talking about Thorin and the dragon sickness and all, another scene that's great is when Bilbo reveals that, he gave them the Arkenstone, and then when Thorin gets super pissed off at that, because, I just, one thing that I really loved about what they did in Battle of the Five Armies with Thorin was that, from like an audio standpoint, not only do they use Smaug's theme for Thorin throughout the film, but they also layer in Smaug's voice, over Thorin, and it's just so creepy and so effective.
But he had said, I can't wait until he is going to effectively come apart, and I get to watch it. I just want to have a front row seat for it. He knew what was going on. He knew what was happening. So Smaug wasn't wrong, and he didn't lie. He was just petty as all get out. But like I said, he told Bilbo, they sent you in here. Those are not your friends. And then come to find out, that turned out in Thorin to be true, because he was so sick. So just watching his nephews just, I will follow you, but I am not exactly happy with you at this moment. And what was it that made Thorin clapped and woke him up? I mean, because he said, I know I haven't been the best, but I want you to follow me one last time. I don't know what it was that woke him up. I can't remember that. What was it?
He had a vision that he was like drowning in that pool of gold.
Oh, gold. Yeah,
and it kept, like, his own words kept repeating in his head, and the story of the dragon sickness. And I think there was like a realization, like, oh, I've become, and he also specifically kept saying, I'm not my grandfather. I'm not my grandfather. And then it's like this realization that it's happened, but it's like the pinnacle, or the zenith of that moment is him sinking into an imagined hole in that pool of gold, like drowning in it.
Which, it was just kind of
hey, Don, I'm really sorry. I really have to go.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I actually do too. Sorry, I have friends who have been waiting on me for like an hour and a half now. So I'm like, sorry guys, I love you. So yeah, this has been the most fun ever. I would just like to say that my favorite thing is the one strain of Howard Shore's music when he says, Thranduil says, go to this ranger in the east, and it goes, duh, duh.
Yep.
I feel like I'm the Leonardo DiCaprio meme that's like pointing at it. Yes, that's it. It's like one of my favorite things in the whole. That music. So yeah. Thank you for having me on, John. I love you.
Yeah, love you guys. So thank you for coming on.
I think watch the rest of it later, but
I don't know.
Marathon, so
yeah, we'll probably start to try and find some way towards the end. Here, we're approaching 5 hours. So.
Thank you. Yeah, Carole, John, and everybody in the chat. Have a good night.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
And
okay.
Then there were two.
And then there were two.
Yeah, I'm thinking I have to wrap up because.
Yeah. Yep. I will say about that whole thing with Thorin, like, it really starts off with Dwalin, who comes up to him and is like, "Can you not see what you've become?" And there's that great moment where Thorin says, "Get out before I kill you." And initially you can kind of see that as a very sort of abrasive, like Thorin's completely lost. But I think it's actually a moment of realization. He realizes how far gone he is. And he's like, please leave before I end up doing something I'm going to regret. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I figure like we're closing in on 5 hours here. I think that's probably.
Is this your longest one?
Yeah, it's the longest one. We can probably find our way to an ending. I mean, it's like we've spent a lot of time covering a lot of different things. Is there anything that we didn't address that you'd like to?
No, I think we pretty much have covered, because we covered the before. We covered, I mean, I think the only thing we didn't really get into deep conversation about was about the men, of Dale, or of, when we kind of did it through Alfred, but watching Bard step up and find that black arrow, and, that was a hell of a shot. But the one thing I would say is I love the dialogue between Smaug and Bard. Is that your boy?
Yeah.
It was like, dude, this is not good. You got a dragon who is sitting here trying to figure out how to separate you from that which you love the most, because that was what he did. And him, and I mean, even the mouth movement on the dragon, and him just like, I'm going to take away everything from you because, y'all pissed me off. And him telling his boy, don't move. And I'm like, how do you not move when you've got something the size of an aircraft carrier with a flamethrower talking? Excuse me. What the heck? So there he was on the top of that clock tower, and he was like, don't move. I got you. Because when he went to get the bow and it was broken, it was like, nope, we got this. We're going to do this. But he had that one black arrow left. And how he made that shot still, I don't know. But just that whole scene before that, when, everything's on fire, he's trying to get away, everything's going on. But then he's like, is that your boy? I'm like, oh, this is not good. This is so not good. But that whole imagery was just stunning. Because here is Smaug pissed off at the dwarves. And because Bilbo's hubris caught him. Barrel rider, this, that, da-da-da. Oh, not only do I know where you came from, I'm going to go get them. And, you covered me in gold. I'm like, yeah, it's bad. He's pretty much impervious to most things. And the Thrush was right, because it was the Thrush who said how to kill it, I think, in the book.
Yeah.
And then that got carried back, and he kind of modified that a little bit. But it was just so very just eerie and creepy, just that whole sequence. But, I wish they had, but I've said it before, I wish they had spent more time in Lake Town and in Dale with the humans trying to connect those dots. Because you kind of went through the city and you saw it through the telling. Everything was great. Everything was wonderful. The next thing you know, it was all ash. And then they go back because Lake Town is dead and they have to go back. But in the fact that town is still there in ruin, and they're going to make this stand here with, you know, but oh my God, it was just so very gorgeous watching that whole thing between Smaug and Bard. That was just
yeah,
perfect. Chef's kiss. It was
gorgeous. It was mentioned earlier, but I really do just freaking love the imagery of Smaug, you know, after, you know, he's taking the arrow and the way he's clawing up and gasping for breath. It's just, it's perfect. And like, and yeah, pardon me.
Like, someone had mentioned earlier in the chat, and when the lights go out.
Yeah. And pardon me, it's like, damn, if that sequence had just gone into Desolation of Smaug, that movie would really sort of have it all. But yeah, it is how it is.
And it's pretty much because it's that own contained story. So yeah. I agree with you. It should have, because that would have been, you know, the end of whatever. And I know they're trying to want to make something on a kind of a cliffhanger, to not leave the momentum out of it, but which is why it should have been 2 movies. But yeah, you do the first one with, you know, what is the one with Frodo gets taken and it's like the decisions of Samwise, or the choices of Samwise.
The choices of Master Samwise.
Of Master Samwise.
Because that's how the Two Towers actually ends.
And they adjusted it a little bit to, but I agree with you. I think it should have all been at the end of that. End it there, or don't start it, but you can't not, because you're right, there's not enough for that movie. So pull it all the way over, take this down to 2 movies, and you're right where you need to be, and it would have been perfect.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you watch these movies, if you consider that the second film originally actually would have started where Bard is taking the company into Lake Town, basically, you can feel that, like, you know, the first movie is all about the dwarves and their quest and, you know, their run-ins with various different, you know, like the goblins and then the elves and stuff. And then the second film would have been, you know, really about the world of men with Lake Town and all that stuff. So you can feel structurally, you know, how those movies would have related to each other. And I just like the fact that in that original version, the second film was titled There and Back Again, you know?
Oh yeah, nice.
It would have been so nice. But yeah, let me see. I want to run through a couple other things that we didn't touch on. You know, we didn't really talk about like the whole, you know, battle that the dwarves have with Smaug, which isn't, you know, from the book at all. It was invented for the film. It doesn't really feel very Tolkien-esque, you know.
True.
But it is a fun sequence. You know, I like the whole thing with the golden statue of Thrain and the fact that Smaug is so enraptured by that.
With it, because again, it's what do dragons do? Dragons do gold. I mean,
yeah.
At the end of the day, he's a very intelligent animal, but he's an animal. And the thing that is the shiny thing is truly the big shiny thing. But the other part of it that was interesting after they make the comment, if we're to all, you know, burn, you know, die, we're going to all die together, burn together, is okay. Now it's an escape movie, you know, it's a heist, you know, how do we basically do this to get him out of our house? But by virtue of the fact that, okay, let's irk the flying blast furnace with flame throwing and he's got wings, you know, okay. There's no way in the world that they could have stood behind those pillars with him flaming off like that, because fire is like water. It would have wrapped around, because when they did it in the beginning, I'm like, there's no way you would be standing there alive if that dragon is.
Yeah, but in fairness, like, it's sort of equally true in like Return of the King when Frodo and Sam are, you know, sitting on that rock surrounded by molten lava. Like
they should have been dead.
They should be melting.
They should have been dead.
Yeah.
Just the fumes the noxious fumes coming up from the lava. There's no way, and the heat. There's no way that close to it that you're still alive again. I 100% agree with that. But again, that's covered in the book. So however they creatively licensed that, they creatively licensed it. But I remember when they did the pre-telling when Smaug came, okay, you're watching the blast furnace come through the pillars just by virtue of the fact that flame is like water, the fluid dynamics of it, it's going to wrap. You should be dead, or at least on fire or burnt. So when they were like, oh, this is going to be bad, and they're standing there and he's like going through.
Well, yeah, it's the problem with it becomes like, you can just kind of ignore the physics of it with Return of the King, because it's like, it's not crucial to, like, the heat isn't like a crucial part of any objective that they're trying to achieve. With this, it's like the fire, like their whole idea is that the fire is hot enough to set the furnaces ablaze and start all that, but seemingly not hot enough to melt them, as they're standing right in front of it.
I'm like, I understand about suspense of, of reality here, but dude, if I have a match behind this and I fire this off, that match is lighting. Sorry. It's just the nature of, combustible materials. But I was like, all right, I'll suspend my disbelief. Whatever. It just defies all laws of nature. But you go with it. But I love the whole sequence of, okay, we have to figure out how to save ourselves. Great. And then it almost seemed to be a very quick turn from Thorin keeping it together to save his people to greedy demagogue. Find me this rock. It just seemed, but who knows how much time has lapsed from the dragon being dead till.
I think what kind of makes that work a bit for me, even though I do agree, the change is a bit too sudden for my taste. But what kind of makes it work is that he's already starting to change as like they're standing on the footstep of the mountain. And then once he goes in looking for Bilbo, he starts to turn then. He's like, where's the Arkenstone? To the point that he draws his sword on Bilbo. And I think the only reason that he's like knocked out of that is because the dragon then shows up and they all have to fight for their lives. But then as soon as that's over, I think he goes back to being corrupted by the gold and everything. And there is a lapse of time between, when we last see him in Desolation of Smaug to where the other dwarves show up at the Lonely Mountain. So he's had, at least a little bit of time to become more and more corrupted. So yeah, it does work, but we don't necessarily get to see the full change on screen.
Indeed.
Yeah. A couple other things I want to mention, because we didn't really, like, 3 movies worth. We were never going to cover everything in great detail, even at 5 hours. But like,
new record.
It's a new record, without a doubt. A shout out to, returning actors, Hugo Weaving and Cate Blanchett. They were just great when Elrond shows up. I have a nice big grin on my face. And when they all show up at Dol Guldur and he's in his armor,
in his battle armor, and it's like, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. I was like, that was cool.
And you get that militaristic Rivendell theme
music
backing him up. It's great. And it's funny, I do feel like, even though I mentioned Howard Shore a number of times, but I'm surprised that I haven't like just been going on and on about him for the entire length of the stream, because the music just throughout these films was fantastic. And if anybody like was operating at the same level as their work on Lord of the Rings, it was without a doubt Howard Shore.
But if you think about Howard, because I love him, one of my favorite sequences that he does is the beacons are lit. The beacons, and I love that whole, and the panning shot, and as the beacons are lit and all this other stuff. I mean, beautiful. And that music cue is just stunning. But for him to create something that sounds non-William-esque, you know what I mean? He managed to create something totally unique and different and beautiful that sounds not John Williams. Is hard, you know, considering, you know, you're telling the story. But not only does he do this with all of the extended cuts, he had to remaster music to deal with the extended areas to make sure there was music to cover, and then to do these 3 movies and to come up with those new themes and, oh my goodness, and Misty Mountains and all the other stuff. And just the fact that he just nailed this to the wall. He earned his Oscars, you know, he earned them. But I love the fact that how synergistic he was with, you know, Peter, Fran, and Philippa in doing these movies. Because I remember watching some of the behind the scenes stuff, and he was like, oh my God, they kept changing things. Yeah, welcome to Peter Jackson. You know, and the first movie, which was this, and the second, which was this, and the third, which was that. I can't even imagine what was going on in, you know, the Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit, when he just, and then added all the other stuff to it. But Howard is up for the challenge. I have to go and look and see what other things he's working on. Like, for example, Ramin Djawadi is doing so many things, you know, because he did Game of Thrones and he did Westworld and he did, you know, so many things.
There was some talk not too long ago, and I hope this is still true, that he's going to be writing new themes for the Lord of the Rings Amazon series, and that it'll actually be a composer by the name of Bear McCreary that sort of takes those themes and crafts a score, because Bear has worked on stuff like Battlestar Galactica, Outlander, you know, Walking Dead, a whole bunch of stuff. He's a very versatile composer, and he seems to be able to adapt his style really well to whatever is being asked of him. So I think probably Howard just isn't able to commit to writing a score for a television series, because that's a lot more work. But just to get new thematic material from him would be absolutely stunning. So I do hope that happens.
You know what's interesting though is what makes me very happy with all of the, you know, high fantasy and the things that are, you know, current and recent history, is the fact that we are getting all of these new composers. I mean, John Williams inspired all of these folks, and you have Alan Silvestri, and, you know, great, but and Hans Zimmer. But the fact that you're getting, you know, Göransson, who's doing, you know, the Mandalorian, and I love that theme. I love the retro newness of it, you know, kind of aspect. I love Ramin, of course, and I've long since adored Michael Giacchino, because that guy, I just love everything he does. And then Howard Shore just being selected to craft this for, you know, PJ, and then to continue to do so, because the themes that he comes up with are fresh. It doesn't feel rehashed. It doesn't feel like anybody else's work. It is immediately identifiable as Howard Shore, and the man is a musical genius. But I agree with you. I would love if he were to do the pilot, maybe, of the series, and then hand that mantle over, you know, to someone else, because that is crazy work to do on such a short turnaround. But I just adore all of the music, and it's this additional character that just wrenches your heart when you're looking at the painful areas, and it just makes you laugh at the fun areas. I mean, that's one thing about, you know, Howard. He does. I love his Hobbit music. It just makes me happy. You know, the happy clarinet. It just makes me happy, because that's pretty much, you know, that main instrumentation. And then I love all of the themes, the leitmotifs that he comes up with for the Rohirrim, for the Gondorians, for, you know, and then even in this one, you know, the Elvish themes and all the other stuff. And it's like, and yet still he came up with new music. And I love what he did with Smaug. It seemed twisted and dark and brilliant and just insane. And it was so Smaug. Everything I wanted when this came out, I was you screw up Smaug, I'm going to be very hostile, and visually, voice actory interaction between Martin Freeman and Benedict, because again of the whole his chemistry with Benedict from Sherlock, and just Howard just put the cherry on top and just made it beautiful. So I was very happy about that. All of that just made me happy.
Smaug's music is some of the best stuff he's come up with for any of the films. Stunning. It's just so creepy and like just
creepy, sinister.
Sort of if you could make nails on a chalkboard musically pleasing, that's sort of what it's like, because it just immediately puts you on edge as Bilbo is tiptoeing into the mountain, and it's.
But you called the best like imagery, because when he sits there and he's trying to slide down the thing and he's like, and the music is, and it was interesting because the music almost makes you seem seasick when it comes to
I know what you mean.
Tilt. It's this tilt back and forth between madness and genius and madness and genius, and that is perfect for Smaug because he is one that can, with his voice, totally suck you in. And I'm just like, man, Howard, dude, you nailed that. All of that was just, and we were saying to Dan, no, I thought Smaug was the perfect size. He did not need to be smaller. He is a dragon. He is one of the, the elder dragons. He needs to be huge, but it's just awesome. Oh, yay, Never Never podcast.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
Anything else you wanted to cover? I'm thinking.
No, because the funny thing is normally these things work their way towards a discussion of the ending, except we did that earlier. So, yeah, I think we can probably go ahead and call it. First of all, thank you to everybody who's watched, and we still have 9 people with eyes on us. So, thank you guys. But thank you to everybody who was on the stream. But Carole, you have lasted since the very beginning, all the way back to 5 o'clock. So, I tip my hat to you and thank you so much for coming on. It's always an absolute pleasure to have you on. And
thank you for having me. This was a great topic. I love all things. Lord of the Rings, everything about it, I adore. So when you told me what the topic was, I was like, yep, I'm in.
Yeah, I will just close by saying I don't want to end this on a sad note, so I'm not going to say exactly what I'm referencing, but any of you who are in the Slack group know that I've kind of been going through a difficult time, and so the fact that it's no accident that I went ahead and said the hell with it, we're going to spend 5 hours talking Tolkien. This is exactly what I needed, and I just thank you all for your support, and I had a hell of a fun time doing this, so thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for indulging me. And yeah, so I'll just close by saying we spent I think we spend a lot of time sort of on both sides of these movies, with the stuff that drove us up the fucking wall and also the stuff that we really love and adore, because there's both, and that's essentially how I feel about these movies. It's part of the Middle-earth family for me, so so I'm very divided, but I hope you all enjoyed this glimpse into a John who is not just 100% positive all the time.
So let me ask you this real quick. If The Hobbit had come out before The Lord of the Rings, what do you think? If he had maybe cut his teeth on The Hobbit to kind of...
well, that's the thing.
Do you think The Lord of the Rings would have been what it was, or it was meant to be?
I don't know, because I think if the Hobbit had been done first, it would have been one film. Now the question is, would Lord of the Rings have followed right on its heels? Who can say? Because a lot of stuff happened after Lord of the Rings legally that led to these movies being long delayed.
Yeah.
So if we had gotten like a Peter Jackson single Hobbit film followed immediately by Lord of the Rings, it's possible that, I don't know how Lord of the Rings would have turned out. Maybe it would have been close to what we got. I think The Hobbit probably would have been a better, film. Certainly closer to Tolkien, I think.
I think if Peter had gotten it from the beginning, and if he didn't inherit it and deal with all of the, it wasn't as bad as, and y'all can come for me, that's okay. I don't know if you're familiar with the Alien movies series, but the third one of that series sucked. And I love, Peter Fincher.
Well, we talked about.
I love him, but I hate what he did with that movie. But he walked into a show. There were too many cooks on that, and he was brand new as a director. And he had this auteur take on the series that just took it in a bad direction, in my opinion. Because the first movie with Ridley is stunning and it stands alone. The second movie with James Cameron was awesome. He paid homage to Ridley, but he made his own movie. The third one kind of just walked off a cliff and just, bungee jumped. And it's David Fincher. It's nothing against David Fincher, but who turned out to be an amazing director. Love Seven, adore Seven. It's like his tentpole signature piece. But he shouldn't have walked into too many people trying to have something to say. So if Peter had gotten The Hobbit straight out, here, you're going to do this 4-movie package. You're going to start with The Hobbit and go all the way through. He would have planned for it. And knowing him, he would have filmed them all together, connected all the dots, done everything he needed to do, and been done with it. And it would have been consistent, because he had to step in and get this done, because they were determined, we have to get this movie out, instead of maybe taking a step back and saying, let's rethink this. But he walked in and did the best that he could.
Here's the thing, though. If he was starting off with, say he had decided just to do like The Hobbit first, and then Lord of the Rings would have been dependent upon how The Hobbit turned out. Here's why that might have actually led to disaster as far as Lord of the Rings is concerned, because originally he had to deal with Miramax to do the Lord of the Rings for 2 films before Harvey Weinstein said, no, actually, can you please do it in 1 movie? But the thing is, if that project had been The Hobbit, Peter probably would have been like, it would have been probably 1 movie from the start, and maybe that would have been greenlit and they would have gone ahead and do it. But then what happens with a follow-up Lord of the Rings? At best, it probably would have remained a 2-film project. And so you would have had The Hobbit and then 2 Lord of the Rings films, with the specter of Weinstein like hovering over the project. So I don't know. It probably happened the way it was supposed to happen. So like, even if we didn't get a perfect version of The Hobbit, like, I'll take my perfect Lord of the Rings trilogy, and just be thankful that went off perfectly. And then we have Hobbit movies that, okay, maybe I don't love all of it, maybe there's problems, but there's a lot of stuff that I do love. So I'm thankful for that. And yeah. So okay, let's go ahead and I think this is good, because this is a good closing note to sort of talk about that. So I think we will just finish there. And of course, we didn't, as I said, there were certain things that maybe we didn't get to, but I feel like going on 5.5 hours. That's doing these movies justice, I think.
Indeed.
So thank you once again for everybody tuning in. Tune in tomorrow on Here Be Dragons for a discussion for Stephen's birthday about The Empire Strikes Back. And are you going to join us, Carole? I saw a little bit about that in the in the chat. You're more than welcome to come if you want to.
I will see what my schedule looks like. I have some stuff going on like earlier in the day. If I get home before, I think someone said it's at 6. Depending on where my schedule is, who knows? I might just pop in and be like, "Hello!" Yeah. I love that. I love the original trilogy, and I absolutely adore Empire Strikes Back. So
I know I've taken up quite a bit of your weekend just with this, so I completely understand either way. And I'm on vacation next week, so I won't be on either Here Be Dragons or on this channel. I'm not quite sure what Stephen has lined up yet. I think he and Nessie discussed that they might do something that I don't have an interest in since I'll be gone. But then the week after, I know that on this channel, I'll be inviting Sydnni back, and we'll be talking about Batman Returns, which is fitting because it'll be near the holidays, and that's sort of a Christmas movie. So, and then, yeah, I'm cooking up some other stuff after that, and we'll see.
You should do a stream about what is a Christmas movie. Is it a Christmas movie or is it a movie at Christmas? Because we were having this debate about, like, Hawkeye is set in the Christmas season, but is it a Christmas movie? And of course, my favorite is Die Hard. And they were like, "That's not a Christmas movie." I'm like, "Yes, it is." Many debates about this. So,
well, I will say, I think Hawkeye kind of does have sort of like, I think it's designed as sort of like to have sort of a holiday spirit about the whole thing. So, and granted, I've only seen one episode so far, but I would, I think I would put it in the holiday themed show in camp. But yeah, no. Anyway, so before I go, just once again, I'll ask you, where can people reach you, and do you have anything you want to plug?
Not other than actually, 1 second, let me go get it. I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna hold off. I won't be streaming on Christmas, but if anybody wants to talk about the movie Love Actually with me, which I had planned to do with somebody else, but that's fallen through, just get in touch with me and we'll figure out a date to do that somewhere. We can even pre-record it if that'll work out. Just let me know. Okay, go ahead.
So we're promoting this Crimson Gods by Chris Christian. He's Smokescreen Vids, so he is on YouTube. You can find him there. This book can be found on Amazon, and it's also on Audible. He found a really cool guy who's doing the recording for this. Love his voice. Oh my goodness, it was like really cool. So it's his first foray into dark fantasy. I remember when he was first talking about writing, something on his own after Game of Thrones ended on an interesting note in season 8. We won't go there too much, but he decided, well, you know what? If I want content that I want, I'm going to write it. So he did. So we're promoting that. Mostly I'm on Twitter and Facebook. Twitter is probably the easiest way to find me. But other than that, hopefully I'll be able to get a name for my Instagram channel for some stuff that I've been trying to do for a while. I thought I was ready to go, but then we realized the name is an issue. So we're still trying to figure out a good name, and we'll go through and do a search to make sure that nobody else has it. But once I do, I'll definitely make sure I'll let you know what it is.
Cool. So when you were mentioning Alien earlier, I was thinking about it because you and I actually did a discussion on the first Alien right here on this channel. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you: are you interested in it might be into the early months of next year, but would you be interested in doing an Aliens chat?
Oh, done. Love that movie, and I've seen the extended version of it with some of the nice connectivities with it, and I think I'm not mistaken in that, it's one of the last movies that was all done practical. There was no CG. So it's really cool to watch that movie, and it kind of holds up. Yeah, I absolutely adore it. And how many people's careers got launched from that movie. And poor Bill Paxton, who's not with us anymore, with all those really cool video game, sayings that became, game over, and all that stuff like that. But yeah, man, I love Aliens. That is like one of my favorite movies on auto rewatch. It's like, I need something to watch, put it on in the background, and then just sit there and just go for it. I love that movie. So yeah, count me in.
Yeah, because I had, when you and I talked about Alien, the day after I did talk about Aliens over on Here We Dragons with Steven and my friend Laura, who adores Aliens. But much like everything else, I'm inevitably going to talk about my favorite movies on this channel, even if I've already done a discussion over on HBD. So like, I might even invite Laura to join us, because I know she would have absolutely zero quibbles about talking about Aliens for another couple hours.
It's a great flick.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and we'll start making plans for that, and you and I can nail down a date for that. All right, guys. Once again, thank you so much for sticking with us. Wow, 5.5 hours.
New record.
Jeez. I had so much fun tonight. Thank you for, actually, you know what? Screw it. We are less than 50 seconds away from a solid 5.5 hours. So we're going to stick it out until we get to that 30-minute mark. I'm not going until we hit it. So yeah, like
30 more seconds, we will be there.
Yeah, we're just like, I'll just, finish off by saying, the Hobbit movies, flaws and all, they're still great fun. Martin Freeman is great Bilbo Baggins.
He's amazing.
Ian McKellen, did we even like, I don't feel like we gave Ian McKellen his proper due. Like, maybe because it's just assumed, but like, at the very least, I'm going to finish off by saying, like, Ian McKellen as Gandalf is just one of the great, on-screen legends.
I love the interaction between him and Cate Blanchett after the council, because Kate was trying to tell him, look, dude, hang in there. You know what you're doing. I know you feel like it's really tough, but man, right, Kate. But you know what I mean? He was like, their chemistry, their energy, it was awesome, because before it was, Kate and Gimli and Kate and the Hobbits, he was, with the Fellowship. But man, Kate and Sir Ian, they just had such amazing, just how he just is Gandalf. I mean, he is so perfectly Gandalf. And no matter how often he puts that makeup on and he does what he does, he's just who he is. And that particular, you think about that juxtaposed against him talking to his nephew and Frodo later.
Yeah, this moment where Gandalf is just fiddling with his pipe, like when Bilbo's having this
he is just destroyed moment. And Bilbo is destroyed.
And
because he knows you are where you are because I did this to you.
Yeah.
And he feels so bad.
But it's just such a great moment, because there's Gandalf just bringing him back, and that's his way of being like, it's going to be okay, and it's just a testament to Ian McKellen's brilliance as an actor, that he's just sitting there, just playing with the pipe.
Ian uses stillness and silence. You know what I mean? He uses stillness and silence to communicate. And because the angst and the just the distraught on Martin Freeman's face was just, because I have to tell you, every single time I watch that movie, listening to Martin just, no, look, it's the Eagles. It's and he's just like, ah. And I mean, he just destroyed. And then here comes Gandalf, and he's just trying so hard to not overtalk that, knowing how destroyed he is, because he's known Thorin forever as well. But the fact that they bonded so much, it was just amazing. And then and then Gandalf looking at Bilbo going, yeah, you want to talk to me about that ring?
Yeah.
We ain't even talk about that, but me and you, we have a conversation when they're on their way back home.
That moment of you know, where he's basically, it's interesting how they play the line in the movie where he says the line from the book, you know, God, I can't remember exactly what it is, but you're a very fine person, Mr. Baggins, and I'm very fond of you, but you're only quite a little fellow in a wide world after all. But the subtext in the film is that I know you're lying to me. You're not a very good liar, and I know you still got the ring. But I'm just gonna let you, you know.
It's almost like he doesn't know. It's like he knows, he suspects it's the ring, is the way it reads.
Well, I mean, Bilbo says that he had a ring, but he then says that he lost it during the battle. And so Gandalf is basically saying, I'm not going to call you out on this lie, but I know you still have it.
But you know, and again, not to go into another 5-hour diatribe on this, but once again, if you suspected, had you at that moment taken this ring to wherever and disposed of it, this all's done.
Yeah.
It's like too many people, because I still say that, you know, Elrond should have smacked Isildur up and, you know, like, give me that, and just been done. It's like, we are here because y'all are trying to be too polite. You just need to smack him up and then, you know, hit his hand and then, you know, fumble on the play, and it goes on into
this is the trouble we get into, because all I was trying to do was buy an extra 30 seconds, and look what we're doing. So we're gonna stop. That's a good place to stop, though. We talk about Bilbo and Gandalf's final exchange. So like, I think we're good. Thank you once again, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you for everybody who joined me on the stream. Carole, you're a beast. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm Team Naughty. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Have a wonderful night, everybody. And it looks like there's a gathering on Zoom, so I'm probably going to go ahead and hop on there, and we'll continue the festivities. Yeah, Kate, we can finally go ahead and use this on the live stream. Oh, finally.
Gee, Kate. Come on, Kate.
But seriously, I had the time of my life. Thank you. I love you all so much. Have a fantastic night.
Bye-bye.